So good morning, everyone. Hope all of you enjoyed a nice coffee at the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2024. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2024, our flagship public event at the Aspen Institute Romania and the German Marshall Fund Bucharest office. My name is Mirela Apostol. I'm the Senior Manager for Public Programs and Events at the Aspen Institute Romania. And since we have a wonderful 2 days program at the Bucharest Forum this year, before diving into it, I'd like to give you some technical and practical information, let's say, for a nice experience overall this year at the forum. So first of all, please note all of you can download the agenda of the Bucharest Forum on our website, aspeninstitute.ro. Some practical guidelines for our international speakers, to whom, again, I extend a warm thanks for being with us today and tomorrow. The speakers of the event are waited at the green room 15 minutes before their session starts, today and tomorrow as well. And also, very important for all of you, the main program of the conference is going to be held in this room, the summit room, but the side events will take place at the first floor of the building in the Opus room. Throughout the day, we will be hosting a series of high-level speeches, high-level conversations, and panel sessions, and it's important to note that you can address your questions to our speakers using the microphone that is going to be set somewhere in the back side of the room. Please do not hesitate to address your questions to our distinguished speakers today and tomorrow. Last but not least, we invite you to enjoy the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2024 and to make the most of this experience. And of course, we would appreciate if you can share this with your networks and your communities via social media or at a nice chat after the forum. With all that being said, I am now pleased to invite on stage Mr. Alessio Menegazzo, CEO and Country Manager of PPC Romania and Acting President of Aspen Institute Romania, for the first part of the introductory speeches, and afterwards he will be followed by Ms. Clara Volintiru, the Regional Director of the German Marshall Fund. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Before we begin, I would like to thank the co-organizers, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, as well as all our partners who offered their valuable support in the organization of the 13th occasion of this Bucharest Forum. The Aspen German Marshall Fund Bucharest Forum is organized with the support of NATO, Public Diplomacy Division, USAID, Ministry of National Defense, Embassy of Greece, Embassy of Sweden. Knowledge partners are the Aspen Institute US, Aspen Institute Kiev, Aspen Central Europe, Aspen Ananta Central India, Center for Governance of Change at the University of Madrid, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the College of Europe, and the Hellenic Romanian Chamber of Commerce. Main partners, PPC Romania, Google, Unicredit, Rompetrol, Vodafone, Qualcomm, Coca-Cola, OMV Petrom, Uber, Premier Energy. Partners, Lockheed Martin, E.ON, MasterCard, Electroalpha, MSD, and Evo Group. Supporters, Aqua Carpatica, Codnari, and media partners, ProTV, DC Media, Curs de Governare, Cala Europena, Kiss FM. And of course, this wouldn't be possible with all the effort of the team of the Aspen Institute that day by day contributes to make it happen. So, having said that, just indulge me a few minutes. We are living a very complicated period. I believe that many among you feel the imminence of a shift. What kind of shift, we don't know. Personally, I don't know. But in a context like this, I believe that reflection, exchange of ideas, dialogue are important and of great value. And for this reason, every now and then, looking back in history can also help to increase our hope or our understanding. In the early 40s, there was an extraordinary and fruitful period for human reflection. A group of people from different geographies, with different ideologies, but with an accentuated sensitivity for the zeitgeist of the time, had a convergence of ideas on the future. Today, we know them as the 7 founding fathers of the European Union. In particular, one of them, Altiero Spinelli, probably the most independent one, the most diverse, in 1941, in exile, in a small island in the Mediterranean Sea, wrote a manifesto, the Ventotene Manifesto, and also known as For a Free and United Europe. Spinelli's novelty at the time was to overcome the concept that when an ideal of religion or nation or class or democracy was realized within states, peace would be established between states. For the first time, the manifesto proposed an alternative. Europe seen as a whole, as a federal initiative that could have the elements to avoid the repetition of the tragic experiences that were happening at that very moment and so far in Europe. I believe this topic is very much alive today. Spinelli's human path in pursuing this ideal, generous and optimistic, without ever seeking position of personal power or executive power, had fluctuating moments. The intuition of seeing an embryo of the European Union via the Marshall Fund, the enthusiasm for creation of the European defense community, the strong disappointment at France's change of heart on this topic in 1954, the discouragement at not having succeeded in transforming the European coal and steel community into a federal entity with extensive power, and finally, the creation of the Commission of European Communities, which is today at the basis of the European Union. Spinelli's stories, which is also our story, teaches us that Europe has taken the right path, but having not followed it to the end, is not today in a position to exercise its full potential. And I will use a strong word, this is a shame. But Spinelli's stories also teach us that a valiant idea deserves patience and sacrifice, and that it is necessary to look forward with hope and enthusiasm. In my opinion, this is the fundamental message and the direction we should pursue, each one of us in our own capacity, but with the same tenacity. And today, for example, the Draghi report presents us the opportunity to write the next chapter of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us at the 13th edition of the Bucharest Forum. As I've been already introduced by Mirela, I am currently the regional director of the German Marshall Fund, but I've also had the great privilege of being with the Aspen Institute Romania for almost 6 years or 7 years. So I've been an intrinsic part of the Bucharest Forum for a long time now. And you can imagine how emotional and what an honor it is for me to stand here in front of you today with what I believe to be the landmark event that Bucharest hosts with regards to the international dialogue of ideas, with regards to international speakers, making a footprint in the region. So I would briefly like to refer to 2 things. I think what we need to look ahead as we are facing challenging times, is what such an event, the Bucharest Forum, can provide to us. And looking for a metaphor this morning, I realized that it is a lighthouse. It is a lighthouse because it helps us navigate in these turbulent times. It is a lighthouse because it guides us to a destination. And what I believe that destination to be is a shared space, society, where we meet the values that we all hold dear: peace, security, democracy, and prosperity. And I think we need to look inside our own societies to make sure and to analyze that we are doing everything we can to defend these values, because each and every one of them is under threat. We see democracy being seen as something that fails people, and that's a very, very large risk from where I stand. When we stop seeing democracy as an intrinsic part of our societies, and again, I speak with the, let's say, mission that the German Marshall Fund has to promote and to secure democratic values, I think we are facing an existential threat. So what we need to do is to win hearts and minds again, to ensure that democracy and prosperity go hand in hand, to see our societies flourish in the transatlantic space, to see our leaders committed to those values and promoting those ideals. We need to win hearts and minds because we also need to see our democratic systems deliver. They need to cooperate better and to ensure that they face these challenging times. The twin transitions. Well, in GMF, we have an allied competitiveness initiative, and it states very clearly that such challenges as delivering the proper green transition or the digitalization of our infrastructures needs shared efforts and cooperation. And of course, strengthening transatlantic ties is once again at the core of the GMF mission. I would very much like to mention and thank the efforts of my colleagues who are involved not just in this type of convening at the Bucharest office in GMF, but also at promoting each and every one of the ideas I've just mentioned through regional cooperation programs where we support the incredible efforts and brave efforts of civic actors across the Black Sea region, through electoral integrity promotion programs that assist citizens. We've just seen elections in Moldova on Sunday. We try to help societies in our neighborhood, in the European neighborhood, not just through direct assistance to civic actors that promote electoral integrity, but also through think tank work that promotes the enlargement agenda, and try to create a shared space for values within and outside the transatlantic space. I think today's conversations and tomorrow's conversations will deliver what I've just mentioned, a lighthouse for the current year and the challenges ahead, and I hope we will all navigate them better because of the Bucharest Forum. Thank you all so much for being here.
Insightful introductory remarks. We are happy that Clara will join us in the afternoon as a moderator as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce on stage for a keynote speech of the opening of the Bucharest Forum, Mr. Mircea Joană, the former NATO Deputy Secretary General and founding president of the Aspen Institute, Romania. Thank you, Mr. Joană, for being with us.
Okay, good morning. Good to be back. Thank you, Mirela. Thank you, Clara, Alessio, dear friends. This is an event that has been putting not only Romania, but all the adjacent regions around our country on stage, encouraging a conversation about how we can really shape our future. Unless you're right, we have to think of our founding fathers. We have to think of our values, Clara. And we have to also think of the Aspen idea, which is, in fact, an idea which was launched in 1949 when the Aspen Institute US was founded, exactly the year when NATO was founded, at the end of the Second World War, when a Goethe bicentennial meeting in the almost deserted small mining town of Aspen, Colorado, thinkers, philosophers, business leaders, diplomats, politicians met to try to think, how can I avoid in the future the horror of war, the tragedy of war, the desperation of war. And I think after 75 years that we celebrated in NATO just a few months back, we are back to the same conversation. How can we make sure that the transition from the current world order to the new one in the making will happen with stiff competition, but avoiding war and destruction? And here in Bucharest, with many of you coming from this beautiful country of Romania, but also from all walks of life and all geographies, that's in fact what we're doing today and tomorrow in Bucharest. We are thinking how to shape the future without going back into the desperation, destruction, and misery of war. There is life after NATO. That's good. Jens Stoltenberg, my dear friend, is the new president of the Munich Security Conference, the Munich Sicherheitskonferenz. So there is life after NATO. I don't know what would be my life after NATO. We'll see in a few weeks. I'm also very happy to see Jakub Landowski, the former Czech ambassador to NATO, a dear friend, a sophisticated Václav Havel type. And I'm so happy that you're chairing now Aspen Central Europe. And also, of course, Elliot, my dear friend, you are the inception of all our institutes. You pay attention when I speak. Elliot, please. That's you. He's the guy who started all this. And I want to thank Aspen US, of course, Aspen Kiev, our heroic friends from Aspen Kiev. When the war started, 2 years and something back, the first refuge for our friends from Aspen Kiev was here in Bucharest. And I'm so proud of my friends and colleagues in the Aspen Institute for being such a wonderful team. Let's also welcome here, for the first time, the Aspen India Ananta Center. That's a very sophisticated operation you're running in such an immensely important country like India. So in a way, we are sending a signal towards our democratic friends all over the world. And also I want to thank, of course, all the other Aspen institutes. And I also want to thank Instituto Empresa from Madrid. I visited this wonderful university. They are coming here with a lot of sophistication on how to encourage dual-use technologies. And also all the others, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and all the other partners. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, a few words about where I think we are and where I think we are heading to. You know, great power competition is nothing new under the sun. It has been part of human history ever since we started to organize ourselves in structured ways. And of course, everybody is quoting the Thucydides trap for good reasons, because when you look to the history, similar moments of transition from one hegemon and to one system of organizing societies and world affairs to another one, I think only 3 times or 4 times it happened without war, and I think 13 or 14 or 12 times or something happened through war. And what we are seeing in Ukraine in the last 2 years, it's a very troubling signal that there are revisionistic powers like Russia and others that are tempted to basically bully into the new world order, also using war. And that's more than Ukraine, that has our support and needs our support. And I know that one day they'll be joining us, NATO, in EU, but it's just a glimpse of one of the avenues the world would go into, and I think we should avoid by all means, such a trajectory. And that's why winning or going to a just peace and durable peace in Ukraine is a symptom of the way in which the world new balance of power will be shaped. So other than the natural obligation to help a heroic nation to save its independence and sovereignty and choose freely its own future, and this is Ukraine, the way in which the war in Ukraine would end will be also a symptom, an indication of how the rest of the reorganization of the world would eventually look like. And for Romania and for me, as a long-standing leader in national politics and international affairs, for Romania there's nothing more precious and more stringent and more urgent to have all our neighbors, from Georgia to Ukraine, to Moldova to the Western Balkans, part of our family of democratic free nations. That's the role of Romania, and this is something that Romania will play. I can assure you that irrespective of the presidential elections, this will be the line of this country. And I think I share the view of many of our friends and allies in the EU and in NATO. That's something that Romania needs badly, because being surrounded by friends and hopefully allies, this will be something great for us. There is something else than war that is happening as we speak, and the Republic of Moldova is another symptom of the way in which this sometimes underground, unseen, but violent hybrid warfare in shaping the New World Order is happening as we speak. We have seen in the last few days, and we knew it, Jakub, we knew it for years, that Russia is using a toolbox of what I would call a total hybrid war against the West. The full scale, from espionage and sabotage, from assassination to disinformation, from bribing voters to intimidation, covert operations. There is a massive toolbox that Russia is using every day: cyber, phishing, and of course, putting, if you want, more gas on the fire on real domestic social and political issues in our own countries. Not everything we see in Moldova or in Romania or US or France or the Deputy Prime Minister in Macedonia or the West, in Montenegro, North Macedonia or the Western Balkans is happening just because the Russians provoke it. They basically exacerbate some existing tensions, interethnic, political, racial, social, economic, cultural, and they have a very sophisticated technique to inflate that and create from that destabilization within our societies and democratic societies. And this is where the Aspen Institute and our values come into play, because our values of the good society and dialogue between competing factions of our societies is what we do best. And that's why the role and the mission of the Aspen Institutes around the world, from New Zealand all the way to Japan, and all the way to India, and all the way to Europe and North America, and of course in Latin America, and we hope in Africa, Elliot, is part of the conversation we should have inside our societies, because sometimes we are vulnerable from within, and Russia, China, Iran, and others are just exploiting that thing and putting them to a more delicate level. There is something else that is happening as we speak, and this is new. If competition for world affairs, it's an old game, and we hope to avoid the Thucydides trap this time around. And if, subversive actions are also part of the game, there is something radically new in this new competition for global dominance and for reorganization of world affairs, of our economies and our societies, because that's in fact the real competition. Who would provide to our citizens of the world, a better model of organizing our economies, our social contracts, the trust of our citizens? That's in fact the competition. But something that is radically new is this hyper-turbo activation of technological revolutions, the plural, at the same time. We've never seen that before. We had the first industrial revolution that changed the world in many ways. We know it. The second one, the third one. We now say we are in the fourth, I don't know which one, industrial revolution. No. I chair the innovation in NATO, and I can tell you we are basically half inside the fifth industrial technological revolution. And this is changing so much everything we do, from defense and national security, to the way in which we run a small business, to the way in which we compete for AI and frontier AI, not only generative AI. Biotechnology is mobilizing more resources and venture capital money than IT as we speak. New materials outside of the Mendeleev table are invented as we speak, changing the very essence of our industrial models, of everything we do and everything we share. They're also changing the social contract and the organization of work, and the way in which our employees and us, my generation, the young generation, the generations to come, are coping with such change. And we know that when too much change comes at once, there is always a temptation to withdraw. to get anxious, to get frightened, and to start having extreme reactions and go to the easy populist solutions that in fact are no solutions but are easy to calm down superficially and in a way which is a lie but is a reflex of human nature to try to withdraw and deny a reality that is changing too fast. That's in fact what we are facing today. And I want in this Bucharest Forum with Aspen and GMF to think not only of global affairs and regional affairs, but to think how our democracies can adjust, adapt, and survive this very, very tense issue. Of course, in Western Europe, in America, migration is an issue. There are lots of things that are fueling this fear and anxiety. But in fact, what is happening, the very essence of our economies, of our social contracts, of our democracies are under pressure. And I think, perhaps next year, if we'll have time, probably a place like this could be also not only a place, if it's a big Bucharest Forum, to try to say what an American candidate for presidency says will be a huge event. But in fact, I think we have to go back to the spirit of 1949. And Spinelli and the others who created and invented the European Union, I think we have to start thinking, what do we do our own societies? But if we can find the right solution for us, a balance between security and economy, technology and society, that's the balance we're trying to find. And the pendulum is swirling in all directions. So this is something that is really, really important. And the Bucharest Forum is probably one of the few places when we discuss a combination, an intersection between geopolitics, economics, technology, and democracy and values. That's unique. And that is precious, and that's why I'm so happy to be again at this very prestigious forum. Now, there is also a way in which we have to shape the future of Europe, which is also in the making. The war that Russia started in Ukraine triggered a new reality, a new strategic and political reality in Europe. And I think we have to have the courage to complete the work. When Romania joined NATO, and I was foreign minister at that time, we were speaking at that time with G.W. Bush and others as a Europe whole and free. Europe would not be whole and free until and unless we have Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and the Western Balkans in the family. We have to have the courage to go and make sure that we double down in offering them a better deal than the others. We speak a lot about the Republic of Moldova, and will be a second round, a runoff for presidential elections that will be very intense. The Russians will double down against Maia Sandu. And next year, there will be parliamentary elections in Chisinau, and there will be again a ferocious fight for influence and derailing the Republic of Moldova from its European path, which is now constitutionally, legally binding. But if it's legally binding, they will try to change the politics of this country. And I think for Romania, as a sister nation, as the closest brothers to the Republic of Moldova from this world, I think we have an obligation to make sure that we talk not only to the ones who are convinced about the European future, but for the ones that have questions, the ones who fear Russia, the ones who can be intimidated. And I think we have to do a better job in talking also not to the Romanian-speaking population of the Republic of Moldova, but to the others, because in the end we need a majority of the citizens in Moldova. And of course, Transnistria is there, has not disappeared. And this is something that we have to prepare the ground, that when the time would come, also this anomaly in Europe will be addressed and will disappear. This will be something which is very, very important. When it comes to my country, and I'll stay in English, I was tempted to go into Romanian, has nothing to do with our campaign here, it's just my ambition for this country. I think Romania is probably the most relevant strategic player in this region, and I say this without thinking of the Mediterranean, Turkey or Greece, but for this region, the neighboring countries, thus Romania has a self-evident strategic role. But I think we should try to play a much more assertive, multi-regional role. our country has the ingredients to become a multi-regional power. We are playing a lot in the Black Sea, and we should, because that's complicated. I was yesterday in Constanța, and we have massive plans for energy, windmills, undersea cables connecting to Georgia, finally exploration and exploitation of natural gas, which is massively present in the Black Sea. So we need a lot of economic security in that matter. I know that our Bulgarian friends and neighbors will understand that it's our common interest to go and make the Danube free for navigation and decolmated all year long. We need to play a bigger role in the Western Balkans. Romania is a big, traditional, natural player in this region. We have to play a far more practical role with our friends and helping our friends get into the EU. And the ones who want to be with us, Romania should play a bigger role. Romania should play a much bigger role in Central Europe, which is now under reorganization, so to speak. The Visegrad Group is, in a way, let me be elegant, dysfunctional. That's why I'm so happy to see our friends from Aspen, Central Europe, and our Czech friends, because I believe that will be a very interesting way for this country, which is also Central European, Romania, to be, in a way, occupying its rightful place and try to be a useful, constructive, and loyal partners also to our Central European friends. And also to connect to Georgia and the Caucasus and Central Asia. That's a natural part of Romania's geography. And also encouraging as much as we can from here, the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which is probably the most audacious and finally a little bit more funded project that will make sure that we also going into this connection through Greece and Bulgaria and Romania. And of course we have to encourage in the new European Commission, the new European Parliament, for the EU to rediscover the fact that we need infrastructures in this region. Corridor number 9, which is connecting Greece to Bulgaria, Romania, Odessa, Chișinău, Lviv, all the way to Scandinavia, has been abandoned. It has to be revived. When I was in NATO together with Adina Vălean, the former transport commissioner, also a Romanian leader and a dear friend, we received a letter from the governor of Odessa and the governor of Cernăuți in Romanian, in Ukraine, saying that they need European rail to connect Odessa to Chișinău, to Iași in Romania, and from Lviv to Cernăuți to Suceava, also in Romania. These are projects that we need also to encourage. And speaking of some things that I've done when I was foreign minister of this country, that's a lot of too much unfinished business for Romania. It's not fair for Romania not to be a full part of the Schengen area. This is not okay. And I urge our Austrian neighbors historically to reconsider this. This is not okay. Romania has abandoned for too many long years its road towards the Eurozone. We have to decide when it fits us. But if 10 years ago or more, Romania was fulfilling 4 out of the 5 Maastricht criteria, now we fulfill none. That's not okay. We need fiscal rectitude, we need low inflation, we need cheap credits, we need purchasing power for our citizens. We have to restart our road towards the heart of Europe. I remember as a foreign minister, I started the road towards becoming a member of the OECD, Romania. After 20 years, we are not yet there. We are not there. That's not okay. This is not okay. And that's a Romanian problem, not the outside world problem. Because the governance is weak and because we have so much dysfunction and discontinuity in big national projects. I want Romania to join the Weimar Triangle. That's the place, together with Germany, Poland, France, and Romania, that's a natural equilibrium between Northern, Western, Southern, and Eastern Europe. I want our partnerships, strategic partnerships with Italy, with Spain, with France, with America, with all the others, with Turkey, with Turkey, with Greece, with all the others, Azerbaijan. The new one we started with Japan. The old one that we had with South Korea to be put up to a new era talking about technology and innovation and university exchanges and investments. This is the kind of ambition I think Romania should have. And speaking of NATO, because we were at the heart of the discussion about enlargement in NATO in 2008 when we hosted the summit in Bucharest. If everything goes right, I will propose to my friends in Europe, in NATO, that in 2030 Romania hosts again a NATO summit and think again of the strategic concept of our alliance for the decade to come. Romania is a big country, it's an important country, but we are not the only player. We have to work with many, many others. So I hope that this Bucharest Forum will be looking into this multidimensional conversation about where we are going. Romania will always be in favor of peace, of cooperation, of democracy, of rule of law. And I have, probably because I also lived half of my life in the darkness of communism, I have to say something that will always be dear to my heart and to our hearts in this room. Freedom, democracy, and rule of law. Others will try to tell us that authoritarian regimes are more efficient than democracies. Superficially, yes. They can mobilize resources in a far more vertical and sometimes more disciplined way than democracies. But in the end, I believe that human nature loves freedom and abhors subjugation and slavery. And this meeting, Bucharest Forum, is a meeting of the free people, thinking free, thinking differently, but thinking together of a world that will avoid war, that will have stiff competition, but also intense cooperation on global issues like climate change, like healthcare issues, by having some form of norms in the realm of technologies that are not regulated at all internationally, about not only exploration, but also colonization of space, will become in the near future a multiplanetary species. These are fundamental changes that we need to address in fora like this. So my dear friends from the Aspen Institute and my dear friends from GMF and dear friends from all over, from the Aspen family, you have in me always a friend, and I promise you that next year I'll be back, and next time will be huge. Thank you so very much. God bless. Succes mult!
Bucharest Forum is and has become throughout the past 13 years. For the next panel session, we will just need a short technical break in order to prepare the setup. Before inviting you to only stick to a 5 minutes technical break, I would like to announce that the next panel is going to discuss emerging tech's role in shaping democracy, with the support of our partners at the Impresa in Madrid that Mr. Joanna mentioned earlier, and I'm pleased that Alex Roche, the moderator, is already with us in the green room. So everyone, thank you for joining us once more, and please be ready in 5 minutes to continue the discussions at the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. Thank you, everyone. for the next panel. So please, everyone, gather inside for the next panel session that is just about to start in 30 seconds. All right, so without further ado, I'm pleased to announce the next panel session, the first panel session of this year's edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, titled Emerging Tech's Role in Shaping Democracy, is going to be held right now in the Summit Conference Room, and is going to be moderated by Alex Roche, Associate Director of the Center for the Governance of Change at the Instituto Empresa University in Madrid. Thank you, Alex, for being with us. I'll let Alex introduce his guests.
Thank you, Mirela. Please come on stage. I think I need to sit here, but... Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Roche. I'm the Associate Director of the Center for the Governance of Change at a university in Madrid. We are an applied research and educational institution that studies the impact of technology on society. And it is my great pleasure and an honor to be here today with this wonderful panel. I'm going to briefly introduce each of the panelists. We have Axel Dochet here with us, founder and CEO of Make.org. Matthias Daub, founder of Societech. Minea Crasiun, managing director of Endeavor Romania, all the way at the end. Julie Majerczak, EU representative of Reporters Without Borders. And Darie Catalui, advisor of the European Agency for Cybersecurity and an Aspen Fellow. I'm going to briefly introduce the topic of our panel today, which is going to be focused on the impact of technology on democracy. The world is witnessing a rise in polarization, illiberalism and nationalism, and a decline in trust in institutions. Dissatisfaction with democracy is unfortunately at an all-time high. Several factors contribute to this democratic backsliding, but many experts blame technology, citing engagement optimization, fueling conflict, or the rapid spread of dis and misinformation. However, if deployed appropriately, technology can be part of the solution. AI and other emerging technologies hold the promise of strengthening democratic processes by enabling effective participation, deliberation, collaboration. And promoting this solution is exactly the goal of one of our main flagship initiatives at our center, AI for Democracy, a global research and outreach initiative that we have in partnership with Microsoft, Microsoft was going to be represented today at the panel, but unfortunately, the person who was going to come had a last-minute medical issue. So, as trust in institutions continues to decline, the future of democracy hinges on effectively utilizing the powerful possibilities provided by technology. So, in this panel, we will explore how democratic countries and societies today can foster technological solutions that help defend our countries against malicious acts and enhance governance mechanisms. Without further ado, I'd like to give each of the panelists the opportunity to provide some opening initial remarks to talk about the work that you're focusing on right now and frame your position on the issue today. So we'll start with you, Axel, please.
Thank you, Alex. Nice to see all of you. I would like to start with a kind of a focus on what I consider to be the main risk. And after a while, maybe we'll talk about the opportunities. But the risk is very high. Our democracies has already been very strongly weakened by the social network impact and the bubble of information that you know. But we are definitely, with AI, arriving to a new step of risk. The first one is what we call information weaponization, which is the fact that now definitely the information war, as has been said before, is a war by itself. A war by itself where the soldiers are the citizens themselves. And definitely there is a risk in every election to be totally delegitimized by the use of external nation against each of those. So I'm sure you know what occurred in Slovakia last November, where only one single deepfake, one day before the elections, was basically changing the results of the election. And that is a huge risk, because if we attack the legitimacy of the results of an election, and you know that's the national sports in many countries now, if you attack this legitimacy, everything falls down, and democracy falls down, the public action which results fall down. So it's something very dangerous. So on our side, with some academics and some partners, including RSF, we built what we call the democratic shield, which is a way to protect at any cost and by any means the election from international attack. And we did it for the European election, and some of the recommendations were set up at this time. And as you know, the von der Leyen president decided as a priority of her mandate to establish the democratic shield within Europe. And I think that's a level of ambition that everybody should have. The second risk behind is much more an underlying risk, is the fact that you have AI will be used everywhere in the running of states and in the running of democracy itself. And today, AI is full of bias. Bias of opinion, bias of representation, bias on any side. And for the moment, nobody cares, because it's so powerful that the power you can get is stronger than anything else. However, it's a risk in the long term. So on that side, we developed a research program of 50 researchers for 2 years, which is called Democratic Commons. And the goal of these programs is with researchers to redefine the democratic principles applying to the AI. And second of all, to correct some open source LLM, to provide to any country LLMs which can be used for democratic purpose without containing the bias, and so allowing a kind of a neutral use of AI into the democracy. And the very last risk is a very long-term one, this one, as I'm very afraid I have no solution against it, that what is very challenged today is what we can call the effective free will. Okay, the people will vote. Let's say the people are voting, engaged, and so on, but because of the confusion, because of the delegitimation of media, because of overall the fog in which we all are, can we say how long we will be able to vote in our own conscience? And that concept of effective free will is the one that we need to take care and start to look at it, because in the long run, that could undermine democracy.
Thank you. Thank you, Axel, for discussing some of the risks, but also some of the potential solutions. Matthias, please.
Thank you, and good morning. Over the last 2 years, I started 3 companies, one in Germany, one in Romania, and one in Moldova. Can I get a show of hands from the panel and the audience who believed that I got the best customer service in Germany? As a citizen of Germany, I'm quite disappointed. Well, okay, just one vote. Romania. Some more hands. Moldova. Romania and Moldova seem to be doing quite well. So look, the truth is that it took me 4 months in Germany to start the company. It took me about 2 to 3 weeks in Romania, and it took me an hour and a half to get going in Moldova. I got the same result. I got a limited liability company, pretty much same thing, but very, very different customer service. Now, why I'm saying this here? Because I want to take the perspective of the government as a service provider to citizens and companies. And we see, and tech team, if I could have my slide, please. I brought you a recent study that is from the German-speaking region, but it's very similar across the world, where on the top part you see that the expectation that interactions with government are expected to be as efficient as with private sector companies. And the lower part of the chart basically says what is the reality. And you can see very high expectations against very low performance. And the interesting piece is, and not all studies do this, but it underlines what you said at the beginning, Alex, that there is trust eroding, but there's also on the other hand side, if you look at the 80% of people who are being served well by the government, by the state, see their lives simplified and trust is growing. So my hypothesis is that well-performing governments who take care of the needs of their citizens, of companies, of organizations, have the opportunity to massively grow trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and also for sharing some data. My center actually published a study this week called European Tech Insights. We do a survey of European citizens every year to gather their attitudes on technology. And similar to what you're referring to, just want to share a quick stat. Over 70% of Europeans support AI for traffic optimization or for helping job seekers. However, most people draw the line at AI handling sensitive tasks like determining welfare eligibility or making payroll decisions. So maybe that's something that we can cover later on during the panel. So I want to give the opportunity now to Daria, please, to share your opening remarks.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in this panel since the topic is at the core of who I am as a person and who I am as a professional. So I am a cyber educator. So if I say that I build human firewalls, do you understand the concept of human firewall? Maybe nodding here. Yeah. A human firewall is based on trust and it's based on cyber education. And we talk a lot about human firewalls in European policy, in companies, and I think we should talk more about human firewalls in the society overall. Because cyber education is, for me, it should be built, of course, in public-private partnership, and all the players have a say in it. And if I go to topics like Gen AI, or if I go to the governance or to election, I think, again, that a cyber-educated human firewall makes a difference. And I will tell you, let's say, a storytelling of my own path. I started working with EU institutions about 15 years ago after having a lot of training and building the human firewall in Romania. And now, like, if I see a society which has a very well-built human firewall, then I will say that in the European Union, also according to statistics, but also according to my, let's say, personal observation, is like Finland. They have the highest, let's say, preparation of digital skills and cyber education. And if I look back to Romania, it's also in a very good state, but it's geographically different. If I go to Germany, if I look there is also geography, human firewalls are like different. Some people know cyber education if that kind of state, let's say Bavaria, invested in that, some others not. And if I look at Brussels, what they are doing in cyber education with agencies like ENISA or like the portfolio of the European Commission, there is a very interesting concept. That is the cyber citizen concept. And we invested quite a lot of, let's say, funds in building up this cyber citizen and what it is. Basically, for you right now, it's about cyber education and building a human firewall. So I will leave it with you, and hopefully we can build together this human firewall for societies in Europe.
Thank you, Daria. I love the concept, and I think we should all strive to be human firewalls. Julie, please.
Yes. So I work for Reporters Without Borders, as you said, and Reporters Without Borders is an NGO dedicated to defending press freedom and the right to information. And AI has a huge impact on the information space. It has fundamentally changed how people consume information, and it is deeply transforming how the media industry work. From social network to search engines, AI already plays a major role in disseminating information, and now with generative AI, it's becoming a major player in the production of information, but still with very little accountability. So what I want to say that technological innovation doesn't automatically mean progress. Deepfakes are now widely used to impersonate journalists and even candidates during election, sometimes reaching millions of voters, and this poses a major threat to democratic processes, spreading false information and eroding trust. And chatbots make mistakes. For example, during the 2023 Swiss and German election, Microsoft Copilot was found to make mistakes in 30% of cases when answering factual election-related questions. So, for RSF, the question is how democracies can put technologies at the service of the general interest, and how we can prevent technological abuses and certain players from destroying democracy. And when I talk about abuses, I mean all AI systems, from recommendation algorithm to generative AI. So this doesn't mean that we are neglecting positive transformation of the media industry, but we are calling for cautious, ethical, and reasonable development. At RSF, one of our key initiatives is the Paris Charter on AI and Journalism. It's an ethical framework designed to protect the integrity of news and information. It was signed in November 2023, and it outlines 10 guiding principles, things like ensuring factual evidence, early distinguishing between real and authentic content, maintaining editorial independence, and human responsibility. But tackling the challenge of AI is not a task for the media alone. The problem is that current regulations don't favor ethical innovation. Take social media, for example. There are already alternative platforms, but they don't get significant market share because in the race for attention, platforms that prioritize extreme and polarizing content always win. And it's the same problem for other AI technology. For example, there are solutions for marketing authentic content in a machine-readable way, helping us distinguish real content from deepfakes. But social media don't deploy this solution because they have no incentive to do so. So we don't just need ethical alternative, we need democratic rules to ensure that technology innovation truly serve democracy and human rights, and guarantee that ethical technologies do not suffer from unfair competition.
Thank you, Julie, for stressing how important it is to align technology in its design and its deployment with the best interest of humankind. Minea, please.
Thank you. It's difficult to put another wagon to a train that is loaded with so many important facts and themes and reflection items. But let me try to give a bit of a perspective from the position of an entity, of a global entity, which is present in 43 countries, Endeavor, which is supporting entrepreneurs grow, and which is at the forefront of technology these days. 80% of the entrepreneurs that we work with and that scale regionally and globally are in technology. So we see and we have a first-hand access to people who are really trying to change the world, and especially coming from places that are generally called emerging markets. What we see is that technology is indeed able to change lives, and of course, if the discourse in Europe is more about let's be careful in what kind of technological progress are we supporting, let's make sure that that progress gets the attention and the exposure that it is required. In places like Africa or let's say Latin America, the question is, okay, technology and AI provides more access and more inclusion in the sense that it allows information to be disseminated faster. It allows people to take decisions in a right way, and we see that the general trends of technology these days carry more, good potential than harm. What we do actually to support this trend is to engage with entrepreneurs that are really driving economic impact. And by economic impact, we mean always things that make the societies more inclusive, more diverse, and give access to more people to economic benefits. This means more jobs. This means better access to fundamental goods or services that society provides, and generally gives more agency to people to decide what to do with their lives. Our work in this respect is very much shaped by the dichotomy between good innovation and bad innovation. But what we see is generally the entrepreneurs tend to solve problems that also the public sector identifies as issue: disinformation, deep fakes, cybersecurity, inclusiveness. These are also important themes for entrepreneurs. And I'm here to tell you that technology is a partner in driving these themes forward and driving them to towards a society which is more transparent, more diverse, more cohesive, and more democratic.
Thank you, Minea, for highlighting how entrepreneurs can help democracies and highlight their transformative potential. And now I want to get a little bit more in depth into some of the things you all said. So I'm going to ask each of you a follow-up question. Axel, you talked in your opening remarks about AI, which is of course the main technology that we're talking about nowadays, and the challenges it poses to societies. But are there also reasons to be hopeful? What reasons do you find to be hopeful about AI?
So the answer is yes. Now, there is the good reason does not offset the risk. But if we succeed getting some control on the risk, there is a very good opportunities. I'm not talking about the usage of AI as a productivity tool. Everybody knows it. It will be everywhere. I'm looking about how AI is changing the intermediation with citizens. And I gave you two examples of a very thing that can change radically the future of democracy. The first one is decomplexification. For the past 20 years, or I could say 50 years, we all feel that we are living in a world more and more complex, more and more interconnected, where we lose more and more control. And AI is an absolute incredibly powerful tool to decomplexify the world and put the complexity at the level of every citizen. I'll give you one example. It's a platform that we developed at make.org for national assemblies, where we are just capturing everything which is said in the national assemblies, from committee discussion and report, from plenary discussion, from project of laws, amendment, final text. And we have an AI working exclusively on those. And so instead of, when you go to the Assembly website, instead of just getting access to a video stream of 15 hours where nobody can understand anything, you just arrive in a place, what did they talk for the past 10 minutes? Did they talk about glyphosate? Who is for, who is against? Is the law corresponding to the committee report? What was the contribution of the amendments? And then in 5 minutes, whatever be your level of knowledge and level of language, you are able to understand what's going on. That's a full change in the relation between the institutional system and the citizen. Second example, the coaching of citizens to give the maximum of their contribution. When you ask a question to a citizen, he doesn't know. Maybe he has a small idea. If you were somebody beside you, you can say, oh, you mean that or that? But what's behind? Do you know that if you do that, the consequence will be that? And then you can use AI at a very large scale to maximize its contribution to a debate. Those two benefits could radically change the relation between institutions and citizens in the coming years if we succeed mastering the risk. And at the end, I will come back to the research program I mentioned before. This research program that, by the way, Aspen is a partner of, its goal is to build AI assets which are compatible with democracy. Because of the complexity, we does it only on two contexts. French context, French language, French socio-political context, and English language, US socio-political context. Because a bias of opinion is different in every country. And so we are now setting a global framework of research where every country with its own universities, social political universities and technological policy can join this framework and build their corrected LLM, corrected AI, which is consistent with its own linguistic and socio-political context. So everywhere in the room, if you are interested to work on your country specificities on that, that's an absolute need. Every country, for its democratic sovereignty, needs to have access to open source LLM, which are not contributing bias as seen by their own context. So there is many reasons to control and to leverage AI into the future of democracy.
Thank you, Axel. It makes me feel more hopeful after listening to your examples. And democracy is very complex, as you said, it's messy. So I think we would all appreciate if AI makes it less complex for us. Matthias, you have great long experience and deep experience on helping governments digitalize. You were a partner at McKinsey. You have your own company right now which does that. So what are some concrete examples from your experience where digitalization made a difference in the public sector?
Yeah, thank you. Very happy to talk about that. And I think it's based on the belief that, as Alex said, we have this complex world, and many a times we're asking for more people to deal with it, or we're asking for more money to deal with it. But as we all know, these are not endless. I think our creativity and the ways how we can deploy technology, we still have limitless opportunities. And I believe that governments should not be behind in applying technology, but they should be early adapters and try it out, not in a sense of opening all floodgates, but really in a controlled way and to start to learn and interact with it. And then there needs to be a measurable performance improvement. And if I can have the one slide that I brought, I wanted to show you that it actually can be done and governments can massively improve their performance. If the tech team could show the examples that I brought. Okay. I just need to turn around more. So I want to leave you with the message that it actually can be done. We're working with one state in Germany, and Germany has a very bureaucratic process of giving out permits for wind farms. It takes about 2 years. It can also take up to 7 years to get the permit. And we're building a platform that moves this entire process into a digital world and allows direct collaboration between all participants, be it the government entities, be it citizens, be it energy companies. And what we see is that that time gets slashed by at least 50%, leading to direct impact, of course, on the costs to everybody, but also on CO2 emissions. So it's having a direct impact on quality of life, of sustainability, of cost, of attractiveness to investors. And this is actually being supported by an AI assistant that does verification of documents that would used to take almost a day for a public servant to complete, and that time has now been brought down to 30 minutes through this AI assistant. So I believe that these type of examples, on the other hand, you see a citizen-based example where it's now finally possible in Germany when you move to change your address online, no more waiting, and instead of 2.5 hours to complete the entire process, it's down by 30 minutes. And my ambition is to bring more of these cases into life so that we grow the share of citizens and of companies who appreciate the interaction with governments and help to, on this front, to grow trust into democracies.
Thank you, Matthias. I was feeling hopeful after hearing Axel. Now I'm feeling even more hopeful. But let me get back now to the risks posed by AI, Daria. So considering these risks, deep fakes, etc., what should be done to enhance cyber education?
Yes, so by now I introduced the concept of cyber education, which I believe that we should do much better in the European Union as a whole. And I also introduced the human firewall part. And in order to tackle the deepfake question, I will just share from my experience that I'm part of election committees, European elections, and just being there and helping, supporting citizens to vote, for example. And I do see that the last years, we have different countries that go mobile voting. They go digital voting. You can vote from anywhere you want in some countries. Very good for me as a citizen to have access. However, I also see that those countries put a lot of effort in helping citizens to understand what a deepfake is and how to do that in practical terms. Well, it's about knowing what an AI can do, and it's about experimenting a tool that uses it, it's enabled by the AI, to understand how a deepfake looks and to identify it. It's very important to know how to identify. And if you don't use any kind of tool which is enabled by AI, then you don't know how good deepfakes can be. Voice, images, or you name it. And today they are at a certain level, but tomorrow they will improve the maturity. So with this, I want to say that when I speak about AI, for me it's an attribute. Any tools can have an AI enabled. Any tool can be an AI enabled tool. So this attribute is about having data accuracy, data that you put in that system, and it was touched upon, and then some kind of, you use the AI to know what it is capable of. And when I have citizens coming and voting in digital ways, or let's say with the card or with mobiles, or even if they go to the section, then I would like them to know that there are also some disinformation campaign going on, and to differentiate what's true and what's a fiction. So that's quite very important. And I go back, this is an investment in cyber education overall. And I really like those examples when I see that an election, it's also, in a way, it has some kind of cyber education in parallel going on with it. So I like those kind of examples. So to your point, deepfakes, I think we have to know exactly what deepfakes looks like in order to know how to identify them and be aware of the risk there. Yeah.
Thank you, Daria, for covering this problematic topic of deepfakes. And there's another problematic topic which has to do with disinformation and misinformation, and how AI may turbocharge the spread of this fake news. So Julie, what key elements would you consider when we think about how to regulate AI, so we do it in a way that protects the right to information?
Yes, so as I said, we think that regulatory action is needed because, yes, media literacy, fact-checking skills are very important, but at the end of the day, it's like asking someone who buys medicine at a pharmacy to investigate the provenance and the safety of drugs. So I think it's also, it's too easy to shift this responsibility to individual user. We have also to give less power to the platforms and to regulate a lot more what they can do and what they are doing for us without us knowing exactly what's going on. Because today, half of the world population spent 2.5 hours daily on social media, mostly consuming content recommended by AI. So platforms have a significant discretionary power to shape the flow of information. For example, in 2016, during the US presidential election, YouTube algorithm was 6 times more likely to recommend videos that favor Trump over Hillary Clinton. And platforms have also the power to reduce the visibility of journalistic news content. Since 2018, Facebook has cut the reach of news websites by 4 times. And between the end of 2022 and the end of 2023, Facebook and X reduced the visibility of journalistic news websites on their platform by 48% and 27% respectively. Can we leave this power in the hand of this platform when information is a public good? So we have a few ideas at RSF, and we are advocating. So the first one can be summarized in one sentence. We believe that large online platform and search engine should be required to amplify reliable sources of news. But we don't want to let them decide what is reliable sources of news. That decision should be based on independent standard, and one such standard is the Journalism Trust Initiative that was initiated by RSF. It's a self-regulation norm followed by more than 2,000 outlets worldwide, which guarantee their independence and trustworthiness. Do I have a little bit more time to talk about deepfakes? So deepfakes. In just 1 year after generative AI tools become publicly available, the volume of image created by AI surpasses the total number of photos taken in the first 150 years of photography. That's huge.
Creative.
Sorry?
Creative, saying like, please generate an AI fake, yeah, because they play with it.
So that's this surge in realistic synthetic content poses a dual threat. First, it misleads public opinion by fabricating facts and events, and it also erodes public trust in media. The DSA already, so the Digital Services Act, which regulates platforms at EU level, requires for platforms to label manipulated content like deepfakes, but platforms still largely failing to do so. One example, Meta has a team of 100 fact-checker tasks with identifying deepfakes for a platform counting 3 billion regular users. So that makes one moderator for 30 million users. Clearly, this is not adequate. We at RSF, we are advocating for one thing is holding AI providers accountable for unsafe products they put on the market. And IE providers should be required to prevent the generation of harmful and non-consensual deepfakes, because everyone has a right to image privacy and should not have their appearance stolen.
Thank you, Julie, for highlighting the responsibility of platforms and also the contributions from civil society organizations like yours. Minea, to finish, interventions from the panel on a hopeful note again, getting back to hope. Could you share some concrete examples of companies that Endeavor supports, which are harnessing tech to reinforce democratic values?
Yes, and frankly, these are all very valid points, but I cannot help, noticing that maybe, and this is a serious discussion, we put too much the harmful potential of AI and technology in front of the good things that can be done. Because for all intents and purposes, all these things, as serious as they are, I would say they are rather exceptions to the ways in which you use technology. Of course, exceptions that are badly used and badly pushed towards users. But I also am a big supporter of free will and freedom of speech and freedom of decision. So we need to be careful in the discussion about regulating, maybe even before these technologies show their potential, what they can do. Because, and going back to your question, we are working with a number of entrepreneurs, some of them from Eastern Europe, who are building instruments to exactly do this counterfactual verification and deepfake. One of these companies is 11 Labs, which sits in the category of companies that are competing with Google and the rest of the behemoths in this space. And it's a company which has been started in Poland, and it's a company who grows very fast and who is able to identify by using voices which are the fakes and which are the real ones. Another company that I'm thinking for cybersecurity is a US company based in Atlanta called OneTrust, which is basically putting in front of the corporates a layer of walls that are protecting information, that are also checking what kind of information goes through or not. Closer to us, also in Poland, there's a company called Silent 8, who's doing ethical AI, in the sense that they are putting in front of corporates basically all the tools by which they can make sure that the information that they process and the information that they get out of it is extremely accurate and is always certified. We've had discussions with fellow Aspen colleagues in Romania about dual-use type of companies in Romania who are at the border between, defense or civilian use. And again, this is an example of the fact that in the technology realm, of course, there is quite a lot of trial and error at this point in time, and everybody gets hyped in this discussion about what AI can do. And we need to also take into account the governments have a deeper problem. AI is going to replace certain skills, and those certain skills are obviously, governments should look at those instrument by, okay, you adopt something, but you create another problem elsewhere, because, replacing jobs is not something that obviously governments are concerned about. But access to information, because that was basically the most discussed about topic, I think is still in the phase in which we need to put in front of the people and in the hands of the people the technology necessary for them to decide what is the good information and what is the bad information, and also put in front of them, in their hands, the instrument that they can use by themselves to check whether this is accurate or not, because ultimately it's going to be an individual decision. And as much as I love Julie's insights into what this proportion is between the users and the checkers, which is, I think it's horrendous, if you ask me. I think also the potential of using technology to increase this ratio with AI, maybe, and do a better job at moderating content on social media, I think it's one of the ways forward. You can't simply hire another 10 million people to do these things in order to increase the proportion. You need to put in front of them productivity tools, and those productivity tools use AI. So we are in a bit of a kind of trap here. We use technology to regulate technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Minea, for sharing some promising examples, and thank you to all the panelists. I found the conversation very, very diverse. I enjoyed it very much. I hope you all did too, and please join me in giving the panelists a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and thanking the panelists of our first session at the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2024. I am pleased to announce that for the next few moments we will be hosting a series of spotlight conversations in a very dynamic format with very short conversations on, I'd say, the hottest topics right now on the international agenda, discussing first of all what happens in Moldova at a turning point, conversation moderated by Ms. Cristina Cileacu, journalist at Digi24. Next, we will move to a discussion focused on the conflicts in the Middle East, and afterwards we will end with an optimistic approach in a spotlight conversation focused on leadership and transatlantic perspectives. First of all, I'm pleased to introduce on stage Ms. Cristina Cileacu of Digi24. Thank you, Cristina.
Thank you so much. Because we don't have a lot of time, I would like to invite my guest today, Mrs. Natalia Gavrilița. She's a member of Supervisory Board to National Bank of Moldova, and also, I have to tell everyone who doesn't know, a former Prime Minister. Welcome, and let's sit down. Moldova, as we all know, is in trouble right now, and not only right now. Quickly, please tell us, why is so difficult everything in your country?
I think we would need more than 10 minutes for that.
For sure, but
Thank
still,
you for the introduction.
Let's do our best.
So let's first talk about what happened on Sunday. We had the referendum, a constitutional referendum, which asked people whether they want to include European integration in the constitution. The referendum won narrowly by 50.5%, and this was very surprising to a lot of people because polls showed a much higher support for European integration than what this referendum showed. Several points I want to make on this referendum. One, a win is a win. We have a democratic process, we had a very high participation, and we have 50 plus that say the constitution should be changed. Remember, they didn't ask questions like in the polls, whether they are pro-European or not, or whether they feel pro-European. They were asked whether they agree to change the constitution. A win is a win. This is the most legitimate amendment of the constitution we've ever had in the history of Moldova. None of the amendments that have been integrated into the constitution until now, and the constitution itself, have not gone through a referendum. So we have the will of the people. Second, the referendum happened with massive interference by Russia. Through the oligarchs in Moldova, who have stolen 12% of GDP in 2014, 1 billion euros, and are using the money that they've stole from the people to use this against the people themselves. Of course, we have to ask, what have we done to reform the institutions so that they could punish such people? What have we done to counter these phenomena? And this discussion is going on in Moldova. And again, I have to remind everybody that this is not happening in isolation, it's happening in a context. And we have 4 years of government during a very complicated time when we had a profound stagflation. Inflation in Moldova reached 35% in 2022. People are living in difficult economic situations, and they live with uncertainty. So, of course, this makes them more vulnerable to this interference by the Russian Federation. And we shouldn't discount the sort of pushback against the government. At the same time, we should all insist that a democratic process is a democratic process without foreign interference.
I have to ask you also a thing, because the polls for the referendum created high expectations. We are supposed to have at least 60% of the people of Moldova voting pro-European choice and pro-changing the constitution. The result, as you say, is a win, but then again, created a lot of disappointment at the level of the rest of the supporters of Moldova that are not Moldavian citizens. How do you win them back? Because even in Romania, we can hear ideas like they are Russians, first of all. Second of all, they don't want to be with European Union. Third of all, who needs another problem inside European Union?
So, look, first of all, in the next period, we will be having serious discussions about the orders of magnitude of this interference. We knew beforehand that this interference is going on. I mean, many of you probably saw the BBC report. A BBC reporter, without any preparation, just observing the elections, was able to film a person who was looking for the payment after exercising the vote. And you can tell from the video that these are the most dissolute members of the society, the most vulnerable. They have been reached in the first place by luring them into these discount stores that were created by the Shore network. So we saw that the government talked about first 130,000 people being reached. Sociologists now are talking about more than 200,000 people being reached by these illegal financing schemes and voter bribing. So now let's make the calculations and then see how much impact that would have on these 60% that the polls showed. So in fact, I want to push back and say the Moldovan people, the majority of the Moldovan people are European. The referendum, first of all, in any democratic country, when you have a referendum, you know, people sort of have different reasons why they vote in a certain way. So some people said, yes, we want to, but not now. Some people said, we want to, but not through the change in the Constitution. Other people said, well, actually, what does it mean to change the Constitution? They were just not informed. So again, I would push back that the Moldovan society is not pro-European. It is. And we have a constitutional, valid, legitimate vote. Now, I think we have to address this issue. What is the order of magnitude? Because we also have the second round of parliamentary elections coming up. And everybody has united against the incumbent President Maia Sandu, so it will be a very tough vote, even though she is so much ahead in the first round. But in the second round, it will be a tough vote. It will require massive mobilization of those who believe in democracy to outnumber the fraud. Now, I think we've all known that institutions in Moldova have to be strengthened, and reforms are going on, but we all know that reforms take time, particularly when you are faced with a war, with stagflation, with refugee crisis, with energy diversification. In 1 year, Moldova diversified 100% of its energy dependency on Russia to alternative sources, and I mean here Right Bank Moldova, and this comes at a cost. And yes, this cost is being borne. Yes, there may be an element of rotation of governments, but again, unless we minimize and stop the foreign interference and illegal financing, we will not know what is the legitimate right of the people. So mobilization will be key for the second round, and I want to actually praise our relatives, brothers, sisters, parents, children who live in Romania, for example. We've seen extraordinary mobilization in Romania, and I think that's because these elections and this referendum are so consequential.
We have also to address the elephant in the room. What if Maia Sandu does not win the second round of the presidential elections?
Then we will have a very tough fight in front of us. So we will have a country that has the constitution, the basic law of the country that says the main objective is European integration, and then we will have a president who declares himself pro-European, but has voted no in this referendum. And we have to think that this comes at a time when we have parliamentary elections in 2025, and we can expect the foreign interference and the sort of oligarchic influence not only to double down ahead of the second round, but to triple and quadruple ahead of the parliamentary elections. Remember why for Russia it's so important to exert its influence on the Republic of Moldova. It doesn't have to fire a missile. Think about the costs of a missile versus the cost of this interference that they are doing now, and the equation is actually quite clear. They need to have a regime that is similar to Georgia or even Belarus that would support them in encircling Ukraine and creating a lot of problems for Ukraine, the Black Sea, and the Western Balkans and the EU influence over the security of its borders.
Natalia Gavrilița, thank you so much for this strong view on Moldova. I hope everyone is understanding a little more about your country. And
thank you very much.
Let's give her a warm applause, please. Thank you so much. And if Republic of Moldova is, let's say, clearer now, let's move to the Middle East. Another tough topics, please. I would like to invite now on the stage Kim Dozier, the Global Affairs Analyst at CNN, and Nicola Tenzer, Chairman, Center for Study and Research on Political Decisions. Let's welcome them, please. Thank you. The other one, please. Okay. Middle East, it's not easy. It's complicated. We all know that. Even people living in the Middle East know that. But we see that the wars are spiraling. The conflicts are spiraling. So let's have a brief presentation of your view over the entire situation. Kim, if you like to start first, and then we'll debate.
Sure. Well, it's great to be here. I'm a CNN analyst, but I'm also a working journalist. So rather than give my opinion, I give reporting and analysis. So what we have right now is Israel is increasingly acting despite criticism from the Biden White House, from European allies. Of course, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, actually called for other countries to stop giving Israel aggressive offensive weapons. And yet it seems that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has gauged that with a lame duck president in the White House, and months before he knows, well, only a few weeks before we know who will be the next US president, that he can basically follow through with many of the, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, always had plans on the table, and it feels like right now they're saying yes to all of them. And we see Israel moving to pick off every single Hamas militant, every single Hezbollah leader, including every time I see an analyst go on Al Jazeera or something like that saying, well, the next head of Hezbollah is likely to be this person, then I look at my phone where I'm on I used to be based in Israel, so I'm getting the WhatsApp messages from the IDF, and they're like, that person just got killed. So it is tough to watch because in the United States, criticism of Israel is rare and seen as a function of the far left. But if you go to places in Latin America, Africa, the global south, it looks to them like Israel's attacking the Muslim Arab community with the US support. And that is scary because there's a whole generation, especially across the Muslim world and the Middle East. When I used to be in Iraq and Afghanistan, no one cared about the Palestinian problem. And young people growing up, I covered the peace talks before the Oslo Peace Accords were signed. I've been around for a while. And I watched a whole young generation of Arabs in the Gulf, Iraqis, et cetera, who they didn't care about the Palestinian cause. The aftermath of the horrific attacks of October 7th have changed all of that. I believe that Hamas calculated exactly that. That's why they wear GoPro videos to film themselves committing horrible atrocities. And then some of those GoPro videos were gathered up by Israel on dead fighters, but a lot of the horrific video of what was done was uploaded to Telegram channels. I think Hamas wanted to incense the Israelis. They succeeded. And the Israelis have, while they insist that they're following the rules of war to the rest of the world, it looks like they're flattening Gaza and now parts of Lebanon with impunity. And the aftermath of this is going to be with us for decades and at least a generation to come.
Mr. Tenzer, there is no peace in sight. Everyone is talking about peace in the Middle East, but looks like it's extremely difficult to obtain it. There are a lot of talks. We see the State Department, Antony Blinken, traveling in and out from Israel and around the Middle East, not only in Israel. What is your take on this?
Well, basically, I will have 3 points. As I will explain why we cannot basically right now be confident that any kind of peace will arrive. My first statement is, first of all, basically all the conflict in the Middle East, and especially the conflict between Israel and Palestine, is basically the outcome of our own, and by our I mean the West, unfinished business. Unfinished business on 3 points. First of all, after all the Oslo agreement failed, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, etc., the West considered that basically we can put the conflict under the carpet. And it was completely misleading. But in fact, there was absolutely no support also from the Arabic countries, and especially the Gulf countries, to solve the conflict. And there was a kind of desperation there, saying, well, there will be no peace, but basically there is no chance for this conflict to spiral out. And so basically we can leave it under the carpet. That's the first conflict. The third conflict is basically the questions of basically the stronghold of Iran, on this part of the world. Basically Lebanon, the influence on Hamas, of course in Yemen, in Iraq, the presence alongside the Russian troops, of Iran, in Syria. And basically, that was also an unfinished business for many reasons that we know, because it was at the time the hope just to frame the JCPOA and because of everything that. And so basically, we were not addressing the problem of Iran. And the problem is that Israel is now tackling the problem seriously, a way, of course, I don't like very much, I must say, very clearly. But still, there was this problem. And I remember also for the visit of my president, Emmanuel Macron, to Lebanon after, the blast of the port of Beirut, saying, okay, we have to do with all the parties, including the Hezbollah, which was also completely misleading. And the third conflict is basically Syria. And because of the non-enforcement of the alleged red lines after the chemical attack on Ghouta by President Obama at that time, and the decision not to go and to impose a no-fly zone, you know, in Syria after during the siege and the fall of Aleppo, we didn't solve the problem as well. My second assessment, a little bit blunt, but with a but, is basically that the conflict right now that matter is the all-out war of Russia against Ukraine, not the conflict in the Middle East. This is the vital conflict. This is the conflict that we have to address and to make Russia lose radically for good. That's the point. And after that, maybe we will solve some of the conflict, including the conflict of the Middle East, because the environment will be completely different. But we have as well to tackle the problem, of course, you know, in the Middle East. And we have to engage ourselves, I mean, both the US and the EU, basically, to sit on the table. But the problem is with which partners? Which partners? Because the EU doesn't want to hear about peace. And of course, neither Hezbollah nor Hamas doesn't want as well. And that's the problem. My third point, very quickly, is that basically we have to put a great deal of attention to all the narratives, and especially something that you were saying rightly, which is basically we cannot allow basically to have double standards, and especially on international law. Of course, we have to blame the Hamas for the genocide, and I use the word genocide, committed on October 7th. It was a genocide. Or pogrom, if you prefer, because I mean, it was some remembrance. And we have to address that. And certainly the UN is not addressing this issue very well and has a kind of double standards. But we have also to speak bluntly, loud and clear, about the war crimes committed by Israel. I'm not talking about genocide. Genocide, I think, is misleading in this case. Even if you have some genocidal speech by some far-right leaders, you know, in Israel. But we have to talk about the war crimes very clearly. Otherwise, and that's something that we see in all the social networks. They say, okay, you are talking, like people like me, about Russia, about the crimes of genocide committed by Russia, the crimes against humanity, war crimes, crimes of aggression, but you do not speak about Israel and Palestine. And I think so we have to basically to come back to international law, because in terms of security, international law, especially humanitarian law, matter. Thank you very much.
Well, the international law is not respected for quite some time in the Middle East. We have also to say that, because there are international laws for a lot of issues to be solved in the Middle East. But I want to ask you a different question now, because you were a lot in the field, and I presume you still go in the region, and also you know the region very well. We see that European Union has little to none influence in the Middle East. US is kind of losing the influence in the region. Who do you think will take over with the new view, if there is a new view for the Middle East?
Well, you can see President Macron positioning himself as quite a statesman. We can also see that China and Russia have increased their ties throughout the region, and they're especially what Beijing is doing is increasing the political ties to increase business investment in the region. Whereas power seems to drive Moscow, business drives Beijing, but both are seeking influence. And that is also being taken advantage of by some Gulf states who have gotten tired of feeling like Washington is always calling the tune. But, you know, everything is going to come down to, in terms of who steps in next, how the election goes in Washington, D.C. Because I know some of the Trump administration officials who were in charge last time and will be coming back this time, who were instrumental in bringing about the Abraham Accords, they want to pick up where they last left off. Now, there were also, the Biden administration also thought that the Abraham Accords were an excellent idea because it meant Gulf nations making peace with Israel and business replacing the hostility in the area. But once the war in Gaza broke out, which has been blamed on, you know, a calculated attack by Hamas that was also, everyone knew that the deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia was coming. And once Saudi Arabia, the home of Mecca, said yes to peace with Israel, that would be permissive for other nations in the region. And Hamas made sure that that isn't going to happen. I think the first round of Abraham Accords were able to be passed because people had forgotten about the Palestinian cause, and leaders were able to make these essentially half diplomatic, half business deals because they didn't face massive unrest from their people for doing it. Now they would, and that changes the map. So Israel goes back to being very isolated, and the fight's not done yet. You know, it's still going. We don't know how far they're going to go in Lebanon. Though when you see the video footage of some of the things, and reporters have gone on trips with the Israeli forces, there are about 300 kilometers of tunnels that Hamas built inside Gaza. There are thought to be equal to that or more in the border between Lebanon and Israel because North Korea and Iran are said to have helped Hezbollah build deep tunnels and hide ballistic missiles that could reach any major populated city in Israel. And Israel feels like it's got to destroy all that before it can withdraw forces again. So that's why the White House has trouble criticizing what they're doing, because in the US, if Canada or Mexico were lobbing ballistic missiles against us, we would be doing the same thing. So it's hard to be a hypocrite.
And your view of that, who is going to be, let's say, more powerful in the Middle East to control somehow all this situation, which, by the way, kills a lot of people?
I mean, basically it depends. It depends on what we are doing, and especially the US, because let's speak very clearly, I think that the EU has basically no say, first of all, because the EU is completely divided, you know, on these questions. That's the first point. And I cannot see that there will be, you know, in the next coming years, any kind of agreements between, let's say, France, Spain, Germany, etc. Not possible. So it's basically, I mean, basically the US, and then certainly the US could gather some of the EU states to go along. Otherwise, I mean, if there is nothing done, then we will have, I mean, depending on what Israel is doing, of course, but certainly we will have Russia, you know, reinforcing, you know, in grips in the East through its proxies, basically Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah. Even if Hamas and Hezbollah are basically weakened, basically, they are very strong allies with Russia. And I think that's the first point. Then there will be Iran, and I think Iran has absolutely, is out of the control. Certainly it's wishing to have the bomb, I mean the nuclear weapons. If he has a nuclear weapon, certainly then there could be, of course, a deep strike from Israel, because that's something that Israel cannot allow, certainly. And then I think the events are becoming completely unpredictable. And the third thing is, coming back to my first point, which is basically everything will depend on basically what's the outcome of Russian war of extermination against Ukraine. I mean, is basically what I do hope, if Mrs. Kamala Harris is elected, that I do hope as well, basically, is certainly, I mean, a tough stance of the US, not following basically the Obama-Biden line. And if we defeat Russia, then I think it will have very positive snowball effect on the situation in the Middle East. Because then Iran will be weakened, Syria will be weakened, and we have to solve the problem of Syria, certainly because with 1 million persons killed basically by Assad regime, plus Russia, and actually Russia killed more Syrian civilians than even ISIS did. Just never forget that. I mean, there will be something, and we could do something. And then, I mean, Israel will be committed to end the war, and it will be certainly bad news for Netanyahu, because he wants to keep the power because of the war, and the war is a way for him to keep the power. And then there could be some attempt to break a deal and to find, I mean, honorable persons of both sides, Palestinian side and Israel side, just to break a deal. And that will be certainly good news. But I am not betting on that right now, unfortunately.
Well, I'm afraid there is no good news, at least for the moment, for the Middle East. Thank you so much. Let's thank you to our panelists, and allow me, one journalist to the other, to pass you the torch and to wish you good luck to the next panel.
Christine, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And now I get the honor of inviting our next panelist up. as we reset, I'd like to invite up Elliot Gerson. He's Executive Vice President at the Aspen Institute. And sure. And your wide portfolio includes international partnerships, as well as also the Security Forum. But I'd like to pick up where we left off there about, okay, here in Romania, they've got elections coming up in November. Romanian former minister was explaining to me last night, it's very complicated. One weekend is the first round for the president. The next weekend in November is parliament. The third weekend is the final round for the president. Americans would not show up for 3 rounds of voting. Respect to all Romanians. But our own system in the US is a bit complicated too, because I was shocked to learn that the majority of US elections for president, the Democratic candidate has won the popular vote almost every time, but the Democratic candidate doesn't win the electoral votes. So can you explain to our audience?
Yeah, this is an aspect of American politics that I think many don't appreciate. And it really it resides in our Constitution, and a compromise that was made when our Constitution was created, and it relates to the Electoral College. But Kim, as you said, the last X elections, and I don't know, I can't remember, 4 or 5 or 6, the Democrat has won the popular vote. And one would think in a democracy, whoever gets most votes wins. Not so in the United States. I mean, Hillary Clinton won substantially more votes than Donald Trump. And if you believe the polls now, and who knows what to believe in this, what's going to be an extraordinary close election, the great likelihood is that Kamala Harris will win the popular vote, perhaps by as many as 5 or 6 million votes. Who knows? But that isn't how our president elected. The president is elected by the Electoral College, which is essentially a structure that gives votes to the states based on the popular votes in those states. So that is one reason, for example, if you have American friends, if they live in one of the 7 or 8 states that are very close between the two parties, they are watching a presidential ad on television, every few minutes. Whereas if you live where I live in Washington, D.C., or in the Northeast, anywhere from Virginia to Maine, or the West Coast, or in a state like Illinois or Colorado, you never see any ads because nothing is spent. It almost doesn't matter. So that's why it is very difficult to, even though everyone votes the same time, this election is going to be determined by a very small number of votes in 6 or 7 different states that are the so-called swing states, roughly equally divided between Democrats and Republicans. Everyone knows California, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois will vote overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris, just as everyone knows that Alabama and Wyoming will vote overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. So we're very proud in the United States of our democracy, but we have features of it that are bedeviling and sometimes lead to results that one wouldn't assume are true of a democracy.
I just wanted to explain to the crowd, as I recall, the way it was set up like that is that the founding fathers didn't want the masses to be able to overwhelm individual states' rights. So essentially, you're voting for in your state, and that will determine which electors, how many electors they have of the Republican side versus the Democratic side.
You're absolutely right. And again, don't want to spend too much time on this, but an irony of that is, and it also was very much tied up in slavery, so like so much of our history, and compromises made to get the Constitution affirmed by many states that had slavery. But one of the things that the founding fathers were very afraid of, frankly, being candidly the elite that they were, was populism, was that the masses could perhaps support things that were not in the national interest. So they thought the Electoral College would be a protection against that. And there's a certain irony in that, in fact, it may work to the opposite effect today.
Now, the next question I want to ask you is delicate in that the Aspen Institute is apolitical. Depending on who gets elected, I'm wondering what that means for Europe. When Trump was elected, I remember many people on the Democratic side especially decrying it. But when I spoke to European officials in the middle of the Trump administration, they said, I spoke to Jens Stoltenberg when he was Secretary General of NATO, and he said on the record, Trump actually got countries to pay up who had been pledging to invest 2% of their GDP in defense, and they hadn't, and he scared them. So are we in the media, the mainstream media, making too much of a drama of this? Is there a possibility that whichever administration it is, it's going to continue to have strong ties with Europe and NATO?
Again, you're absolutely right with respect to the pressure that Donald Trump brought, and one of his arguments that had great appeal was, we are paying too much in the United States and you, Europe, aren't doing enough. But beyond that, I don't think the media is making a mistake in pointing out that the outcome of this election could have very serious implications for Europe. It's not any mystery that Trump's attitudes are very much in the traditional America First notion. He has not otherwise said favorable things about NATO and alliances. So I think, again, as objective as I can be in a nonpartisan sense, I think our European friends do have good reason to for concern about America's traditional and close embrace of Europe and shared transatlantic values. But again, Trump is one man, although at times one would think that the way he would govern might be such that one man is all that matters. I think there is still great sentiment, not as much as there is on the Democratic side, but among Republicans in the Senate for the importance of a strong alliance, particularly with NATO. So even if Trump's personal predilections might be a certain way vis-a-vis Mr. Putin or the war in Ukraine or many other issues, there could be countervailing factors that might limit that, but who knows?
Well, let's actually move to the war in Ukraine. For the first year or so of the war, the US put together an impressive coalition through the Ramstein process that has together donated billions of dollars of equipment, aid to the Ukrainian war effort. But now as we approach the third year, the war in Gaza happened and Israel's reaction to that. And I know that in the Arab world and other places, like if you go to parts of Africa, parts of Latin America, to them it looks like the US is supporting Israel to be a bully in Israel. What does that do for the US leadership on Ukraine?
Well, that's a very good question, and one too complicated to spend a lot of time, especially before we're not too long for lunch and other things. But I think that everything is caught up in this presidential election. You know, one can't overestimate the effects of that. And I think until the election is passed, it's going to be very difficult to determine where the United States goes in both of these things. I think that I hope that American support for Ukraine, regardless of what happens, will remain strong. I think the American people and their support for Ukraine will remain strong. I think the American Congress overwhelmingly, but not nearly what it used to be, will remain strong. It depends very much on who is in the White House. Israel and Palestine, I think, is a more nuanced and complicated situation. I think the United States has traditionally and genuinely and deeply been an ally of Israel, but it's perfectly obvious that the relationship between the United States and Israel, or at least between the United States and Netanyahu, in this administration and what would be a Harris administration would be very different from the relationship would it be a Trump administration. The sentiment in the United States, especially in the Democratic Party, is really quite nuanced vis-a-vis Israel and Palestine. And certainly if you look at the sentiment of American younger people, and if you look at polls, overwhelmingly there is, while enormous support for the war originally after the atrocities of October 7th, more and more open questioning about the policies of the Netanyahu administration, his right-wing partners in government, and where this war is going, where it is going with the help of American aid and weapons. And again, I think there is likely to be a difference depending on who is in the White House. Vis-a-vis, there will still be great support for Israel, but in terms of the support, almost unquestioning support for Israel, I think you will see a significant change.
So as a last question, we have an axis forming, it seems. Moscow and China have become closer since the Ukraine war. We've heard reports of China and Moscow both working on disinformation together. Sometimes China will outsource to Russian hackers to hack in the US, for instance. And now the US Defense Secretary has confirmed that North Korea actually has sent troops to Russia, ostensibly to fight in Ukraine. Oh, and then of course, Iran is supplying drones to Russia to use in Ukraine. So we also have Iran and North Korea, Russia, and to some extent China working together. How concerned should Europeans and Americans be about this?
I think extraordinarily concerned. And again, I think we have 2 weeks to wait to see what the election will bring. And one would hope that the concern will remain regardless of the outcome of that election. But one can't be as confident as one might have been before, given former President Trump's relationship with Putin, even with the leader of North Korea, famously recalled. But if you listen to what Trump and his close advisors say about China, you hear a different story. So it's very difficult now to assess, I think, how all of this will play out. But no question, especially now with the confirmation of North Korea's engagement supporting Russia in Ukraine, and now what we've always assumed, and now there is just increasingly, as you've probably seen even today, explicit evidence of active Russian misinformation directed to the American people to support Donald Trump in this election. A recent viral video entirely maliciously and falsely attacking the Democratic vice presidential candidate has now been linked very directly to an individual in Russia who, former American military official, as I remember, but this is all very new developing. But these are ominous concerns. Organized disinformation, misinformation, active interference in elections, and effects on popular opinion are something that the world that we all represent and Western values and the strengths of Western democracies, I think, are seriously threatened by these things and should be one of the most urgent items on a collective agenda. How do we address these campaigns of misinformation and disinformation, particularly in context of countries that value freedom, freedom of opinion, and freedom of the press? But in my view, there is a wealth of difference between the freedom of the press and freedom of an opinion and active government-supported propaganda.
And that is one of the reasons that before I post or retweet, I very carefully read whatever it is and do my homework. So it's one way, I guess, we can all continue to fight for democracy.
Only if all citizens and voters did their homework like you do, Kim.
Before retweeting, exactly. Well, with that, we can also attend things like this to be at democracy's front lines. So I thank you for the conversation.
And I thank you for being here. We are very, very proud of our friends at Aspen, Romania, and what they're doing in support of, and collaboration with so many efforts to bring dialogues like this of great importance, and you play such a critical role. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last time I was here for an Aspen, Romania Bucharest Forum, it was during the pandemic and we were wearing masks. It's great to be here now. So thank you very much.
Actually, let me just mention, you mentioned wearing masks, but one thing that we started at the Aspen Institute in the United States, I was proud to have done this 20 years ago, was create something called the Aspen Ideas Festival, which brings people together in settings like this. I think the most dramatic example of the importance of bringing people together like that, you talk about coming during COVID and wearing masks. Our friends at Aspen Kyiv have continued their tradition of Aspen Ideas Festivals, even when they've had to conduct them in bomb shelters.
Thank you so much, dear Kim and dear Elliot. Speaking of Aspen Institute Kyiv, I think this couldn't have been a better transition for the next two panel sessions. Our partners at the Aspen Institute Kyiv are here with us today, and I'm delighted to invite on stage Denis Poltavets, who is the Director of Program Development at the Aspen Institute Kyiv. Thank you, Denis, for being with us. Denis is going to moderate the next two panel sessions, and I can tell you we managed to shorten a bit the program so that we fit into our agenda and schedule. Thank you all.
My name is Denis Poltavets, and I'm working for the Aspen Institute Kyiv for 8 years now. And today, as you have noticed probably, that war in Ukraine is one of the central points for many of our speakers here. So now we are going to elaborate on this topic. And to do this, I invite for this to join me Simona Cojocaru, State Secretary for Defense Policy Planning and International Relations of Ministry of National Defense in Romania, Andriy Shevchenko, Head of Mission to Ukraine of Ukrainian World Congress, who is based in Kyiv, actually, and Andrei also served as a Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine during the first probably year and a half of full-scale invasion. And also, I'm pleased to see that Ambassador Katarina Maternova, Ambassador of the European Union to Ukraine, also joined us online. Yeah,
hello. Good afternoon.
Nice to meet you, Katarina. And so, basically, as you probably know, that war in Ukraine has started actually in 2014 from the annexation of Crimea by Russian Federation. And there was a long-lasting, let's say, low-scale conflict in the eastern part of the country for almost 8 years. And in 2022, the full-scale invasion has been started by Russian Federation military troops. And since then, Ukraine, with the support of many countries of the world, is defending its territory and its independence. So at this moment, the situation in the front line is quite dynamic, and Russians have some success in certain parts of the front line, but also Ukrainian army initiated the offensive operation within the Russian Federation borders in Kursk Oblast. So it's like, if not a parity, then it's like a big dynamic in the front line. But definitely, whatever the situation in the front, the very presence or the very the situation in Ukraine has a makes a big difference for the security in European region as a whole. And today we are going to discuss with our speakers what are their perspectives and how they do see and how do interpret current situation in that bigger regional security context. And I would like to start with Andrei Shevchenko, that probably you would give us your perspective as a person who comes from Kyiv, who communicates a lot with Ukrainians from different sectors and communities. What is your perception? What is your vision of what's going on now?
Thank you. Well, in the spirit of Aspen-style conversations, I will kick off this with 3 reflections on the last several years. First is about the interconnectivity across the region and across the globe. My main conclusion is that our adversaries have learned to cooperate much better than us. This morning I checked with my family who are in Kyiv, and my wife is a news presenter starting from day 1 of the big war. So I asked her, what are the news? And she says, well, first it's the Iranian drones, second is the Korean soldiers in Russia, and third it's the Chinese leader shaking hands with our big enemy Putin in Kazan at the BRICS summit. So when we see the war in Ukraine and in Israel, and when we see escalation around the Red Sea and in the Straits of Taiwan, I think it would be very naive to not to see the connection between these events. Of course, it would be very naive to think that it's all just about one of the countries involved. We see those 4 ill-minded governments cooperating together, and this means we should cooperate well too. And by the way, I should make a confession that Romania has proved to be an excellent partner who understands the importance of this genuine cooperation. When I worked as a deputy minister of defense, I was responsible for international cooperation and for the Ramstein format, and I had the privilege to work with Secretary Kojokarov. And if we think about our cooperation, whether it's the F-16s program or the logistical hub or the Black Sea grain corridor, I think it's an excellent way to cooperate with very practical results. So we are very thankful and we praise that cooperation. Second reflection, the cognitive domain or the information wars. Never in the human history you could influence so many people at such a short time. Our adversaries had learned that before we did. China made the cognitive domain part of their military doctrine about 20 years ago. Russia quickly followed them. So our enemies believe that they can win wars without a single shot taken. Moldova was a shock, but let's be honest, it wasn't a surprise to us. And by the way, to our Moldovan friends, we understand that you can be now shocked and disappointed, but you know, hanging on the cliff means you are still alive, means that you live for another day. So our friends, please climb up, get yourself together, stand up and move forward. We have so much faith in you. It's very important for all of us. And speaking of this interconnectivity, it would be a mistake to see information campaigns by Russia in Moldova, in the US, in Ukraine as separate wars. For Moscow, it's actually part of one war when they use this massive toolbox, which was mentioned by Mr. Joanna earlier this morning, and they just use the same toolbox with different tools in it in different countries. Finally, my last observation, my assessment of the war situation in Ukraine. I feel that if we don't finish the job, it might turn very bad. I would probably use a river dam as an example. If it's 99% of the job finished, is not going to make any good. That means that the river will destroy everything you have built. And this is exactly where we are right now. Our goal is to diminish the Russian assault capabilities to buy at least several decades of sustainable peace in the region, and we are still far away from getting there. So if I were to leave you with just one thought, things can quickly go bad if we don't do the right thing together.
Thank you, Andrei. And I want to also to take this opportunity to express my really deepest gratitude to Ukrainians who are now defending us just in the trenches of the front line in the east and south and north of our country. Simona, what do you think about the war in Ukraine and its meaning for, let's say, regional security? What is your perceptions? Because you have a lot of contacts, I believe, with your colleagues from different countries. And I'm pretty sure that you discuss also war in Ukraine. Probably you cannot share, many details of it, but what is like general perception? How the security sector, especially of Central Europe, Eastern Europe, but also of Europe as such, how do they react to that situation?
Thank you very much, Denis. First, good afternoon to all. Thank you, Aspen Institute, for inviting me to this edition. I'm so pleased to be with such distinguished panelists, and especially with Andrei Sevchenko. We worked together, as he already said, back in 2023 in numerous projects, and thank you for your words of appreciation for Romania's efforts. Yes, which are the news? Not very good news, Andrei. I could add to what you have said that yes, we are at the critical juncture in the world history where the war of aggression led by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is not only reshaping the geopolitical landscape, but also testing the resilience of global and regional security formats or frameworks. The war, ladies and gentlemen, has indeed sent shockwaves in Europe, across Europe and beyond, challenging actually the foundations of international law, peace and cooperation. For Ukraine and its people, this is an existential struggle for sovereignty and freedom. And for our region, for Europe, trying to answer to your question, Denis, is also a defining moment with multiple implications, because we are seeing this brutal war, and by the way, we are fastly approaching 3 years since 24th of February 2022. So this is a defining moment, forcing us to redefine our approach to security, stability, and solidarity in face of such an aggression. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking here about a comprehensive war. And this has multiple implications, of course, for the brave people and armed forces in Ukraine, but also for the security of the Black Sea region, because probably you know, the Black Sea is today a second theater of operation by the Russian Federation. We have seen the recent visit paid by US Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to Kiev. And we think that his presence sent a very powerful and firm message to Kremlin. And I will start with that, saying that Ukraine is not alone. and that its allies, its partners are steadfast in their support for its self-defense against such a brutal aggression. And actually, probably you know also that NATO defense ministers gathered last week in Brussels in the first ministerial meeting chaired by the new Secretary General Mark Rutte, and this was also the message of solidarity and broader unity among allies, both in relation to military aid and strategic coordination. So a couple of words more in relation of how we see from Bucharest the developments in relation to the regional environment, security environment. This conflict continues to be a flashpoint for global and regional stability, and the strategic importance of the Black Sea region has came once more again into a sharp focus, not only as a vital corridor for energy and trade, but also a key arena for military operation, as I said, and geopolitical influence. This ongoing war has raised security concerns for Ukraine's neighbor, also Romania included, particularly NATO eastern flank. Since we are talking about news, probably you know from the press that just yesterday evening, our radars indicated two aerial targets in the proximity of the border between Romania and Ukraine, very close to Kiria and Zhurilovka. Actually, Russia's continued attacks to Ukrainian ports alongside the Danube represents another significant threat, debris being discovered in multiple locations on the Romanian territory. We know that since July, these attacks were dramatically intensified, especially targeting the residential areas in Ukraine, critical infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, and of course, grain storages, as you mentioned, Andrei, aiming at reducing the grain export capacity of Ukraine. So in this context, having in mind the regional implications, the global implications, because Andrei mentioned the interconnectivity with other hotspots across the globe, I think it's important, it's imperative actually, to continue to support Ukraine. And Romania is playing its role. Romania played an indispensable role in supporting Ukraine, having in mind also the humanitarian support, the grain transit of Ukrainian cereals, and of course, military assistance in terms of training and donations. Probably you know that very recently Romania transferred the Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine, and this stands proof that we do not back down for contributing substantially to supporting Ukrainian defensive efforts, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is in our strategic interest also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to pass a word to Ambassador Maternola. Can you please share with, let's say, this broader perspective? So, as a European Union diplomat, what do you think about the situation in Ukraine, and what is your perspective, how you perceive the meaning of this war for European Union as a whole?
Well, must admit I was not expecting this broad canvas, but what I think about this war, I think that we are right now, and let me get back to the analogy of the first speaker, we are at the situation where we are at this almost 1,000 days. It's going to be almost 3 years soon. And to self-congratulate ourselves that the dam is 90% built is just not going to do the trick. So what I think of the war, first, let me really heartwarmingly congratulate our Romanian colleagues, because I think if this war has given one country an opportunity to really shine as a regional leader and a very consequent supporter of Ukraine, that has been Romania. I'm speaking to you from Chernivtsi. I have a very busy regional visit, so the hour of delay put me a little bit into a bind, but I'll try to be telegraphic. Region that is bordering Romania, and where the opening of the dry routes through the whether road or regional or train transport has been a key lifeline, as was mentioned, for the sustainability of Ukrainian economy, as remarkable as it is during the war. So what do I think in general? I think that Ukraine is right now at a uniquely precarious moment where the internal resources of the exhaustion that people live in, that the armed forces are in, the fact that the announcements of support do not match with the timeliness of the deliveries at a time when the war is forced into adapting to political calendars. The previous panel spoke about US elections. We have a lengthy transition in the EU. None of this bodes well for Ukraine currently. And I think we are precariously close to the 90% of the dam that then can collapse. I'm not saying that the front is going to collapse. What I am saying, though, is that we, the collective West, have agency in this war. We are going to determine whether and how the war ends. I think that the leadership of Ukraine has been very clear. They are ready to die for their freedom and for their territorial integrity and national existence, but they cannot do it alone. They cannot do it without our support. And therefore, visits are nice, visits are important, solidarity is extremely important, humanitarian support, development support, infrastructure support, macro-financial assistance, all of that is extremely, extremely important. Otherwise, the economy and the public services could collapse as well. But currently, the military support and the security guarantee, I don't even speak guarantees because there are not that many other options than Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, that could give the ultimate security guarantee, not a respite of a few years to allow the Putin regime to rearm and attack again. So I think that I just want to echo from Ukraine the sense of urgency that does not seem to be present, was not necessarily present in your question either. That's why I was reacting the way I was. I think the time is very complicated. President Zelensky put a victory plan together, a set of measures to make Ukraine stronger for any eventual peace discussions. It has received decidedly muted reaction from some key corners or some key allies. Ukraine executed the Kursk operation in the summer to try to change the table and the mood and the perception of what's happening on the front. I think it has succeeded in that. Obviously, holding it long term is a much harder situation. And this is where I want to end this initial intervention. Ukraine is fighting a hot war. It's fighting it also with its strong asymmetric capabilities, but it needs raw strength of weaponry, ammunition, artillery, etc. And last but not least, air defense. to stop losing civilians, to stop getting its energy infrastructure destroyed, and to be able to prevail in the war and win, whichever way one would start redefining the concept of victory. And I think President Zelensky very clearly has been shifting his rhetoric over the summer. So it's not as ultimate and black and white as before, but I think the time now is to step up. And the other war that Ukraine is fighting, and I will end on this, is that unbelievable disinformation narratives and hybrid war that the Russians are so successful at. I will use just the best example that I keep hearing, and it's incredibly annoying. You know, Ukraine is so corrupt, it's practically a failed state, was the famous narrative prior to the full-scale invasion. Then we learned it's not really a failed state. The state is actually fairly strong, but the corruption narrative is incredibly resilient. And the fact that over the last 10 years, Ukraine has moved 40 steps in the Transparency International Index in the right direction is completely disregarded, and it's incredibly strong. And the Russians are defining, you know, oh, we are winning and they're losing. Russia has never been weaker than it is now. And it's up to us to step up, I think, right now. And what the EU has done very recently, and I hope it's going to be emulated by others. We have used the proceeds of the Russian frozen assets in the summer, and we put 1.4 billion in the first tranche of 2024. Another one will come early next year into Ukraine weapons for Ukraine, and 400 million out of that went directly through our Danish colleagues to Ukrainian defense industry. And I think that's a way how to support both the economy and the military to allow procurement, because it's faster, it's cheaper, you cut away the logistics and transport costs, and you support the economy at the same time. So I very much hope that there will be more of such initiatives coming from the various allies, money directly to the defense industry, not to have the capacity sitting idle for a lack of resources, and the time to do it now. So that's what I think of the war.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this kind of comprehensive picture. So basically, my next question to all the speakers would be about the future prospects. So what do you think about the future? You know, how this war will continue, and do you see any signs that it is exhausting itself, or what are the, let's say, the conditions and what are the factors that could stop it? Do you see any signs of that right now, and what are your thoughts about the future? Let's start from you.
So, as I said, we are approaching the 3 years since the brutal aggression was started by the Russian Federation. But I have to mention myself, 2014, as you did, Denis, illegal annexation of Crimea. So we are talking about a decade now of the Russian Federation actions towards Ukraine. We are looking very much to the defense efforts by Russian Federation, the defense budget, the capacity to reconstitute forces, or their strategic thinking, their strategic plans, you know. And it seems that lately, in all these undesirable alliances with countries like North Korea, you know, with China, with other countries like-minded, so it seemed that Russia is going to continue to pursue its strategy. And this strategy is, you know, is related very much to the war in Ukraine, but let's not forget Republic of Moldova and Georgia. We have seen over the weekend the results in the elections in Republic of Moldova, and we were absolutely very much happy that, you know, at the end of the day, the results in relation to the EU referendum in Republic of Moldova were positive. But what is very much concerning us is Russia's hybrid warfare. That's why I said that we are talking about the conventional land warfare, we are talking about the Black Sea as a theater operation, but let's not neglect the hybrid warfare led by the Russian Federation, and we are very much expressing concern about this warfare also.
Do you see any signs of it in Romania, of that hybrid operation?
I think we are seeing signs not only in Romania, but across Europe, in the pre-electoral and post-electoral environment. And, you know, these are very much present. So Romania is very much looking to what is happening in the Western Balkans, in Southeastern Europe. We are very much, you know, following the developments there and the Russian influence, because we are talking about disinformation campaigns, political influence, covert support for pro-Russian groups in the context, as I said, of elections across Europe. Let's not forget, Georgia is going to hold elections very, very soon. And of course, Republic of Moldova, you know, we are waiting for the second tour in presidential elections, and next year we'll have also parliamentarian elections in Republic of Moldova. So, I think Russia tries to exploit any sign of division in Europe. That's why we are saying that unity is our strategic advantage. So this is the key word to follow. Unity, continuing to support Ukraine towards achieving a just and lasting peace. And we have to stay the course.
Okay. The question to Ambassador Maternova. So what do you think about the future? So, or let's say, you mentioned some of them, like strategic priorities of European Union in that, to resolve this conflict. But what do you think realistically, what will happen, let's say, next? If there is any political or opportunity for a political solution, or so, like, your vision of the future?
Well, I think that we will be tested. I think the Western Alliance will be tested, whether we are able to indeed help Ukraine to prevail or not. I think it's that simple. And let me repeat, we have agency. We have agency. Economically, it's doable. Whether it's politically doable, we just will have to see. We have the new team in Brussels taking over in December. We have elections in the US in a few days. Look, Russia is the economy of Russia is the size of Spain. Spain is a large country in Europe, but it's one of 27. So economically, both sides of the Atlantic, and certainly together, it's not going to mean any serious level of discomfort for any citizen if we are going to help Ukraine prevail. It's a political matter. It's a matter of leadership, and it's a matter of explaining to the population that security not only matters, but security costs something. I am absolutely certain that in 10 years, politicians in the entire democratic world, for whichever countries it will entail by then, will be speaking not only about healthcare and education as public expenditures, but also security. But we are not there yet, but we better get with the program soon, because I very much agree with the Romanian State Secretary that this the outcome of this war is going to be defining essentially the way the international order is going to look like, whether it's going to be a complete breakdown and might makes right, or whether we are going to have a semblance of ability to negotiate our way through the future decades. And I think the battle is happening in Ukraine. And for the moment, apart from a few volunteers, it's the Ukrainians that are putting their lives on the line. And I very much hope that we will collectively be able to step up. And the test is going to happen within the next half a year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I think that you're right, that we are really at the crossroads now, and the position of our European allies will play a critical role. So thank you for this comment, Andrei. And
Dennis, if you allow, I would like to bring back some optimism into our conversation,
please.
Because actually, in terms of our defense cooperation, what we have collectively done in the last 3 years is absolutely impressive. We have organized training of unthinkable scope. We have organized logistical chains of unimaginable length. We have managed to organize supply of weapons and ammunition of unbelievable scope. So that is all so impressive, and that has produced very concrete results. The Russian Black Sea Fleet is dysfunctional. In the first year of big war, we have cut the Russian land assault capabilities in half. That is something which is very important to understand. We have exhausted the Russian missile arsenal, and also we heavily damaged their air force. So there are very strong results, very impressive results. We have learned something new. We had never prepared for this, but we have managed to do this together, and I think we must build on that. But also we should realize, yes, we have done enough together to stop the Russians, to make them bleed, enough to get them furious and pissed off, but it's not enough yet to win the war. So we have to measure our efforts not to what we used to do earlier, but towards what has to be done to finish the job. And that means clarity on the Ukrainian future in NATO. That means clarity on the regional cooperation. We should think collectively. If we talk about air defense, something which was mentioned, let's think about how we can create an integral system all the way from the Barents Sea through the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. That should include Israel as well. Obviously, it should include Ukraine. That's the scope and the scale we should keep thinking about. And I'm absolutely sure we are capable of doing great things together.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable speakers, for that, although short but very informative panel. And I do hope that we really will be able to build on the foundation that we already created. That basically the perception is now that this war will continue for a longer time. So we should be better prepared and make probably every possible effort just to win it. So thank you very much, and hope to meet you on some other occasions. So let me continue this, let's say, and to start the second part of our Ukrainian hour, so to say. And now we are going to talk about the reconstruction of Ukraine and the role of Central and Eastern European countries in that process. And we fortunate to have with us Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, head of the Verkhovna Rada, which is Ukrainian Parliament, Verkhovna Rada Committee on Ukraine's EU integration. Ivana is present online, and also we have Kirilo Krivolap, managing partner at Civita UA and founder of the NGO Center for Economic Recovery, and one of our leading experts on, let's say, economic strategy. Also, we have Spiros Lambridis, ambassador and special envoy of Greece for Ukraine, Jakub Landowski, executive director of the Aspen Institute, Central Europe, and William Thompson, head of the Eurasia Division, Global Relations and Cooperations Directorate from OECD. So very welcome on this panel, and so I would like to, to make a very brief introduction, just to have some framework for the current situation. As you probably know, that Ukraine's economy was really hampered and had enormous losses due to that war, and we speak about the really comprehensive losses, because it's not just about the purely economic life, but it's also the damage of infrastructure, damage of energy, power stations, energy transporting systems, and so on and so forth. Not to speak about the cities and towns that has been just destroyed completely in the eastern part of the country. Also, it's a matter of fact that a lot of Ukrainians, we are talking about approximately 8 million people who left the country, and about 6 million stay now in Europe. Of course, people are moving here back and forth, but still. So we lost also the huge amount of working force who are now not contributing to the Ukraine's economy. So on the other hand, we have a situation when it's like almost a consensus that it's a war of attrition that might last for a longer time now. So we do not see, and as we learned the previous panel, that it's hardly foreseeable future of that war, and despite the effort that are put by diplomats, by security sector all over the world, still the situation is not predictable. So we cannot see any reasonable efforts on behalf of Russian Federation to stop this war and to contribute to some peaceful resolution. So let me also give probably a word to our Ukrainian colleagues, and so my question to all the speakers: how you see the situation? Should we really talk about the recovery, or should we talk rather about the, let's say, effort of improving the economic resilience of Ukrainian economy and life in general? Ivana, please.
Thank you. And I value this opportunity to online. I think that it would be logical just to bridge the previous panel with what we are discussing right now. And first and foremost, for all the recovery efforts, reconstruction efforts, recreation, revival efforts, I think first and foremost we need to ensure that security on board. And that is first and foremost the task for us internally, but also the task that we are counting on the support of our partners of. Secondly, in this time when we are trying to protect ourselves and trying to fight for our choice, we have to ensure that we have a resilient and capable economy. And when we are talking about resilient and capable economy, one of the great and important structural things is actually our energy situation. And that is something that without which we will not be able to, with all the great rules and procedures, with all the improvements, with all the transformation and transition, without that very basic thing, we won't be able to count on any economic activity and ability of the state to generate any resources, any taxes, to ensure that the state is capable of covering at least part of the things that are important for its ability to be resilient continuously. And thirdly, maybe just briefly answering this question of yours, when we are talking about the future of revival, at this point, I think the most important thing is to focus on making sure that we do have all the mechanisms, instruments, institutions in place to start the full speed recovery of the country right the very next morning after the end of this war. That is not to say that the most basic things would have to be addressed at this point already, but that is to say that in order to meet the challenge, which from my perspective will be a challenge comparable to, let's say, flight to Mars, really reviving and not really only restoring, but rebuilding in the new, on the new level, the economy of the country that is ruined, that is destroyed, that is damaged, the infrastructure of the country, the ability to produce, then we would have to be ready for those for the future. But I hope that we will address the practical steps maybe in the next rounds of comment.
Thank you. And Kirill, and a question to you. How do you see, let's say, the strategic priorities right now? What is of most importance in terms of wartime recovery, if you want, or wartime resilience improvement of our economy in Ukraine?
I'll speak on behalf of Analytical Force, one of the biggest actually in Ukraine now. And I myself, I've been advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine since 2020. And 4 years ago, we established this NGO, Center for Economic Recovery, to help the government. And then was COVID and recovery, then invasion and recovery. So it looks like the naming was quite okay. And to give you some introduction on Ukrainian economy at the moment, you saw that the GDP dropped on 30%, but it can be split in half. Half of it is because of the territory occupied, half of is because of consumption drop and general exports drop. But now this like 15% which drop is now recovering quite fast. We control territory, so we have a 5-6% per year recovery. We can maintain that pace. And situation is much better than it was in the beginning of the year. In the beginning of the year, honestly, it was quite scary because we were not supplied with enough ammunition. It was not clear what was the macroeconomic situation. But then we got this US package, then we got Ukraine facility adopted. I hope it will be upgraded actually in the next year because it was adopted having in mind that the war will end actually in spring 2024, according to IMF forecast. We should also think of it as well. But now we are much better actually supplied with arms, we're much better supplied with finances. But I want to bring your attention actually to, it's mine?
Sorry.
Somebody's phone is calling. I want to bring your attention actually to the new map that we have now. I was driving here by car, like for 7 hours in Ukraine, 7 hours here, and I witnessed that. So in Ukraine, 1/5 of the country actually shuffled inside the country. We have 5 million people internally displaced. We have 8 million people abroad, which is like 6 forced migrants and 2-3 like labor migrants. We have new centers of growth emerging. Ms. Maternova was talking from Chernivtsi, which is one of these centers, and Khmelnytsky, and Lviv, and Lutsk. Most of our Ukrainians, which are considering coming back, they're considering coming back to not their native cities of Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Dnipropetrovsk, they're considering coming back to new cities. And Harvard Kennedy School, Ricardo Hausmann, they did research of dependency of investments and logistics. And you can see that this density of investments is dropping from Brussels, from Paris, from Germany to the east. And you know that there is Western Germany and Eastern Germany, Western Poland, Eastern Poland, like Western Romania and Northern Romania, by the way, don't have roads there, from what I witnessed. The same situation in Ukraine. Our West was underdeveloped. But now the situation is totally different. And by developing this connectivity, thanks God, I heard about this European standard gauge. I heard about these corridors which should connect Ukraine to the West. It will change your geography in Romania. It will change geography in Slovakia. It will change geography in Poland. And it will create actually new centers, make your north not a dead end, because there was no reason to develop towards Moldova, towards Ukraine, is clear. But now we can invest into that. No matter how the war will develop, we can create new centers of gravity in our cross-border cooperation. I hope I'll talk about a bit later.
What do you think, just briefly, what do you think about the efforts of Ukrainian government to, let's say, to stabilize economic situation in that horrible conditions?
I think the same thing which was done with the weapons. Ministry of Economy channeled lots of support towards grants, towards business, and Ukraine was postponing these inflation shocks on tariffs increase because it will boost inflation if we increase the tariffs. We were postponing all these shocks as much as we can in this 3 years perspective. So I think the government dealt quite efficient, but we need to take these hard decisions on tariffs, on pricing and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I want to also ask William Thompson. So you just recently, for OECD, recently, probably last year, you started operations, a program in or it was 2021.
Well, we've actually been working with Ukraine since.
No, I understand.
We have a new program which we launched in 2023.
I mean that one.
We worked throughout, but yes.
So what is your, let's say, perception of the situation in the country, and how do you see what Ukraine should do and what other partners should bring to Ukraine in order to make it more effective and resilient?
Thanks very much for that. I mean, I'll begin with the short term in this question of resilience. There's a lot that could be said, and I have an eye on the clock. But obviously, as Ivana said, energy sector comes first. And if you want to ensure energy resilience, actually the first thing you need to think about is air defense. We all need to be doing more to help Ukraine's air defenses, because priority one is to prevent further damage. That said, I would draw attention to the recommendations of my colleagues from the International Energy Agency, which is a sister agency, part of the OECD system. They had an excellent report on the coming winter that came out a few weeks ago with good recommendations. There are things to be done on the demand side. There are things we can all be doing to help develop more decentralized generation and transmission networks, which will make for more resilience in the long run as well as in the short run. Apart from air defense investment in energy resilience, I would say in the short term for the Ukrainian economy, it's revenue generation. So market access. Everything we can do to address the connectivity challenges that were just being mentioned, to increase cross-border flows and export opportunities for Ukraine is vital right here, right now. If I look further out, because most of our work is oriented on the long term, there's not enough time to describe the program, which is a 4-year program cutting across all kinds of policy domains, but it is very much oriented towards long-term structural challenges. And I want to stress that now is the time to address those challenges for the reason that we heard from our colleague in Kyiv quite rightly, which is that when the time comes, Ukraine needs to be ready. We read these eye-watering, eye-popping estimates of how much it will cost to rebuild Ukraine, and too often in forums like this, people talk about those sums of money as though somebody's got to mobilize this pot of money from Ukrainian taxpayers or foreign taxpayers or something. That's not how this works. Historically, that's never been how this works. There will be a lot of foreign aid. But the critical determinant will be the ability to deploy that aid alongside other policies in a way that generates its own recovery dynamic. Then the private sector gets pulled in. If we look at the reconstruction after the Second World War, the Marshall Plan was obviously really important. But Marshall money didn't rebuild Europe. Marshall money helped countries that used it well to unlock a growth and investment dynamic that in Germany, of course, we refer to as the Wirtschaftswunder. And this is why policies matter so much to me, because if you look at the history of the Marshall Plan, there is very little relationship between the amount of Marshall aid countries received and their performance under the Marshall Program. And the reason for that is that some of them made better policy choices than others. Germany actually did things that upset its donors, but that were right for Germany. Ludwig Erhard was smarter than the people who were signing the checks. I carry a British passport, so I have to admit to some shame. My country blew its Marshall aid. The United Kingdom spent its Marshall aid trying to maintain an artificial sterling parity and to maintain its imperial commitments east of Suez. Very little of it was invested in the renewal of the economy. So there's a lot to be said about what we're doing in Ukraine in terms of bringing expertise, policy standards, much of it from neighbors in the region. By the way, this panel is about Central Europe's role. So I'll close just by saying that the Central European countries, from Estonia through to Bulgaria, are loud voices at the OECD Council table among the members. They're important donors, especially when you consider relative to the size of the economy, and the Czechs are near the top, by the way, to our work, and they provide a lot of the expertise that we are able to deploy with Ukraine, and also, I should mention, in neighboring Moldova. Thank you.
Just a very brief question. How do you see the, let's say, the trend, like since the beginning, let's say, of the full-scale invasion till now? What is the trend? Is Ukraine as a society or as an economy, is it on the right track? Or there are some major, deficits in terms of policies?
Well, I mean, it's a mixed picture. On the whole, I think we've all seen the resilience of the economy has been extraordinary. The success of the authorities at stabilizing the macroeconomy in 2022 was remarkable, achieving a certain degree of recovery, which, absent Russian destruction of energy assets, would be gaining even more momentum this year. There's a lot to point to in terms of success. There's also a reality, and we shouldn't close our eyes to it. There are people in Ukraine who have seen the war and continue to try to use the war as an opportunity to stall changes that they do not welcome. One of my Ukrainian colleagues said, you have to understand that, even on our side, there are people who would like Ukraine to be a little Russia. They're not pro-Russian. They want us to remain independent, but they also want us to remain the kind of place where they can do business the way they have traditionally done business. And we've seen pushback. I'll give you just one simple example. Early on, in wartime, streamlining public procurement is obviously a logical thing to do. So we saw lots of attempts to streamline public procurement in ways that, frankly, were intended to roll back quite important reforms Ukraine had achieved. We've seen, pushback on asset declarations. We've seen resistance to some of the legislation Ukraine requires to join the Anti-Bribery Convention. So there are still plenty of folk there who realize that sometimes you can point to wartime necessity as a way to forestall things that you don't want. So it is a complicated picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Iago, so you are in kind of unique position. On the one hand, you have a big experience in working with the NATO, for example. On the other hand, you now hold the position of executive director of the Aspen Institute of Central Europe. And that's how you have a broader picture, broader understanding, I do believe it, of, not only the, let's say, security aspects of Central and Eastern European countries, but social aspects and probably ideological, political, and so on and so forth. So what is your kind of interpretation, what kind of role Czech Republic and other countries of Central Europe do play and could play in supporting Ukrainian economy and strengthening its resilience?
Well, thank you very much, but first things first, there is at least two of us, and I have to pay homage to my colleague to the right, Spiros Lambrinidis, who was our dean in NATO, so has even more extensive experience with the organization. Second thing,
I will come to that.
Mircea Geoana, the president of Romanian Aspen, mentioned Václav Havel and me in the same sentence. So in the spirit of Aspen dialogue, I need to clarify, because this is too much. But it started a train of thought, and I was thinking about Václav Havel, and he was very different as a dissident when he was relying on power of the powerless and the social change through ideas, and as a president, when he immediately recognized one thing: in the arena of states and in the international arena, strength, especially hard power, is the main prerequisite to do anything meaningful afterwards. That's why he was adamant to join NATO. That's why he supported, against natural instincts of the people around him, NATO's mission in the Balkans, in Serbia. And I will depart from the same point, because before we start to talk about reconstruction, we should deal with the natural order of things. And I don't believe that the world is in shape for two reasons. First is we are undergoing a change in power balance, and that's happening just now. And before this is resolved...
You mean globally?
Globally. Before this is resolved, we can hardly make the institutions much better. They will have to wait a little while. Because as Clausewitz said, war is the continuation of politics by other means. But then when the war doesn't serve the purpose, and then is another dilemma, because to end the hostilities, to tone them down, it's not only about the bravery of Ukraine, it is about the calculus of Russia to accept that the war is not the only way to go forward. Once we are there, we can talk about help through institutions and rebuilding the railways of the world, because it would be unsuccessful, for example, to build INF in the 80s if we weren't, or the Western countries weren't brave enough to deploy Pershing missiles that threaten Russians to the ground. So this is first. And now to the regional perspective. I think us Czechs got it right. We were the first to deliver heavy weapons, which was not important in its numbers, it was important in its effect on the others. Because the help to Ukraine is always too little, too late. And a lot was said about the agency. And if I look back through history, if I look at Afghanistan, for example, the commitment, almost 20 years, US alone, $2 trillion in aid. That's what I call a long-term endurance and commitment. If I look at, for example, German support to Kuwait freeing from Iraq, it was more that it's now given to Ukraine compared to the German GDP at the time. So we need to make our numbers right on the path to, and the objective should be resilient nation in Ukraine. And that's covering the territorial aspect. Because West is, the collective West is slightly hypocritical, because by uttering words about de-escalation or peace arrangements, we are ignoring the fact that agency comes with the responsibility tag attached to it. So we are creating a situation that we are then later commenting on. And in this sense, we should listen to the people who have a very different perspective, close to the zeroth line. And I'm traveling to Ukraine. If you talk to them, they will tell you, this is our land, our relatives are buried here, we have nowhere to go. So the only way the West can, influence the situation is through the amount of help, through the imposition of regulations on the weapons. And there is a different story for the weapons that are clearly signed on the battlefield, like German rockets, and being limited. And other weapons that are not leaving a discernible trace, like if the brave Ukrainian partisans blow up the Trans-Siberian railway across the Siberia, very deep in the territory. And by this, we are sending a signal not to Ukraine, but to Russia. And in this sense, it's too early, because several things will have to get in line before we can really move forward. First, the US elections coming up very soon, and then the European reckoning that without the hard power and unity, and that I underscore, unity, and the unity has two parts, because the countries, and I agree that Romania is the true beacon, and the Central Europe is the natural basis of support, with, I think, the Baltic countries being almost the perfect examples of how to attribute resources to helping Ukraine, was right and is doing its part. But if we move further to the West, we see countries that are really lagging behind in help. The data are available, and we need to bring unity by the common understanding of the consequences of our performance through this agency that was mentioned so many times.
So do you see that Central and Eastern European countries like Czech Republic, like Romania, can play a role of kind of intermediaries between, let's say, Ukrainian issue and Western European countries, just, you know, to push them a bit, because both Czech Republic, Romania, and Greece are represented in the European Union. So do you think it's a practical move, you know?
It is, but we should not distinguish, I think, the most important, but inside, this is creating history as we speak, because if we go back to 2008 and before, nobody was uttering these sentences. It is, and that's coming back to Václav Havel, that's the hard power and principles. And the principle is very simple. It's the right of nations to determine their future by their deliberate choices. And in this sense, you know, we can serve as a building block to European unity, but also recognizing the wishes of others. For example, in NATO, we were always in the forefront of addressing China and southern threat of terrorism as a Czech Republic, ready to commit resources. And now we see North Korean troops fighting in the Ukrainian theater, which is basically bringing real life, the Asia-Pacific into Europe. So the whole argument that we shouldn't care is now lying on its back. And the same with, for example, helping the nations that really see migration and disruption in the south as a main cause by being understanding to their needs in the European framework of cooperation. Of course, Central Europe humbles you in terms of there was never a time in the history of the Visegrad countries that they were all pulling together on the same side of a rope. It is difficult. There is a lot to do for organizations like Aspen, like GMF, to foster the understanding of consequences of choices we make. And of course, there are other elections in the region that can shift the balance from the current state to a different state. But it doesn't matter that we don't have an historic obligation dictated by the reality of geography we live in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Spiros, and probably the same question goes to you. So how do you see let's say, the recovery effort? You know, what from your perspective is the priority? What should be done?
Well, David, first of all, why should I disagree with anything that has been said so far? I think Mr. Thompson and my friend Jacob, whom I really admire for his courage and his, let's say, farsightedness. When we were in the beginning stages of the invasion, he was one of the most vociferous ambassadors telling us what actually was happening. And I must say, humbly, that I didn't see it coming. Now, coming back from Ukraine just yesterday, and actually in the morning I was in Bucha and Irpin, and having had lunch, actually it was dinner, 3 days before in Odessa with a group of parliamentarians and economic factors from Greece that I had brought to Ukraine. A bomb, a missile actually, which could not be intercepted, it was a very fast Sahid missile, fell just about 800 meters to our left. Nobody moved. That shows the resilience, of course, of the Ukrainians. Having said that, having seen what's happening in Ukraine over the last 2 years that I'm serving in this post, which is a great honor for me, I am totally in the shoes of Jacob, saying that we should put first things first. And at this point, the recovery of Ukraine, which is extremely important, but as Ambassador Maternova, which I had the pleasure of listening to before, has said, that is something that for Europe is a given fact. We can afford it, as long as we understand in unity and in realism in that sense, that is something we have to do. But in order to reconstruct something, you have first of all to have it surviving. And the priority of the entire West, I don't make limits between the United States, the G7, the G20, the European Union or NATO, should be to do our best to help this brave nation, stand on its feet and support and protect what is an absolutely basic, fundamental reason of existence for our democracies. Its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and its dignity. All that is being questioned by the Russian Federation. And not only those elements are being questioned by the Russian Federation regarding Ukraine, but it's regarding all of us. Why should this revisionist autocratic power stop, God forbid, if it prevails in Ukraine, at the border of Moldova? Why shouldn't it go further? Why should it not consider the same things about Georgia? Why should it not go into the republics of the Central Asia, and so on and so forth? I'm not mentioning the argument, of course, what about the Baltic states, because there, of course, as Jacob knows better than me, NATO is very firm that 1 centimeter of NATO territory is violated. It's a total war for NATO. I don't think the Russians are so stupid, by the way. On the contrary, they're determined, and they make part of an entire, let's say, alliance of evil, if I may so say poetically, which sees other autocratic powers and revisionists examining and following what is happening right now in the Ukrainian front. And if they see that he can get away with his way, then that wouldn't stop there. So basically, what we need to do is what Mr. Thompson, my friend here, and Jacob said, is support Ukraine in every possible way, as we have been doing from moment one of the invasion, for as long as it takes, because it concerns us all. And coming to the reconstruction phase, there can be less dramatic, less, let's say, doomsday scenario making. I would be a lot more optimistic, because seeing the potential of the Ukrainian economy, seeing the potential of these very brave and very determined to survive people, and given the fact that the mechanisms are already there, we don't want to go into technical details, but we all know about the European facility. We know about the Ukraine plan, which is an admirable piece of, actually it's 447 pages, so it's not a piece of paper. It's a huge volume that the Ukrainian administration has put together according to the instructions of the European Union. Said, you're offering some funds, here's what we're going to do with that. It's so meticulous, so minutious in what it foresees, that I have no doubts that Ukraine will be back on its feet once this nightmare is not over, because we have to start working now in order to achieve the reconstruction, but when the conditions will be ripe for real factories and real investments to start taking place on the ground. But all that needs blueprints, and those blueprints and agreements and accommodation of investments have to be done now. So at the same time, we have to start reconstructing, in this sense, Ukraine, and of course, safeguard it from the evil. And here we're talking about the real evil. I will stop at that, but I would be glad to come with more forceful emotions that I have just felt yesterday in Bucha.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we do not have a lot of time remaining. And so I just want to ask you to put very briefly, so as soon as we here represent different countries and international organizations, so please give your, let's say, vision of what you would see as the top priorities that we can do all together, not only we as 5 people or 6 people here, but we as a European community. What do you think is most important for us to do together? Ivana, please. Like up to 3 priorities. What do you think should be done right now by all of us?
Well, thank you. Let me just briefly reflect on what was said by the colleagues on the stage. I appreciate all this great support and commentaries, and I think a principal thing is to translate all of this goodwill into very concrete actions on every day. And it's not about being with Ukraine as long as it takes. It is about being with Ukraine, whatever it takes for Ukraine's victory and Russian defeat. And we are not there yet. We are not on the same terms. There is so much about escalation management policy that is guiding the dripping support quite frequently to the Ukrainian armed forces, to Ukrainian forces of defense, society and the state. And that is something that is the policy that is guiding us to make sure that Ukraine is not losing, but not necessarily that Russia is defeated. And I think we should stop being afraid of Russia being defeated, and we should all understand that that Ukraine's victory will be the Western victory and the possibility to return or to reconstruct the world international order in the way where still the rules and law will matter. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in a much worse. And so right now we are lacking the courage, the leadership, and the readiness to actually act on the basis of not peacetime instruments that are being used by all our partners still, while they are already finding themselves in the war eyes or shading away from the very fact that Russia is actually attacking not Ukraine exclusively, but is fighting the war with different means and different mechanisms on their own territories. And so that requires just honesty with ourselves. With regard to priorities, I think it's pretty clear that first and foremost is making sure that Ukraine as a state gets the variety and the quantity of the military instruments that would be enabling Ukraine to change the situation on the front line. And that again requires consideration of very serious matters, like that also include giving Ukraine the possibility to strike military targets inside the Russian Federation with the Western weaponry, considering the of the Central and Eastern European countries, NATO members, maybe covering part of the Ukrainian sky by their own air defense so that we could more efficiently use the other parts of the air defense to cover the other parts of the country. That means really delivering on the promises of the millions of shells that have been promised in early 2023 are not delivered by the end of the 2024. And that means that it's not the time to sit on the laurels with all the gratitude that we sincerely have towards all of our partners, but understanding that this is yet not. So security first, and also I think security first includes this important geopolitical step on making sure that it's not only in the statement of the Washington summit of NATO that Ukraine's path to NATO is definitive and is irreversible, but it is about making another step on bringing Ukraine into NATO by invitation, and maybe clearly outlining some of the priority things in terms of transformation that we should focus right now on, and that Ukrainian elites would be ready to deliver upon. I think it's a doable thing, because NATO membership of Ukraine cannot be something that is in any way negotiated in any future negotiations with the Russian Federation. Without this membership, there is no sustainable and long-lasting security for European continent and for.
Yeah, and it was also an important part of presidential plan, a victory plan, actually. Kirill, please, your 3 priorities.
Maybe not 3, maybe just 2, but certainly, like I can add to that, these priorities are quite obvious. Russia should be taught a lesson in Ukraine, so others would not follow. The only way actually to give this lesson is to kill Russians faster than they train people. And so I urge you to invest into Ukrainian and your military complex and provide Ukraine with means to do that. Our military complex already can do that and can use this money. But from my personal point of view, I would say that we should start, this group of people should start thinking about this macro region as a whole connected region, which is now can seriously boost European actually autonomy. Because if Ukraine joins EU, then products from Ukraine will be products from EU now. It's a big leverage on global security. Our armed forces can add to European security. Our innovations can add. Our greed of Ukrainians, which will not be back, it's also like a big thing. But to connect that, let's think about, for example, we have now 5 or 6 projects of European gauge entering Ukraine, but it's not connected. But if we connect like Poland with Odessa, for example, with Constanța, with European gauge, we will open southern hemisphere for Poland, for Hungary, for Baltic states. If we open Baltic ports for Ukraine and connect that, we will open northern hemisphere for our trade and export. So I urge you to start thinking about these cross-border programs, because even South Korea, not only North Korea, but South Korea is also acting actively. So they put on the table at least like 3 billion in grants and investments for their companies to make in joint ventures and invest in. We as a company do a lot already with them. Japan thinks the same way. So let's think of this cross-border collaboration. So automatic, for example, acceptance of licenses and permits. Some special industrial parks, maybe free economic zones, special grants to launch the business, knowledge transfer, and etc. So my recommendation would be to start thinking in practical ways how this whole macro region can be connected. I'm ready to speak on that in the lunch break, etc.
Thank you. Spiros, please.
David, I will use 3 nouns. Implementation of what we have decided, but decisive implementation, both in NATO and the EU, proliferation of what we're doing in plans, blueprints, schemes for the future, plus armaments, and institutional integration. We have to be serious of what we have promised Ukraine for our own good. So start implementing, start proliferating the plans, and start integrating Ukraine really into the European, Euro-Atlantic integration, where it belongs after all. So these 3 things, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
One redefined goal, because that's the Russia's way that the defeat of Russia is the ultimate goal of the Western coalition. I would rephrase, it's either defeat of the Russian empire, because the idea of independent Ukraine is not unfriendly to the Russian nation, but to the Russian empire. And a second would be that defeat of the aggression should be our goal, driving Russia out. How to get there? All the available funds should lead to the whole of government resilience of Ukraine, which gives you a guidance also on these 8 million people currently living in Europe, because manpower is also part of the war effort, and we need to take this into the account. And there is a small chance that after this kind of defeat in Ukraine, Russia will change. It happened in history after the First War of Crimea in the 90s. It was a fleeting moment, but there is a hope.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I pick up right there, because I totally agree with Ivana Klimprush-Tsintsadze and others. First priority has to be working for victory, not merely for avoiding defeat. Stop drip-feeding assistance, to stop trying to imagine we have this illusion of escalation management. And the reason I've said from the beginning, Russia must lose, and it must be seen to lose. Russian defeat doesn't guarantee a better future for Russia or a change of regime, but it is, in my view, a necessary condition. Not sufficient, but necessary. And we should care about this. I realize that Russia's future might not be your top priority today, except they're not going away. They're not all going to move to Australia. When this war is over, Russia will still be there, and the kind of Russia we might have to deal with will have huge implications for the kind of Europe and the kind of Ukraine that we can build afterwards.
Especially with regard to that axis that is formed.
So we
right
really,
now.
even for Russia's sake, we have to care about Ukraine's victory, and it needs to be seen as such. Two final quick points, and these are not OECD points. This comes from my previous career as a university professor. The day the war started, I made two observations to people who thought, really believed the three-day narrative. The first is good news for Ukraine. It is that for more than a century and a half, if you look at international history, large-scale wars of occupation and conquest have generally gone badly for the aggressor, time after time after time. It's actually not something that works very easily or well in the modern world. That's the good news. The more difficult, I wouldn't say bad news, but the sobering news is the other thing the last century and a half teach us is that aggressors and occupiers are often slow learners. It can take them a while to figure out that this doesn't work. And we need to dig in and recognize that this is a lesson we have to teach for the sake of the world, for the sake of Europe, for the sake of Ukraine, for the sake of all our countries. It'll take time, but we must.
Thank you very much. And before the closing our this part of Ukrainian panel, I would like also to send apologies on behalf of Evgenia Kravchuk and Anna Palacio, who were not able to join us because Evgenia has a mission to Georgia now. She is a part of monitoring mission in Georgia, and Anna has have also some reasons not to come, but they sent really their greetings to the participants of the forum, and they are kind of mentally with us, so to say. So thank you very much for this discussion. I think that it was really both fruitful and quite challenging in terms of providing us with perspectives that, and goals that should be reached. So I think that altogether we will be able somehow to put an end to this war and to start to recover Ukraine as a real European community member. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who made it up to here. Now we invite you to a well-deserved lunch break, and we'll be back at 2:15, so in about 30 minutes from now. Thank you all. afternoon session. I'm pleased to be welcoming you once again, and I'm pleased to announce that our first panel session after the main lunch break is entitled Unleashing the Potential of AI to Drive Innovation and Growth, and will be moderated by Radu Puchiu. He leads our Aspen Technology and Society program at Aspen, Romania. Radu, you have the floor.
Hello, hello. Just joking a little bit. It's my third year that I have the same session just after lunch, so it's my job somehow to take care of your digestion, if you want, not necessarily. But what goes better than unleashing the potential of AI to drive innovation for economic growth than for this siesta session? Okay, thank you so much for being with us today. I will invite now my panelists to the stage. So please let's together welcome Cezara Panait to the stage, Antonella Valmorbida, Kaspar Șosel, and Marius Viorel-Poșa to the stage. Thank you so much being with us. Please, you have the please. Thank you. Yeah, well, shall we speak very slowly and yeah? Okay. Okay, thank you so much for being with us today. Just to make a brief introduction for the subject, I couldn't help not noticing that the technology subject in the Bucharest Forum back 6 years when I joined the program, the Technology and Society program, was just one subject somewhere at the end of the event related with cybersecurity. Now I had the chance to see all the panels today that included some technology conversation into them, being geopolitics, being the war in Ukraine, the reconstruction of Ukraine, and so on. So it's kind of surprising on one hand, but on the other hand, it's a reality that we have to face. A reality that includes new technologies like AI, like artificial intelligence, and I believe this comes with a huge opportunity, but also with let's say, a lot of challenges in terms of bridging the digital gaps, staying competitive in a global competition, and so on. And I believe today the big question that we would like to ask our panelists for the session is, how can we harness the benefits of AI while also ensuring that we repair and not widen the existing gaps in our societies? And for this, I'm very happy to have together with me Cezara Panait, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google Romania and Moldova. Thank you for being with us. Antonella Valmorbida, Secretary General European Association for Local Democracy. Thank you for being here. Kaspar Șosel, Managing Director, Digital Hub, Knauf Group. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Șosel? Perfect, thank you. And Marius Viorel-Poșa, Undersecretary of State, Ministry of Research and Innovation and Digitalization in Romania. I will go straight into the subjects of today. Cezara, I would like to start with you because few months, weeks ago, we together hosted an event on the potential of AI, the economical potential of AI, and I know that you today had a new study on the economical impact and the impact on the public administration and what they need to, on the public sector, and what they need to do. So I would like to broadly ask, how can AI help Europe's productivity crisis? Of course, it's a focus on the region, but also I know that you have some new figures around the economical impact of that. Please.
Hello, everyone. It's really a real pleasure to be here today and to discuss important matters on artificial intelligence, the role in our lives. Radu mentioned before that these are new technologies, and it's true. We tend to mention them as being new technologies, but in fact, they are so much now part of our lives, of our routines, part of everything that we are doing, that we are getting more accustomed with AI in our work, especially in the public administration more often. So I think this is becoming a reality and part of our lives. Yes, indeed, a few months ago in May, we commissioned a study developed by Implement Consulting firm to develop a study, a research in Romania about the potential of generative AI, generally for the economy. And the results were that Romania can achieve a potential of 16 billion euros in 10 years if we achieve and if we manage to capture the generative AI potential. Broadly speaking, that accounts to 5% of Romania's GDP. And that study that encompassed all functions, roles in Romania, showed the potential of 42% of jobs of being increased and complemented by artificial intelligence. So we delved into that at the moment, but we now realize that public sector is also very important because we see a lot of innovation coming from private sector, from smaller businesses, SMEs, from generally the tech part, but we are very, very much interested to see how the public administration can capture this potential and can achieve these goals. So the new report that we commissioned specifically on the public sector that Implement Consulting developed and we launched earlier today shows that there is a potential of 660 million to be achieved in the Romanian public administration with the advancement of generative AI and AI technologies in the administration. That means that citizens can improve their workflow with the administration when they are requesting public data or when their queries are processed, or in healthcare systems when we have interactions in the public administration, or when we do the tax reporting or inquiries that we do generally with the authorities. That also means that in the report they show that 69% of the people in the public administration can complement and make better use of their jobs by using artificial intelligence. And I think the results speak from themselves. There is a low number of jobs that will require to be reshaped in a way to see how AI can make them more creative and useful. But the other 24% of jobs will remain unchanged because they are human interaction mostly, so they will not be affected. Overall, I think that the results are showing that generally Romania public sector can evolve significantly if they manage to boost productivity in their internal workflows, to have a robust infrastructure for the services, especially digital public services, adopting also the national infrastructures that are promoting such kind of measures. And it would improve also citizens' well-being, societal, economical results. So overall, I think the results are super positive.
Indeed, they are, and in terms of figures, yeah, it sounds like a very promising story. 60 billions, millions in public sector, and so on. But I would like to move to Kaspar a little bit. What is the road? I mean, there's a promise of look, the economical benefit of that, but what implies the road? I mean, you are a managing director of the digital hub of at NAUF Group, and you are integrating technologies, you are integrating AI. So you might be the best person here to show us the angle, what means to implement this.
Yeah, thank you. So I would maybe like to start answering a question by alluding to two important numbers, one of which being that 45 to 70%, depending on which source you look at, in terms of European companies applying AI, are lagging behind in terms of adoption as compared to the US, right? So I'm talking classical enterprises here. And the second number is that in terms of the European ecosystem, there is a fraction of venture capital currently flowing into these kind of technologies, as again compared to the US. A recent study that I have essentially read on that is 1/18th, right? So I think in order to answer your question, first of all, let's get the baseline clear. We are already late, right? And I think Europe is risking of actually becoming a laggard in that regard for various reasons. I have some ideas of how we could potentially improve that. But AI has been around for some time. I mean, not only with the advent of ChatGPT becoming essentially accessible to all of us on our mobile phones, AI has been applied in many entrepreneurial settings for more than 10 years, 10 to 15 years. When I started at Amazon in 2011, the company had been experimenting with machine learning algorithms for more than 5 years. For instance, smart shopping recommendations that you get on Amazon are a good example, right? That we've been used to, and it's AI. So in terms of ensuring competitiveness in Europe, I think we need to really double down on a few aspects of how we can maybe catch up a little bit. I think it's more a question of how to catch up instead of being first. And I think one very important fact is that I think we have to reconsider a little bit our approach to risk-taking. I think overall we are kind of resistant when it comes to taking entrepreneurial risks. Also in the enterprise environment, in the corporate environment, I can only encourage companies to start not only experimenting with AI, but also motivating the workforce to double down on these technologies and actually integrate them into their business processes and workflows. We need to think about how we can actually turn our European economy into an ecosystem that really empowers these kind of technologies by encouraging entrepreneurial venture capital in that space, and also energy security ultimately, because we will need a lot of energy in order to run our foundation models going forward and needed infrastructure to also drive self-sufficiency in Europe when it comes to AI applications. I think I would leave it with these two remarks for the time being, but overall, I think what's very important is that we as Europe that is increasingly growing together need to really view AI as a chance that can boost our productivity, given the fact that a lot of the industries we are currently having, and I'm a representative of such an industry, can enormously profit because we are big in traditional production, and AI is really a great enabler to help us become more productive.
Thank you so much. And indeed, I keep this idea of a huge chance, but it's the devil in details that we need to do. Also, I'll move to Antonella Varmorbida. This couldn't happen. I mean, all the AI effort couldn't be done by all of the large corporations. And if we want to be competitive at the European level, and not only, we need to foster every effort. And I believe this couldn't happen in a vacuum, as we discussed earlier. How can we involve the communities? How can we involve everybody, not only in terms of digital gaps that we need to shorten, if you want, but also in terms of not being behind so much in terms of international collaboration and also competition?
Yes, indeed, and it's a great pleasure to contribute to this panel, and I'm very happy to be back to Bucharest, where I came for the first time in December '96, long time ago, and it's also very nice to be in an environment dealing with the Black Sea. It's also a very challenging part of the world, but also giving a lot of possibility to exchanges in different parts of this very important area. Yeah, what I wanted to add to this conversation, I'm not a super expert in AI, but ALDA is working on local communities, and what I see is that entrepreneurship doesn't live in a vacuum. You need to rely on a certain level of good governance, and you need to rely on a certain level of civic engagement. So when people say, oh, you deal with democracy and we deal with entrepreneurship, I think those are wrong concepts, because entrepreneurship is able to be generated in an environment which is safe from also a governance point of view. So you are not in an environment which is corrupted or which is aggressing you, and which gives you the possibility to be an entrepreneur. And the same when it comes to civic engagement. When you have a vivid and civil society, when people are taking care of their own community and that are able to also think about public good, they are also possibly becoming entrepreneurs. So I think from that perspective, there is a challenge in digitalization, as we could say, and then AI is the next frontier. Because if we look at that, we can also see that there is still, as my colleague said before, a digital gap. So we are not there yet. For example, we have evidences that more than 50% of the EU population still have basic digital skills. As we said, there is evidences that only 17% of the companies in the EU which are projecting themselves in an AI vision. We have in Europe less connectivities, 50% of the territories lag behind the 5G connectivity, and as we said, we have some rural areas which are completely disconnected to this kind of projections and perspective. So I would like to say that in order to generate the best possibility of digitalization and AI when it comes to entrepreneurship, because at the end of the day, democracy and civil society, empowerment and development and participation, as we are used to say in our program, is also to generate wealth. And wealth comes through entrepreneurship, whether it is big or small. ALDA is more dealing with small communities and communities empowerment. And there is also two other conditions. Digitalization and AI in its best possibilities of generating wealth need two things, needs the tech, the hard and the soft. So when we talk about AI and the potential of generating entrepreneurship, we need to give these tech possibilities also to territories, and this is what our moderator mentioned. So we need to think decentralization, and we need to think small communities, because most of our countries, they are not in the capitals only, so we need to reach out with these tools, really, the tools of the tech which are reaching to our municipalities and to our regions. We also to make sure that the citizens have the, and I said the hard and the soft. So the soft is the knowledge, because when people say, yeah, I mean, I'm able to use social networks, and so I am technology advanced. But then, as we said, this is not all this. You need an education to be able to be an interface with the technology that you can use for your own private services, but also for more entrepreneurship purposes. So what ALDA does is that we are working on these three nexus, so which is entrepreneurship and needs of the entrepreneurs, this civil society empowerment and interactivity, and local governance and local community, because you cannot do enterprises in an environment which is not facilitating your work, also from a public sector point of view. And that doesn't only come from the national taste, but also from the local communities. For example, We are working, and ALDA is working both in the EU, in the neighborhood areas. We have an office in Moldova. We have activities in Moldova. We have a big flagship initiatives also in Ukraine, just to mention a few that we have addressed this morning. We are working on digitalization hub, for example, not only supporting local authorities, but also supporting citizens. We have a mediacy literacy handbook so that the people can know more about how to interact with these tools. We are working also very much, and I conclude this first part on how to address, I mean, we use maybe an outdated terms, which is the digital gap, which is also helping citizens to know the basics of how to interacting with these tools. For example, I come from Italy, and now the big thing is this national identity, which is called lo SPID. And you need to, I guess that every country in Europe has now this digital identity, and you cannot set up an enterprises. You cannot do anything if you don't have lo SPID, as we say in Italy. Most of the people are not able to do this. So ALDA is working with local governments and with citizens to produce this digital number. There are some countries where these things are going much faster for also technological tools which are given at disposal. And believe it or not, I think that Ukraine, for what I have experienced so far, has really reached possibilities of technology when it comes to using services of the national states. They have a quite performant Ministry on Digital Innovation that I'm sure many of us know. And they do also, because of the situation, a lot via this instrument. So I want to say that these AI and digital tools are a tool for participation, are a tool of empowerment, if all the pieces of our communities are involved in this upgrade. So it is not only enterprises, but also civil society and also local public institutions.
Thank you. And just to somehow sum up what has been said now, I see two things. I mean, we have a huge opportunity, economical opportunity, but in order to get this opportunity, there's not only an effort, an entrepreneurial effort, but it's a whole system that we need to put together in terms of communities, involvement, security, and even governance, and so on. Also, we have to respond to some fears, and I will move to Marius Poșa from this perspective. I mean, AI automates more tasks, and as previously was said, yes, there's a digital gap that we have right now. AI is coming, is going to make this gap bigger or smaller. Or in terms of fears, are we going to lose the jobs that we have now, and so on. There's a fear of AI at the society level. On this digital, low digital, basic digital skills that Antonella was mentioning. So people don't know technology, so they fear more about more technology. How do you see this challenge from your point of view?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. The main idea in all discussion I have with people from industry, people from, I don't know, public services, all together have the same question. AI will make to lose our jobs because, as we know, we are talking today about the jobs who, in our perspective, by 10 years by now, will not exist anymore. So we talk about the transformation because everybody at the beginning start about we must to be digitalized, we must to change. No, it's about transformation. Okay, transformation means step by step, because you can't go, okay, if you solve a mathematical problems, you are not have the answer, the answer of the question from the beginning. Okay, you must make steps to see, to analyze. The same situation is here. From our vision, it's very simple. We need to help people, and we have proved in our vision it's about innovation, about technological transfer. So actually, we want to training our people, because nobody will be left behind. So everybody must to be updated and upgraded to the new market opportunities. So it's very simple. You take somebody right now, you create a vision. We talk about even the public services, and to create a vision for him for the future. You need jobs for everybody, because as we know, we don't have such many people, so we need it in our field of jobs, in the private sector, also in the public sector. So I think AI is not a threat in our jobs, it's a threat in our vision. So if we don't have the vision, we don't have the courage to apply what we think will be in the future will come after us, and we are not prepared. So we must start to prepare step by step everything to see what AI Act, let's say it, what says we need to do some steps. First of all, we must to create very strong laws, okay, very strong rules, because if we stay in the same table to play a game and everybody will play that game after his rule, nobody will understand nothing, will be the Babylon, okay, the legendary Babylon from the Bible. So I think in the end what we need clear rules. Rules must be followed and supported by the government, and also followed by the, after we talk, because all the time in my ministry where I'm working day by day, my team stay all the time and speak and with the private sector, because I say it, the rules can be made it only together. Stay at the same table to see what is the best for both of the parts. So actually, we are not thinking anymore. We are two parts. We are the same team, maybe with different visions.
Thank you. And I'm happy you tackled this point of not only vision, because it's important in terms of bringing everybody together, at least to the same vision, but also having this conversation about the rules that you mentioned. And I move to Cezara. I know that Europe has a recent history in trying to regulating this AI field. It's something new, and like everything new, there can be something that is seen good or not. And I'm thinking also from having this balance about competitivity on one hand. So the Europe needs to, as Kaspar was saying, needs to come from behind in terms of digital and technology as a whole, but also on the other hand, let's regulate this. So it's a hard choice, and I was wondering how do you see this game that Europe needs to play?
Thank you for the question, Radu. And this is something that we're very interested in, because it's not us saying, but I think we can all agree that Europe is lagging behind on innovation and competitiveness. And this is not just with the adoption of the AI Act, but generally, just to give you a sense of the magnitude, in the past 5 years, we've had at the EU level around 100 pieces of legislation on digital policies that are going to be applicable at the EU level member states. So you can imagine the implications for private sector to regulate, to comply with regulations and to make sure that we adjust the changes. And then we will be probably not surprised when we'll see that some features, some product launches are not happening in the European Union, just because we have stronger, stricter regulations that are preventing us from doing so, including To give you an example, the MA is going to now limit what we see on apps that are part of Europe. And we've not launched some product features in Europe that we might have found useful just because we now have more legislative instability or several legislations that we're going to need to put in place. You've seen probably the Mario Draghi report that was recently launched, and basically the European Commission is saying through the report, by consulting the industries and the region, that actually we have overregulation, and that is not helping with competitiveness when other state actors are more nimble and able to boost R&D or to work on other issues. So I think this is an issue that we all need to be taking care of and to advocate for that. And by the way, in Mario Draghi's report, there were little, if none, CE organizations that were consulted when they assessed the needs for that. So I think we, as a region, need to be more vocal. We need to step in for such important decisions. And now, yes, we'll have the AI Act, the EU AI Office. All those will be still trying to make decisions on how AI and copyright will work together, on AI and privacy. So I think generally we can try to advocate more if you want unicorns to be present in the region, in Europe. We need to focus from traditional regulation, and now maybe there is a new chance with the new European Commission coming over and to rather focus on implementing what has been already adopted, and the new parliament trying then regulating some other documents, although there are discussions to still try to push for that as well. But generally what we are trying to say is that this is not perhaps the best solution, but we do work on skills, and we work on equipping everyone with the necessary tools that they need just to be ready for the AI revolution, if you may. So today also, before launching the report, we also made an announcement that our philanthropic arm, Google.org, is offering a 300,000 grant in Romania for AI opportunity to make sure that we can equip the necessary organizations to train the population on AI skills to make sure that no one is left behind. We understand the needs. We understand that if we want to have AI in public sector, then we need civil servants to know how to use AI. And this is another point that I'd like to mention, that just recently we worked with the National Institute of Administration in Romania, and around 1,500 people, public servants from Romania and Moldova, were trained in AI and cybersecurity through our partnership. So I think there are many issues, many things that we can do together to ensure that we focus on the concrete best practices that we can adopt and work towards being innovative and competitiveness, rather than just regulating more, because that will never end. And I think we also like to see more innovation in Europe.
I believe everyone wants more innovation, but also you have to respond to some fears about privacy and ethics of the AI and so on. Before moving to Kaspar, one quick remark. I will try to have like 5 minutes for your questions from the room, and for that, just prepare your questions. There's a microphone here in the front, so you know when I will say okay to come here and ask if they are okay. Thank you. Yes, you said that you have some ideas about how we can speed up and close this gap with the US, for example, in terms of technology. Also, how can we boost this ecosystem? Europe, in the digital decade, promises like tens of unicorns at the European level, but how do they grow? These unicorns grow? I mean, do they just suddenly come up, or?
Unfortunately not.
Yes.
So they are the result of a long-term plan, right? And this is what I advocate for. We need a plan in Europe of how we want to stay competitive and actually get back to the very top, right? This is what it's all about. It's about economic growth, which is the precondition for anything else. So here I'm lacking a little bit the vision that you alluded to, how we can actually get there. And yes, the EU AI Act is a good example. I think what you just said is a big risk, right? I mean, we are currently seeing some features, critical features, that some of the biggest tech companies in the world are not launching in Europe because of regulatory, let's say, insecurity, right? I mean, think about what this means, right? I mean, the race is continuing, but without us being part of it. So this is where we need to really wake up, right? And I think there are a few strategies to get there, but I think one is probably the most important, and it comes from within. We have to embrace change as Europeans much more than we used to. Because there's one constant, in my view, it's the fact that change is all around us. It's the only constant, if you want. I agree there are certain risks with AI when it comes to protecting our democracies. We've heard about this morning. There are risks that you need to control when it comes to news dissemination, controlling for the wrong sources, and a lot of damage that Gen AI can potentially do in that space. And yes, we need stringent regulation there, but for the business sector, we need pragmatic regulation, right? We need companies, enterprises that use AI, that now define the critical use cases for their business to have a clear view on what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do when it comes to GDPR. We need clear standards here, and we need, obviously, investors to also understand that Europe is an ecosystem that it's worth investing into over the next decade, and therefore, obviously, drive the growth that we are looking for in the startup environment on these very models, right? I mean, let's again be honest. I mean, the quest on the foundation models, the LLMs, it's already been decided, right? I mean, it's the US companies owning these. We need to double down on AI applications and services in Europe and really become world-class there.
Thank you. And you mentioned this whole environment that is needed to push forward. And I hear more often than before that this need for innovation. I mean, in this balance, we should push for innovation rather than go straight and regulate something that is not yet in Europe. Some people laughed about the AI that we started regulating, but we didn't have like what to regulate at some points. And it's a powerful example. Yes, you wanted to add something, or?
Maybe just one last comment. I think we're talking a lot about digitization these days. And for me, it's a very, let's say, imprecise term. So what we need to ensure in Europe, again, is that our, let's say, digital infrastructure is in place. So digitization for me is more or less essentially the optimization of processes and the provision of that core infrastructure services that we will obviously need. But for me, this is a hygiene factor. AI is more about innovation. Technological transformation is associated with that. This is what we need to empower based on that very, let's say, infrastructure. So let's do our homework first in order to then really become innovative again.
Yes, thank you. And moving to Antonella Valmorbida, once again, you mentioned the power of communities into that, and there's a whole system needed to support that the enterprises doesn't grow in a vacuum, as you said, but also that you need somehow good governance at the local level, not only to boost this innovation. But I was curious, and how do we use technologies like AI for I don't know, community challenges, bridging these gaps? Because if AI is doing something, is speeding up this process, how we can use it for good? Not so the whole system that we need to put in place. How can we put it with the help of AI?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, but that indeed reiterates the fact that for us the enterprises system is part of an ecosystem. So we are in ALDA, and we really think that this is also the shape of Europe when we say that we have a community working together. So it's not only the private sector and the private boss who is able to do his own story and bring back to his own or her own pockets the resources. We know that in Europe we have this, and this is the feature of the model of the economy of Europe, which is decentralized, which is going in the territories, and which is also a corporate responsibility for the whole community. So when you say that, ALDA is also very much, and with many other stakeholders, we can use AI, and as you said, in its innovation approach, to engage citizens and to engage the broad part of the community, for example, in planning, in doing public policies together, and which are not only national but are also local. So an entrepreneur is not is placed in a certain area, maybe in industrial areas or in a city center if they have trade and commerce and tourist areas, and we can with the AI produce, for example, consultative, more efficient consultation of this community, where they will decide together with the enterprises and the public sector a better setting for the business itself. So I think this is something in citizens' participation that will help also the business sector to develop, to be more integrated in their own communities, and to generate more, shared and better wealth. Of course, this AI is also, this has this character, this feature of innovation, but actually, I mean, from my perspective, it's the management of very quick and massive data, yes? That's what we are talking about, yeah. So in very simple words, that probably doesn't satisfy many of you, but this is how I interpret this. Of course, there are risks in the manipulation. Of course, there are risks if you are able to manipulate quicker and bigger bunch of data. So I think that from that perspective, as many of us said, Europe must also be a regulatory system, not for blocking the change, but for avoiding the mismanagement, for avoiding the fact that, as we said in this panel, people will be left behind for several reasons. Because you choose that they should be left behind, which is a risk, yeah, the choice that you are out of the system and out of the benefit of AI, or because you are not able to grasp this innovation or deal with it, or not being educated. So I think that we need to bring in this conversation the European features that have been raised during this day, and I guess will be also in the future, which is an environment which is englobing the public sector, the civic sector, in the business sector. So we have this social approach and community approach. And so taking care of the participation of our citizens in our public policies, which regard also enterprises, and to be sure that there are regulations. And we mentioned this morning. ALDA has been also involved in the Democracy Shield development thoughts that will also be put in place now with the new European Commission. And I think that we need to show the way about how to protect ourselves from the risk of this technology, which doesn't mean that we don't want it, but we need to be forward-looking and to see where are the risks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, I encourage you, if you have questions, the microphone is here. We'll still have some time. I will take the opportunity for the next couple of minutes to ask Marius. I know the Romanian government launched this year the strategy for AI. Important components on vision, as you mentioned, but also on how important is the research and development. How do you make connection between research and development institutes and the industry? What do you see as being more important into this ground of okay, strategic vision, but what would be some key elements that you see that not only the governments but also the research environment, companies should focus on?
I'll be very straight and I will say why we need research if we don't implement. So our main sentence, our key sentence, it's implement what are we researching. So I talk once again about the technological transfer, even if it's from AI, from other industries. Okay, right now we are talking about AI, but in the whole field of research, if you make only research and put it in some envelopes and put it in, I don't know, some desk and put it there, we just spend money. So actually what we are doing right now in our team, in my ministry, with my team, my minister and everybody from this team, it's to add value of this research, to put this research to work, to create, to generate revenue. Because otherwise, we just say, okay, we have worked a lot. What we have done? Nothing. Why? Because we have research. Okay, 100% agree. It's not necessary everything from R&D to be tomorrow developed or tomorrow put in the product. But if we don't try it to stay at the same table, to understand, okay, we have created one idea, one innovating idea. So let's create something around this idea is for nothing. So actually, what are we doing is to support, to have programs for, we support a lot of programs in the research. We are stimulating the innovation, but at the end, we need to have technological transfer, or maybe some ideas, put it together with the private sector, why not, and create something what in the end add value to our life, to our daily life, because we are talking here, we are not two teams, they and us. We are together because, as I know, we are living in the same field, name it Terra. So.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you all for having this conversation. We name it Unleashing the Potential of AI to Drive Innovation and Economic Growth, and I learned that there's a lot of potential, indeed, economical potential, as you mentioned, but in order to unleash it, you need to involve communities, you need to involve the whole business sector to rethink around the transformation and not only focus on regulatory aspects, but also in what is the ground that will foster innovation, not only regulate and respond to fears. And I end with what Marius Poșa said around the idea of the technological transfer. I mean, we cannot keep researching and make the transfer to companies that were leaving to US because there's a natural ground there for growth. We need to have this ground for growth here. Thank you so much for being with us today. In a big round of applause, I would like to thank all of our panelists for that. Thank you so much. Well, I invite you to stay on the AI field because there's a new panel on cybersecurity and in the AI environment. Daria, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, Radu, I think I will take it from in the good hands of the panel that you just had and link to the fact that we also discussed in the first panel of the day about cyber citizen and education, building human firewalls. But so from there, we go a bit further. We go, let's say, the advanced step. So the panel that we have right now, it will be about cyber resilience and network security in the context of the AI revolution. So it's my pleasure to have with us today Duncan Pan.
the General Director of the National Cybersecurity Directorate of Romania. Welcome. And then, again, my pleasure to invite on the stage Steve Purser, the former head of the Core Operations Department in the European Union Cybersecurity Agency. Welcome, Steve. I will also invite a global leader in cybersecurity, Joseph Albitar, Chief Security Officer, Real-Time Payments and Transfer Solutions, MasterCard. Thank you for coming. And then it's also my pleasure to invite fellow Aspen Alexandru Sudugiu, General Manager of Enveo CyberSec. Welcome. So, gentlemen, I will start with a question which I would like all of you maybe to tackle. So, Dan first. So, what's AI revolution for you, Dan Campan?
Oh, thank you so much for the question. Thank you for inviting me here. First of all, it's the impact on our day-to-day activity when it comes to the cyber in the very first place. Is the fact that we have to think, reflect, and worry about how attackers, how malicious actors are making use of this amazing tool, the AI tool that honestly I truly believe we don't really fully understand at this moment. And we have to reflect also on how we can put it at better use from our perspective. And the most important aspect is that we really need to put a lot more effort in getting it right. I give my own example. I'm at this stage probably at the level of prompt engineer. I know how to ask questions to the machine learning engine, but we need to bring it to the next level. And for this, we need to hear more about what is there, how it works, and to have as many, but really as many as possible use cases.
And in all your conversations and public engagement, you speak all the time about AI, correct? Nowadays.
We talk a lot about it, and honestly, we worry a lot about it because we have to worry.
Yeah, thank you. So, Steve Purser, what is AI revolution for you and for your role right now after being on top of the cyber mountain in Europe for so long?
I don't know if I was on top of the mountain, but so I prepared a very personal view on this. So. I was head of operations for ENISA. I'm now an independent cybersecurity consultant. And in that role, of course, I get asked all the while, you know, how will cybersecurity impact security? Mainly from clients, so mainly from private sector clients, actually. And I consider that my job really is to try and position AI in the global scheme of things, and also historically, because we learned a lot with deployment of past technologies, and I think we can take these lessons into how AI is likely to be to perform in the current situation. So mainly to say what it will be good at doing and what it will not be good at doing and what the risks are. I do use AI myself. I use ChatGPT and Copilot and sometimes other things, but I use them in an unusual way. So my role as a consultant is to pass across experience, things I've learned from other people over the years, and I've been very privileged to talk to a lot of people, Dan and Dario amongst them. So I use these things because if I ask a question to these things and it gives me an answer, I cross it off what I talk about in a panel like today. Because why should I talk about that when you can get it from a search engine? Then I'm not adding value, yeah? So that's an interesting use of AI, I thought. But let me say one serious thing before I pass over to the next person on the panel. With respect to AI, my reflection is this. I've always thought throughout quite a long career that cybersecurity is all about thinking. It really is, you've got to think. And more than anything else, what I've noticed a big mistake over the past 30 years is people go racing into solutions before they have spent the time to think about and understand the problem they're trying to solve. So think about that, because it's very important. Understand the problem you are trying to solve before adapting the solutions. Now, my worry with AI is a bit like with the calculator. You know, the calculator came along and everyone was great, especially kids loved it because it gave the answer without too much thought. The consequence is half the kids of today are maybe not that brilliant at mental arithmetic, or certainly perhaps not as good as their parents were. So that could be the consequence. If we don't challenge and learn to use AI in a sensible way, and you know, use it cleverly, I think then it could get us into quite some trouble. And I think that was all I was going to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so you use prompting for different models, no? So
Yeah, as I
you
said,
don't go only with one, because in the sense, it was also touched in the previous panel, we have to use AI in order to know what it gives us, no?
Yeah, and you have to have enough knowledge to be able to interpret what is good from bad. Otherwise, I mean, AI hallucinates, right?
Yeah.
So if you can't do that, you're lost, basically.
Thank you. So then we go to Joseph, and you have a global role there. So how do you see from your own role the AI revolution? What is it?
It's important as we talk about AI, that AI really just didn't start recently. AI has been around for a while, for a long while, more than the current evolution. The evolution is just speeding it up based on the technology and whatnot. At MasterCard, we've been using AI for quite a long time, for years. We've implemented it in many different ways. The challenge we all face is the ability for us to implement AI in a balanced manner. Yeah. So we have responsibilities as a brand and as a protector with the trust invested as a brand to make sure we're securing our ecosystem, we're securing our consumers, we're securing the transactions. Last year alone, we've topped 280 billion transactions. That's a lot of transaction to be secured in our trust. The second element of that is the ensuring that we are balancing between the ability to implement it in areas of our environment that make sense. Fraud, the SOC function, our different entities. But the most key point is approaching it in a balanced manner that makes sense to the enterprise and to the business objective and our consumers and customers. You got to keep thinking about that as you approach it. Is what is the intent? Why are you doing it? The gentleman earlier was talking about that. And if you go in and continue to waste a lot of time in research and never implement anything, it'll make nothing. So that's the same philosophy when we implemented AI and we continue to enhance the capabilities. There is an objective. What is the objective? What is the long goal? We keep that in mind as we approach it and as we implement it, and keep to enhance on it in our capabilities.
So for you, the keyword would be trust, and how do you use AI to enable that overall?
Trust is at the heart of everything we do.
Okay, thank you. And now we go to the spirit of an entrepreneur, no, Alex? And how do you see the AI revolution in your role in the global hub of London?
So we're into cybersecurity for industrial control systems. Now these are the cyber physical systems. So they had some major challenges where AI can indeed be a blessing and an opportunity to address a shortage of skilled personnel. Because we're looking at people that understand the cyber part, the automation, the cyber part as in the traditional IT, the digitalization side. And then the physical, which is governed by a different branch of engineering that is more focused on the automation process itself. So finding skilled personnel to do cybersecurity for industrial control system has been challenging, and with the help of AI, we are exploring and looking at how it can upscale people from basic knowledge to operating and providing more quality data into the entire process of cybersecurity. And another challenge that we face in this specific industry, where I think AI can be of great help, is the fact that this industry tends to be very unique. Every process is different. And AI can help you calibrate the deployment of cybersecurity to make it more efficient. So arguing on the blessing of AI and cybersecurity is the fact that we can upscale people quicker and we can calibrate our systems to detect better. However, there is a curse, because if you're not doing AI, your adversary is doing AI. So the complexity of these attacks has grown exponentially, and we're in the position of, if you don't embrace it now, it might be too late. And the risks in cyber have gone up considerably in the past year alone.
So do you mean, with your answer, you mean that the cyber resilience is also like AI against AI type of thing?
I think that's where we're heading.
Okay, so then I would like to touch upon another part, Dan. So we say that we have unprecedented opportunities with artificial intelligence. So what are those for you from your role that you have? And on the other side, what are the risks that you see and you want to embed in policy for the future, not to mitigate them? Yeah.
Let me start with the policy side first. As you know, at the level of the European Union, there are a lot of developments on AI. We have also the national level, and it was discussed a bit earlier, we have a national AI strategy. Of course, these are high level. You need to translate them in very practical, very tactical programs, projects, initiatives, solutions, whatever. Now, if I look from a regulatory perspective, and I get once in a while the question, hey guys, you from the Romanian Directorate, you are National Cyber Regulatory Authority. What are you doing about AI? Bottom line, it's code, it's software. And shall we focus, it's a big dilemma, honestly. Shall we focus a lot more and put special, particular measures for AI or not? As I said, difficult to take a bold, strong decision at the moment when it's not very, very clear what's the evolution of use of AI, in particular in cyber. When it's not very clear what kind of skills you may need, what kind of measures you may need to deploy. What are the real and true risks of the use and abuse of AI in the digital space? And to give one example that is my favorite, because I get a question almost weekly, did you detect any AI-driven cyber attack? The answer is no, not so far, not yet. So we haven't seen yet an attack that is prepared with the entire cyber kill chain, you know, reconnaissance up to the last steps performed fundamentally or let's say mainly by means of AI. We haven't seen that. It's still a very strong, very powerful tool that is used in a variety of ways. And it's more, the risk comes more from the way users are using this AI tool. And to wrap it up a bit on this point, we really need to get a better grasp on those use cases, to see and to analyze how malicious actors are making use of AI. And there we deal with, in the reactive mode mainly, when I say we, all of us, with the consequences of AI-related attacks or AI-supported attacks or AI whatever attacks or incidents. And we need also a lot more and lot better use cases on how you can make the best use of AI. And here my big challenge is that, for example, we don't know yet enough about the good practices, good solutions, how companies, how universities, how various organizations are making the best use of AI in the defense mode.
But you send your team like maybe reminders every week, please use this new tool or see what this is about, no? Yeah, sometimes.
Honestly, there is a proliferation of tools as well. And that's make it difficult, and it makes it more difficult because the human comes in place. And I've seen so many organizations where we are using the tool A or B or C, AI-driven, or we adopt the technology or that solution, fundamentally not based on a risk assessment and based on the business analysis, but because of the user preference.
Yeah.
We tend to forget that the user has a say in this.
Yes, I tend to agree with the human firewall aspect of the cyber resilience behind it. But what our fellow panelists are saying, what about the opportunities and risk, Steve? How do you see them?
Okay, so perhaps it's worth just very briefly going over what AI is at the moment. And there are, of course, various forms of AI. It certainly is not thinking. Yeah? It is pattern recognition, data mining, doing a lot of things which we can't do more efficiently, but it is not thinking.
So, Steve, it's not like in the movies yet, no?
It's not like in the movies
Okay,
yet. There's no
that's
HAL
good.
9000
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's good.
So I think that gives you the clue to what the opportunities are, but also to what the risks are. It is a probabilistic technology. And with a probabilistic technology, we should not expect to get deterministic answers, yeah? So what are the opportunities going to be? Well, again, in cybersecurity, I'll restrict myself to cybersecurity, of course, but there are things like threat detection, but not necessarily response, which requires a whole host of factors to be taken into account. Predictive analysis, analysis of human behavior, but then we have to be careful for the privacy aspects, of course. Vulnerability management, threat intelligence is a good one. And I liked what my colleague said, because I also worked for MasterCard and Visa in the past, and we were using neural networks back in the 90s, which is also a form of AI. So these are the kind of things that it can do well. Will it do well? Well, Dan has already raised this point. It depends on how you implement it. And I think this is really the key thing. So we've been saying in security for many years, it's all about people, process, and technology, and it's about balancing the three. And I really would not recommend jumping off the deep end and putting all your eggs in the technology basket. We've been tempted to do this many times in the past, and it never works. You need the people and process checks. Example, you probably all know this story. I hope it's true. I can't justify it, but you can appreciate it might be anyway. The lawyer who prepared his case for court using AI and found out that half the things that were in there were hallucinations, so it didn't do very well. And of course, you know, consider the medical aspects. If I went for a diagnosis, if it was done by AI, I sure as hell would like to have a doctor behind it to make sure that the AI had made the right decision. So, you know, there are a lot of things which could be positive, but could also be negative. In terms of challenges, I think we have three areas. We have the fact that, as has already been pointed out, AI is already being used by the bad guys to attack us. That's a problem. We have the fact that we now have AI systems which we need to defend. And as Dan pointed out, we don't have much experience with it. And we have the ethics, which is also rather complicated. But the AI Act in the EU is a good example of how we might approach this. The point about attacks is AI can be used to make attacks more efficient. So we need to be much more clever in how we use our traditional safety guards and control mechanisms. 90% of securing anything, including AI applications, is traditional controls, by the way. The number of specific AI controls you can fit in one hand, they're very unusual.
So what you're saying is that you add on top just, so it's like...
Yeah, it's like the cherry on the cake. If you don't get the basics right, it's no good having the sophisticated AI stuff, absolutely. And I think when thinking about what it'd be like in the future, nevertheless, and this is important to think about, what distinguishes AI from all the other applications we have? Well, it's the ability to potentially think like a human or behave like a human. So then the natural thing is, what kind of controls would you need in order to be able to control that behavior? And we don't know yet. We really don't. We're thinking about it, yeah? But it will be maybe, as someone else said, AI versus AI. So the basics is, you know, there are many challenges. But the key thing at the moment is we see an increase in attacks due to AI. We're using traditional controls. We have to be better in using them. And we're looking into new ways of securing AI models in the future. Just to give you an idea of what these controls look like before passing over to the next person, specific AI controls are things like adversarial training. So making sure that you train the application to deal with adversarial input, as it were. Model validation and testing. If someone can change your model, then anything can come out the other end. Transparency is a new big thing, so you can understand how this thing works. And by the way, these statistical models is very difficult. And but this is more classical data governance and access controls. And that will be my sort of summary.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, just have from the business where you are in, like you focus more on the opportunities, or you also like want to see all the time the risk in the future, what's coming?
For us, opportunities comes in, as I was talking earlier, it comes in if it's exactly where you want to do with it. So if I'm going to take two case scenarios here. Number one for us is the fraud area, right? So for us, fraud is a key factor of AI, and we've been working on it, like I said, for years. But enhancing not just the fraud itself, but the capabilities. To my colleague's point, he's absolutely right. AI is nothing without existing basic fundamentals of good security measures. So if you think you're going to implement AI to do security controls, there's no such thing. So AI is an enhancement of existing capabilities you deploy, such as vulnerability management and encryption, and all of those key big fundamental things that we're all familiar and good at, right? Implementing AI without any of those, without good, solid process, procedures, and people, it's not going to yield you anything. It's just, you're going to waste your money for no added value. So when it comes to the fraud, we've been implementing for the last 5 years alone. We've spent about $7 billion just enhancing our cybersecurity and our AI capabilities to enhance our ability to detect fraud early, the ability to take bad cards out of the system, and the ability to issue early alerts to our consumers about the potential fraud for our customers. Those are key fundamentals where we've gained and we've seen a tremendous added value for AI and how it's been improved for us as a company and for our consumers and customers. The second piece, which is more defensive piece, which is the SOC function, right? Those are key areas where you can see a dramatic improvement and a quick payback, is the ability to see how you can detect alert early, how quickly can you respond to them, how quickly you can isolate things in your network without having to have an impact for the wider area. Those areas, those alerts, those early notification that we then use to share with our customer for our Fusion Center, through our ECRC, which is our European Resiliency Center that is based in Brussels. Taking that, sharing it with our consumers, our customers, our partners, our local law enforcement, international law enforcement, help build that network, help build that trust. From these two case scenarios is really key of where you can have a business case, where you can focus your effort of AI, where you can make an impact instead of just deploying AI to toy with it. You know, if you have a mission, if you have an objective, you can truly have a benefit for you as a company, but also the consumer and the customers out there.
But for the toy around with AI, do you also send emails to your team like, look, this is a new thing that appeared, this is a new feature? Is this kind of culture for skilling up?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, before you deploy AI, you must also be smart and balanced in how you deploy AI. Having the right policy, having the right governance in place will really help you as a company to avoid these pitfalls. So to your point, that is not something we try to encourage of just toying around with it. We do have a sandbox allowing typical users to go play, like ChatGPT and other tools that we allow the regular users to go play in, but it's a sandbox. It is not widely used where you can create, because we also, as a company, even regardless if it's public or private, we have an ethical responsibility to ensure that the product we produce or the practices is really governed and is done in a manner that is right protected.
So you protect your data, your corporate data there.
It's the consumer data.
And consumer data. Yeah, thank you. And what about your take on that, Alex? So how do you see the opportunities via the risk? I suppose you will go on the opportunity side. Am I wrong? Or?
Of course, we need to look at the opportunity side. I mean, it's business. But just to double on that, of augmenting the security analyst capability. And for a lot of people, I don't think it's clear what it means to run a security operations center or the amount of data that is being generated. I mean, imagine every asset, every device on the network communicating with all the other devices, generating a lot of data. And then you have these people, these security analysts, that need to go through it and find some bits of data that indicate something suspicious. Now, augmenting the capability of humans to go and parse that data is one of the biggest opportunities for AI right now, to make us competitive against our adversaries in order to find their attacks. So that is definitely on the opportunity. But one of the challenges we face is a lot of marketing around AI, and that is going to solve all the world's problems.
It's not going to do that?
Well, it's going to generate problems before it solves its problems, if you ask me. But that is what I feel is a challenge, to clarify that it needs to be applied on specific sectors, and it's not there at the point, and probably, I don't know if it's going to get there to the point where it's going to magically solve our cybersecurity challenges. But yeah, that is something that we're facing with a lot of companies in the industry saying, oh, we got AI in our product, because if you don't have AI, you're not going to get funding nowadays. So everyone's doing AI, but the added value that it actually brings depends a lot.
Yeah, maybe a follow-up question there, like, if you can give us an example how a SOC, traditional SOC looks like right now, like with the dashboards and everything, so people know what people in SOCs are doing. And then maybe Joseph in a fusion center. So yeah, if you can follow up on that, because there are two different additions. So can you elaborate on that, please?
The typical picture you have of a security operations center is these big screens with some nice
with
graphs.
a hoodie and
yeah. But that's just the nice screens. That's not actually what anyone uses. They're on their own laptop or screens with consoles and a lot of text, and just parsing through text and writing complex query languages and just looking for these small events that indicate, oh, it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything to add on the?
Yeah, the concept of Fusion Center is nothing new. The Fusion Center is really used more of a collaborative, collective functions of the organization that comes together. Yeah, so the SOC, to my colleague's point, is not what you see in Hollywood, is not that sexy big screens and charts that makes no sense whatsoever. None of those Hollywood movie charts ever made sense or reality. I mean, if sometimes when I look at those movies, you look at the pie charts and the numbers and the dots and the colors, that is not true. There is no such thing. So the SOC function is true, to my colleague's point. It's different individuals applying analytical thought, analytical process to what an IA tool just gave you. IA by itself does not generate anything. You're gonna need the thinking, the analytical process to help you analyze it. And what the Fusion Center does, it takes that collective data and it makes sure that collective individuals and functions like legal and policy and privacy and technology and security, SOC, OCC, which is your operational monitoring things that monitor your network, all collectively look at it so you can make a decision, an informed decision of how you want to take that. That helped the organization figure out in a rapid manner how quickly to tackle an issue, small or big, and how to actually react to it either by issuing a statement or reacting to it by dealing with agencies from the public or the private. So it's just kind of get the organization a little bit more mobilized, a little bit more nimble to kind of provide a quick reaction to incidents if you have any.
Do you have a follow-up? I see that you are prepared for.
Thank you
how is
so
your
much.
Yeah.
I have two very practical examples. One related to how AI can help on a security operating center. And it may look simple and funny, but it's a very important one for the incident responder, for the analysts over there. So for example, I know one SOC that it's using AI to help their analysts and incident responders to navigate the puzzle of tools they have. Because they have a lot of apps and scripts and Gits and whatever. And they figure out that in a normal life, they will have to invest a lot in training. And actually, when the experts have to respond to an incident or do something, they lose a lot of time, very, very valuable time, in trying to navigate the tools. And they are using AI simply to help them navigate to the best tool, to the best menu, to the best button, to the best report they can get fast. Once they get to that menu, report, etc., they know what to do there. But they are saving time on this. That's one aspect. Second, I had actually, last week I had a conversation with a CISO from a Romanian company that told me, Dan, I have the following problem. I had to deny a memo internal because my company, someone from IT, so mind you, CISO, IT, they were not the same team. They were a bit on the opposite side. They made a memo, they want to buy whatever licenses for an AI tool in order to do their work faster and better. And when it came to the business case, the CISO was almost shocked, so almost a heart attack, because he understood what IT team wanted to do with AI. What they wanted to do, to update the entire technical documentation of everything they were building in-house and everything they were using, by loading in bulk everything in the AI engine and saying, please update this documentation because we are using now a different technology, version 12 instead of 11, or this is the code, and make the manuals for it and so on. So basically they were simply planning to optimize their day-to-day work by giving away all their intellectual property and all their technical data and all their tricky and sensitive technical documentation in order to improve.
With a click away.
Documentation is an asset, we all know, from ISO 27001. So the CISO was like, no. So he was the bad guy denying the colleagues use of AI.
So he saw the risks and not the opportunities.
Exactly. The others saw the good side. So we have to keep a good balance and educate ourselves together and thinking about how to use it, what to implement, and what not to do with the AI.
Yeah. Now I would like to go to the regulatory aspect of AI. So I'm very familiar with the European Commission, the new Directorate of AI. They also opened a work stream on code of practice for AI. I will myself be involved in running this code of practice until end of 2025. Let's see what's coming up with that, but I'm looking forward. How do you see, both of you, Dan and Steve, this code of practice aspect? Steve, maybe if you want to.
Okay, well, let's wake the audience up. Let's wake the audience up. The resilience work at the Commission began in 2007. Does anyone know why? Why 2007? What happened in 2007? These guys know, so I'm not going to ask them. Very good. I don't know who said it. Yeah. The Estonia attack was the first time we suffered a major disruption. So I say this as introduction because we've had, since 2009, when the first important paper came out on this in the Commission, we've had continued experience with resilience and CIP. So what we're discussing now is just an add-on to that. And I think we need to bear this in mind. Yeah. AI is not going to change things as much as people think, in my personal opinion. So what would I stress about the regulatory aspects of moving forward? So, certainly, I mean, we've got two big instruments out there at the moment. You've all heard of them, NIS2 and DORA. NIS2 is the more global one, DORA's Lex Specialis for the banking sector. They are both doing very fundamental things, not sophisticated things. They are basically saying, get the basics right. And this will be my major message to both member states and to private companies today. Over 30 years, again, consistently I see the same things, and that's that both public organizations and private sector organizations fail over the simple things. Let me give you some examples. Job descriptions, not present or out of date. No backups for key people, or when the backups are there, they don't know how to do the job. Dan mentioned documentation. Documents, procedures of 30 pages long that no one ever reads, and if they do, they don't understand it, rather than having something short and sweet that's updated on a regular basis. So all this kind of stuff, which is very, very basic, is what really causes resilience. Then you start to build up, and if you read the regulations, they are pushing for this kind of things. And the most fundamental thing I think both parties can do, and what we've been asking for years, is the EU framework has been pushing for people to move from compliance into active risk management. Article 20 of NIS2 basically responsibilizes the board or boards, okay, to take the whole life cycle of risk management under their wing. Doesn't mean that they have to know all the techie stuff, but they need to be in control. Article 5 of DORA does exactly the same thing. We are asking for responsible risk management. Very quickly coming on to AI and how it fits in, of course it does play a part. So we've got the AI Act, which is limiting the negative sides of AI. And I come back to my earlier comment, you need to control AI. So where can it do good? We saw that the example for the financial sector, which would have been my example, is controlling fraud. In the health sector, it might be diagnostics, diagnostic in patients. And in the energy sector, it might be things like grid monitoring. But a sectorial approach is a good one because risks differ between sectors. When you get someone from the energy sector talking to someone from the financial sector, it takes a time for them to click because in the energy sector, it's availability, which is king. Whereas in the financial sector, it's data integrity and confidentiality, which are the important things. So this sectorial approach is a very good thing. So I actually put some bullet points down because I wanted people to be able to take something away from this. I think government should use AI for awareness training because it's not sufficient, and analyzing sectorial trends, which tips a lot, helping industry adopt AI in a rational and cost-effective manner, and regulating AI to the extent that it's necessary to avoid societal harm, which is the way we've gone. What should organizations do? Get the basics right before adopting sophisticated solutions. This is the #1 message. Recognize that AI nearly always needs additional controls on top of it. You need to check that it's doing what it says it's doing, otherwise the consequences can be very bad. And recognize that AI is secured using traditional controls. So I think if the government sector and the private sector do these things, then I think we're off to a sensible start. Last comment is, for years I've been hearing about the magic bullet that's going to solve all our problems. There have been so many of them in the past. This is the latest one. It won't. But as the colleagues have said, use it wisely, use it sensibly, and it will be a very useful tool.
We will take these ideas as a draft input for the... What about code of practice for you? How does it sound?
It sounds good, but I want to invite you to reflect on one thing. The malicious actors, they have no ethics and no code of practice and no rules. So we have to reflect very carefully on that as well. I'm a believer, honestly, I think we shall have a code of practice, but something that it's adopted and adhered to by as broad as possible for community. That's obvious. How exactly shall look like? What exactly shall foresee? I don't have an answer yet. But I wanted to point on something else on the regulatory side, where I see the biggest discussion popping up. One of the biggest points of discussion would be on which controls that we want to have in place based on risk and control paradigm. Which of those controls are we going to regulate that they will never ever be performed by AI? Because the tendency will be, okay, I'm going to have a lot of automated controls, semi-automated controls, fully AI-driven, user access, this and that, but will be certain controls that organizations and the executives and their boards and their CISOs and everyone may want on purpose to keep them in the hands of the humans, in the hands of a committee, in the hands of an expert, and so on. And I anticipate that, of course, organizations will be tempted to automate as much as possible because of cost cutting. The AI will screen to terabytes of data and bits and bytes in milliseconds, while the human will take 3 weeks and 20 coffees, breaks, and stuff like that to do the same. But will be a lot of debate on what controls, in the case we go in that direction, will keep 100% human, and what controls we are going to give away and allow to be given away in this enterprise architecture.
I like very well this idea of the human being the most advanced expert and reviewer and decider in all this, the decider, no, for the key aspects. Yeah, it's a good idea, that I think. So to wrap up this panel, I would like to maybe start with you, Joseph, about what's cyber resilience and how is your business participating to the cyber resilience of the society where you are active in. What would you leave as a message there? And we'll go maybe to all of you.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Look, by definition, cyber resiliency is really, to my colleague's excellent comment earlier about, you make AI what's applicable to that sector, what's applicable for the risk that you're facing, for the business you're doing. Resiliency is key from an AI perspective, is the ability for companies to figure out how they can sustain an attack while the attack is going, and how to sustain it and come back very quickly and very effectively. The resiliency in society is really not that much that different. The ability to be adaptive, the ability to be balanced in your approach. Once fundamentals are implemented, once governance is implemented, the rest is easy. Resiliency become a part of your process, part of your journey, part of your goals and objectives. It is key as we talk about resiliency. As a company, for example, for MasterCard, we hope that we will never get breached, but we always trying to practice on a regular basis. You don't put it, the process and the procedure for how you're gonna fail over on a shelf and practice it when it happens. It is critical for every organization to practice resiliency on a regular basis. And that is not just by process, by people, by training, by education, following on up, make sure everything is still up to date, because a lot of people don't realize and don't take into account The technology is moving so fast, especially now in the age of AI. The process that you wrote last week is most probably in 3 months is going to be obsolete. And when the emergency happens, and we're going to need to fail over for your resiliency, that's going to fail probably, because you're not going to have a successful. So the key here is, the advice is, have a plan, have an objective, have a balanced approach to how you're going to implement things, and then practice it.
Thank you. And do you also practice as an entrepreneur, or you want speed?
We practice, and we definitely want the speed, but I couldn't have said it better when it comes to cyber resilience. I just want to come back to Dan's point about the fact that we may be regulating AI, but for the adversary it's not getting regulated. And my belief is that you standardize technology, you don't regulate it, and AI at the end of the day is technology. I just want to connect it to the point that we're going towards these digital societies where we'll have more and more technology being deployed. I don't think that regulating, again, these technologies will help us. For that, we need education on how to properly use these technologies in the modern society. And to touch to Joseph's point of being cyber resilient in the way that we...
So we need cyber citizens in a way. Please, Steve, and then Dan, and we are wrapping up.
One very quick last comment. I mean, I felt for a long while when talking about this that a resilient society is one area where people can use intuitive risk management models to get through life. In other words, that they can behave in the electronic world in the same way as they do in the real world. Let me give you one quick example. If someone walks up to you on the street and starts asking you questions about where you live and the name of your girlfriend, stuff like this, you don't just tell them. You say, what do you want to know for? Whoa, hold on a second. It's amazing how people just do this behind a screen. So it's adapting to the new reality, not by using complex procedures and rule sets. These will be necessary, but even more necessary will be learning how to live in the electronic world, recognizing alarm signs, recognizing that you don't have to act immediately. It's not because someone sends you a message, you have to click and reply immediately. That's why phishing is so successful. So stop, think, act, I think, is one of the things that you need to do in the new world. And you nearly always have time to do that.
So no password sharing, please, okay? It's yours, it's unique, it's like the socks, it's your socks, you don't share it. Please.
Thank you so much. Very quickly on resilience. We all know it's a buzzword on one hand, cybersecurity resilience, cyber resilience, but on the other hand, there are good news. You know very well, you can measure resilience. NATO is measuring resilience at macro level, and I learned how to measure and how to define KPIs and measures for resilience, actually for Steve and his colleagues. Like 10 years ago, I had to write a report called exactly like that, measuring resilience of telecommunication networks and information systems. 89 mathematical formulas, very complicated. It was hard for me and my team. But the message is, it's important not only to speak about it, to aim for it, but to measure. Measure, define the metrics, define the KPIs, start measuring, and then we are going to take the right decisions for resilience.
Thank you very much. And I think I will just wrap up the panel saying that we had a very nice public-private partnership on so I hope we can use it also further for cyber resilience of the societies. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you to everyone staying with us throughout the programming of the day one at the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2024. Before introducing our next panel session on the plenary stage, I would like to announce our guests who have pre-registered for the side event discussing European competitiveness and I'm sorry, I passed on through the next panel already, discussing bolstering competitiveness and national security. This is gonna start in about 2 minutes at the first floor Opus room, so please prepare for the side event. For those of you staying with us, I'm pleased to introduce on stage Clara Vorintiriu, the Regional Director of the German Marshall Fund of the US, who is gonna moderate the next panel session on the plenary stage. Thank you.
everyone with us in the room and online. I'm very happy to be on stage again to moderate this panel called The Growth of Financial Markets in Central and Eastern Europe. And as some of you might remember, I used to head the Financing the Economy program with the Aspen Institute before it was renamed the New Economy and Society. So many of the things regarding financial markets and capital markets that we will be discussing today, we've been discussing for a long time on this stage of the Bucharest Forum. But we haven't been discussing them in this format with the wonderful guests speakers that we have listed for this panel. So first off, it's Prime Minister Natalia Gavrilița, who's currently former Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, currently a member of the Supervisory Board of the National Bank of Moldova. Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for joining us. We also have with us Mr. Marius Cara, head of the EIB Group Office in Romania, the European Investment Bank. Thank you so much, Mr. Cara. Then next in line is Cosmin Vladimirescu, General Manager, Romania and Croatia for MasterCard. And as I've mentioned already, we've shared the stage before. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Dora Pirosca, International Relations Department at the Central European University, a very good friend and a very important scholar in the field. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. And last but surely not least, Mr. Prusak, Marcin Prusak, Managing Director of the BGK Polish Development Bank. Thank you for joining us. And I will warn you, we have researchers in the room who are looking very closely at your institution as a best practice example. So let's see what is the setup for our panel today. I don't want to stall too much of your time, but in all fairness, we have the title of the twin revolutions. We look at energy transition, digitalization, and this panel, I think, offers one of the most important tools for these transitions, which is the financing tools, the financing architecture. So looking at the region of Central and Eastern Europe, we see a very dynamic transformation of financial markets. Well, maybe that's a question for you to answer, whether that transformation is as dynamic as some of us hope it to be. But we need it nevertheless. We need financial instruments, we need capital markets to fuel further growth in the regions, to create new opportunities, and to steer away from the challenges that lie ahead. I think we will also expect you to touch upon subjects such as equity and venture capital for the development of startups and innovative businesses, those that can really push the frontier further in developing a new economic model. So, again, let's see what your expert inputs are. And I will start with Prime Minister Gavrilița, not only a formidable politician, but also a formidable economist. And I know you've been very much focused on economic measures in your term in office. How do you see the proper tools to support both growth and competitiveness in a context in which, let's face it, capital is not necessarily as abundant as in other economies?
Hi, everyone, again. As you mentioned, financing is very important to see this dynamic development and generate sort of a new economy that is adaptive to the context and to the changes in all fields. I have worked internationally, and I always wondered why risk-taking patient capital is so scarce, even in some European countries like Moldova. One of the priorities of my government was to make financing, especially different types of financing, available for different types of entrepreneurs. So we reformed the pre-existing small and medium enterprise development organization and created the Organization for Development of Entrepreneurship, which, to be frank, I saw as a precursor to some sort of a development bank, because I actually think this is a really important model, particularly for those countries that can access EU financing. And so this Organization for Development of Entrepreneurship started, well, first of all, we significantly grew the budget several times, and thought very deeply about its governance, its rules, and we have financing there that is not just grants as existed before, but also risk capital. So far it's mostly loans. We have an underdeveloped capital market, and there is work being done to provide more dynamism, but there are a number of structural reasons why the capital market isn't developing. So we do have various programs which actually showed their effectiveness already. So in terms of startups, we have the program Start for Youth. We have financing for women-led businesses. We also have these financing lines where companies can invest, for example, in energy security or energy efficiency, which was very important when we had the energy crisis and prices shot up. This is, in a sense, subsidized capital to invest in either sort of these programs that the state sees as important to deal with crises, and we've had multiple overlapping crises, but also, to reach those objectives that are important for the development of the state. So, for example, if we want to orient more towards export, and for Moldova that's very important because it has a very large current account deficit. How to help companies internationalize their products, so how to orient towards exports. Or, for example, if they want to increase their productivity, how can we help them and make it very easy for them to finance their technological improvements and productivity improvements. So I believe, to summarize, what you need is sustained efforts that puts together the efforts of the state and the private sector in order to reach the best outcome. So, for example, I've been talking about the importance lately of geopolitical or geostrategic investments. And sometimes products like guarantees or risk insurance or war insurance can actually incentivize or not deter companies from investing when there is a contextual problem. So I do believe in this uniting the strength of the state and of the private sector to support objectives of economic development of the state.
And talking about strategic priorities and new financial products, it's the perfect hedgeway to the EIB mandate. So, Mr. Kara, I would invite you to share with us how EIB is, let's say, assisting Romania and neighboring countries that benefited and still do so much from multilateral financial institutions such as the European Union, and what has really affected their absorption capacity, especially with regards to the constraints in the structure and depth of capital markets? What is, in the end, the EIB Group doing to address these issues?
Thank you, Clara. Indeed, the European Investment Bank, which is the financial arm of the European Union, is traditionally known for investing in improving infrastructure in the member states, in increasing the cohesion between regions, and in integrating the single market. So we are the largest multilateral financial institution in the world with a balance sheet of $500 billion, and our own operating model is based on us raising funds on the capital markets. And not surprisingly, one of the 8 priorities of the bank, as it was reaffirmed in June by its Board of Governors, is to strengthen or to further contribute to the strengthening of the Capital Markets Union. Because, as we all know, and as recent reports such as the Draghi report have confirmed, capital fragmentation is one of the single most important factors which are an obstacle in increasing the EU competitiveness. And of course, when we look at the two competitors, the United States and China, they have national markets which are huge and which follow the same rules, and to which all the companies from small to the largest have access. Yeah. So, and I mean, Prime Minister, you mentioned that the capital markets in Moldova is under development. I'm afraid to say that there's not a huge advancement if I look at the Romanian capital markets. And again, there are factors which we will not analyze here. One is the relatively reduced level of bank intermediation, while the bank liquidity is significant, so there is not a natural need for banks to go and issue capital market instruments, while they are issuing for regulatory purposes from time to time, yeah? But there's no natural need. And here I want to stop and revert to what you are saying, Clara. The European Investment Bank is also a pioneer in terms of financial instruments on the capital markets. We are, so like I said, all the resources we attract from the capital markets, and we have about 420 billion in bonds outstanding. Yeah, I'm talking about long-term finance here. Yeah, we issue in about 20 currencies, and about 40% of the bonds are purchased by investors from outside the EU. So we can say that we channel funds from outside the EU mainly into projects which are developed within the EU. So that's one way of looking at things. And it has been said that the bank itself is a capital markets union instrument, thanks to our activity in the capital markets, yeah, which also has a role to develop the capital markets in various places. But we are also pioneers when it comes to innovative products. And back in 2007, the European Investment Bank came with the concept of a use of proceeds bonds. Yeah? So we invented the green bond, although we didn't call it green bond at the time, we call it climate awareness bond. And let's be clear, there was not a real need of such a product in the market. There was no demand at the time for a green bond. And only about 10 years ago, the market really picked up, while for many years it was just a field for multilateral institutions, you know, which were issuing sporadically. But now this market is way above 1 trillion. And we at EIB, we have surpassed the 100 billion volume of issuance this year. Yeah? In the meantime, we came up with a new product, which is called Sustainability Awareness Bond, and which follows more the UN SDGs. We have extended the eligibility for our green bonds. Initially, these were dedicated to finance energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. Now we finance many things, including research and development, electric transportation, and so on. And what the product itself does, it's really simple. It promises to use the proceeds which are collected from investors only for a specific reason, yeah? With all the reporting that comes, and with the ring fencing, and with the mechanism or the framework which the issuer has to put in place to ensure transparency. Yeah? And that's quite a bit of work. But it is just this idea which created the need in the end. And now there are institutional investors who need this product to green their portfolios. Yeah? So they use this instrument to influence the type of projects that are financed worldwide. So this is just a parallel to suggest how capital markets, even in places like Romania or Central Eastern Europe, can be grown also from the bottom. Of course, you need some maybe regulatory stimulus to motivate institutional investors to invest in such products, but you also need to come up with the supply. And that's something which we are prepared to do, scaling up the issuance, but also purchasing ourselves green bonds or bonds, asset-backed securities issued by corporates or by companies in the country to act like anchor investors and to, not only provide debt finance, but also provide investment through this way.
So we've heard throughout the day the regulatory framework that advances the twin transitions. Now we hear about the financial products that advance the twin transitions. And we've heard about the public initiatives, the state initiatives. We've heard from the international organizations' perspective. Now I will turn to Mr. Vladimirescu to ask for a private sector perspective on how can we better finance the goals and objectives that we have in front of us in our societies, and how can, for example, digitalization of transactions contribute to, let's say, a better budgetary sustainability at national level?
Well, thank you. That's a very good question. First of all, thank you for having me here. Thanks for the invite. And thanks for giving me the platform for expressing our plans. But I will also use it to talk about our achievements, the things that not us particularly, MasterCard, but Romania in general has done. Because I just realized, I might be biased now because it's that time of the year that we go through the year-end reviews, and I feel the need about bragging a bit about the achievements. But it's been quite a journey, right? And let's not forget, looking back at where we started back in 2000, I still remember Romania had back then something like 2 million cards, right? I was working in a bank then. So I was working in this industry, so I knew the industry, so it was 2 million. I think the banking population, percentage-wise, was something like 30%, so 70% of the Romanians were not financially included. I joined MasterCard in 2007. The situation was vastly better back then. We had like 5 million cards in the market. The percentage of banked population was already 40-something. Now, 17 years later, I think Romania altogether has something like 35 million cards. The financially excluded ones are, I think, 30 to maybe 35% of the population. Cash no longer accounts for 90% of the transactions, as it was in 2007. I think now we're going strong. We have 25% of the GDP on electronic payments, which is great. It's a major achievement, but also presents a huge opportunity. We still have 75% of the cash to be displaced, and we started studying the link, the correlation between electronic payments and the level of fiscalization, not only in Romania, but in several countries. a while back, I think like 8 years ago. And there is a very, very strong relation between the two. Basically, the more electronic payments you have, the lower the level of shadow economy gets in a country, which translates into better tax collection. Now, I won't be lying to you. No one likes paying taxes, but it's not like a merchant who only takes cash and never gives you a fiscal receipt, hence never fiscalizes the transactions, so he's not paying taxes, are going to give you a discount if you pay in cash, right? Everybody pays the same. So if I pay the same, whether I go to a merchant who fiscalizes transactions or one who doesn't and doesn't pay taxes, wouldn't it be fair to ask in return for everyone to pay their dues? Because that would translate in the end in a better infrastructure, better roads, better schools, more hospitals, a higher living standard for all of us, right? So I think we are entitled to get that. And going electronic is the best way to get there, right? So we've studied that, we've proved that. Governments, various governments over the years started implementing the measures that we proposed, like card acceptance, which is mandated above a certain threshold. Being able to pay your taxes electronically, either via card payments or account to account, doesn't matter, right? But tax collection should be easier, more friendly to the consumer, hence our involvement in the Ghișeul platform and now the Ghișeul app. Fiscal lotteries, all these things are contributing to a better tax collection. And I'm going to give you another example, the things that the Greek government has done, right? They did a study in Greece, and it shows that as the percentage of card payments grows by only 1%, it translates into 1% growth of the VAT collection. Now, let's be honest, we don't do that well in that respect, right? I think the VAT collection in Romania is maybe 50% of what we should be collecting. So I think that's a great benefit that we can bring to the game. And with the digitalization of the payments, you start collecting data, you start analyzing this data, you get a deeper, better understanding of consumer behaviors. You can start building loyalty programs. You can start giving benefits. You can, I don't know, think about knowing exactly what's the rush hour in the public transport and being able to multiply the number of buses or trams or shorter wait time in the subway stations. So in the end, the public transport could cope with the peak times. All these things are based on data, and data relies on having electronic payments, collecting this data, and then securing all this environment through cybersecurity. Trust me, MasterCard is no longer the company that I joined back in 2007. We've diversified so much, and we're doing so many things. And in the end, I can say that I'm truly lucky that I was born Romanian and I still live here, because if I were to move to Sweden, let's say, there's not much that I can do there, right? Everything is already digital and cash has become obsolete, right? So happy to be Romanian, happy to contribute.
Great opportunities to have an impact here in Romania. And for the international audiences and our international speakers, we're not just focused on the budgetary deficit these days in Romania, but it's also about the capacity of governments across Central and Eastern Europe to fund investments and the great transformations. And there's still a very large investment gap. There's still 60% of the investments done through European funds that are increasingly scarce themselves. So I think we need to understand better how can we mobilize resources better across the budgetary and the private sector, and new institutional architectures of financing. And I will turn to Professor Piroshka because I know her work has been extraordinary in assessing the situation of financial institutions across the European Union, making a proper diagnostic of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. So, Professor, you have the floor.
All right, thank you so much, and thanks for having me here. So in relation to the investment needs in Europe, I think the European Union has been searching for an answer to this challenge, which is very pressing due to climate change and due to growth model change of our economies. But the answer that it came up with, I would think from an East European perspective, is maybe not the most ideal. So the answer to this question, as we heard from two of our panelists here, is the Capital Markets Union. And in my research, looking at it from an East European perspective, I think it's a wrong answer. So let me elaborate why I think so. So the Capital Markets Union, one of its purposes is to encourage development and development investment all across the Union by creating harmonized rules for capital markets to increase the volumes that can be offered. But in Eastern Europe, we have such structures of the economies that I think we'll never really be able to grip from these benefits. I mean, think about it. We have dependent market economies. So what does it mean? It means that most of the large corporations and multinational financial firms which seek finance internally, right? The intra-firm finance. So they are not going to use local capital markets to issue anything. Those who might are medium and small enterprises, but these medium and small enterprises are extremely small compared to Western European averages. So in fact, for them, to issue bonds or equities on local markets, it's a major challenge. It's such a big challenge that actually don't do it. And I think it's impossible. I mean, I think it's irresponsible to expect that in a short term, but even in medium term, our East European small and medium-sized enterprises are going to learn into the intricacies of using local capital markets. So what we have, we have undercapitalized capital markets all across Eastern Europe. There is the other side of the issue as well. Who would invest, right? Major investors. Now, the way in which Capital Markets Union is designed today in the European Union is that it's incredibly fragmented from a supervisory perspective. Some part of it, investment funds, are harmonized, so the regulation for them are harmonized. However, for other major investors, such as pension funds and insurance funds, those are still remained under local national supervisory settings. And I can tell you that I live in Austria. Those national supervisory settings are going to influence these corporations to primarily invest in local markets, which means they're not going to come to Eastern Europe to invest in our markets. Furthermore, another major source of investment in Western capital markets are banks, right? Since for a long time, banks have moved from bank-based banking to market-based banking, meaning they securitize both the asset and the liability side of their balance sheet, and all those securities are looking for investment opportunities on capital markets. But we have, again, dependent market economies in Eastern Europe. Most of the banks that operate in the Eastern markets are actually subsidiaries of Western European or American banks. These banks do not securitize their balance sheet. So they don't use, again, the local capital markets to invest in whatever offering is there. So we end up with a structure in which we neither have sufficient issuing on local capital markets nor sufficient demand for investment in these local capital markets. In this case, the structure of the East European economies are not, compatible with the idea that Capital Markets Union is going to be a motor of development. Instead, in my research, we point to development banks. Eastern Europe is a bank-based market. commercial banks and national public development banks are way better positioned to provide financing for small and medium-sized enterprises than capital markets are. So I think at the European level, there should be way more interest in policymakers to design such policies that help banks, both commercial and public, to invest into East European markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. This was an excellent overview of the current situation, and I think that really gives you the proper entry. Mr. Prusak, Managing Director of the Polish Development Banks, one of the better known examples of development banks across Europe. So do give us your perspective on how you manage development needs in your country and across the region.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for hosting me here. We are a well-known example, maybe because we are quite old. We just celebrated the 100th anniversary of Polish Development Bank, so it's quite an old institution, and also one of the largest actually in Europe. We are the 5th largest development banks, with around 50 billion euros of balance sheet. So it's a sizable organization. And if you take a look at the Polish banking sector, we are more or less number 5 or 6 or 7, depending how you measure it. So we are a significant player on the financial market. Before I go further, I think I will just comment on Professor Piroska. I think you are very accurate in the way you see Eastern economies and the financial markets, how they interact with certain segments. I think there's a great difference between, the subsidiaries of multinationals, which obviously are represented heavily in Eastern Central Europe. That was our way to transform economies and grow in the 90s especially, and the local companies. And the same, of course, applies for the commercial banks. In Poland, we had this discussion, how much of international banks should be in the system. This discussion popped up especially after 2008 crisis, where we saw massive flows of deposits from the subsidiaries of international banks back to their mother markets. It was quite frightening. After that, there was a sort of consensus, political consensus to change the structure. Now, more than 50% of the banking sector is in Polish hands, so to say. Of course, it means that mainly in state-owned hands, which has some negative aspects as well, but generally in Poland. So, we have to distinguish between the subsidiaries, either in the banking sector or in the real economy, and the local companies. And the role of the development bank is definitely, I see it as well, in shaping the economy, which is not part of this sort of big players game. And actually, this is the most important part of the economy, because we are not dependent on the decisions of the decision makers elsewhere, far away from our markets. We have to grow our local investor base. We have to grow our companies, our entrepreneurs, and in this way, development banks play quite crucial role. And we see it on the financial market. We see it on the capital market. And on one hand, we always bragged about in Poland that we have an overbanked, over-liquid financial market, especially when it comes to banking. Banks were, fighting for the customers. The margins were down. The profits were sort of limited from the investor point of view. But on the other hand, if you look at the size of the financial market or the bank market in Poland, it's really small. It's really small. It's like if you compare the total amount of loans to private sector, it's roughly 35% of GDP. And if you compare it to Western economies, it's like, 3 times lower, relatively, right, compared to GDP. So it's nothing. So we see that the role of the development banks is still there to support the growth in the financial market, especially in the SME. Because this is quite a difficult market for the banks. Banks generally have issues with SMEs. They want to do it, but they are afraid. They have strict regulators. They are afraid of making mistakes. And that is why development banks need to come up with guarantee programs that will relieve some of the risk from the commercial banks. And this works. This is happening in Poland as well. We use BGK, for instance, and it really grows. But even though what we observed in the last 10 years in Poland, the share of financing to SMEs in Poland decreased, significantly decreased, even though the economy was growing. We had tremendous 10 years, despite all the challenges. So we see there's still room for improvement. So that's one thing. But another thing, even more important, is the capital market, especially the venture capital and the private equity and the infrastructure. What we see in Poland, on one hand, we have some large deals being done as we speak by the big private equity houses. Some of them grew to the role of sort of regional players, but still this is really small compared to Western Europe. Venture capital, crippling. Some things are happening, but actually not too many. And infrastructure funds, nearly non-existing. Whenever we have a large deal, we need to rely on the guys from Amsterdam, London, elsewhere. Because they are not coming here because there's insufficient deal flow for the tickets, for the minimum ticket size they need to have. So we are now actually, as we speak, we are shaping the strategy of BGK for the next years. And we are trying to map the financial gaps in the financial system, which need support of the development banks. And SMEs is obviously one thing. Innovation, which is venture capital, is another thing. We want to boost this sector by investing, probably not by ourselves, because we are not the best venture capitalists ever. We want to rather support others and attract them to the region, attract the best venture capital funds, even from outside. We have a condition that they invest locally and they create investment teams in Warsaw or elsewhere in the country. And the same applies for infrastructure funds. I think this is the role of the development bank, that we should shape the market to the extent the private sector is not able to do so, because they take care of the shareholder returns, and this is their job. And our job is to make the financial markets comprehensive.
Thank you. Thank you. And that was, again, a very comprehensive overview for decision makers in every EU member state to pick up on the good practices of the engagement of the BGK. Now, because we have so little time left, I will ask you to give me a Santa Claus answer. And this means, if you would say in one sentence, what's most needed for ensuring economic growth in Central and Eastern Europe, what would your pick be? And maybe we can start from the other side.
Well, of course, we need people. We need entrepreneurs. We need to have them, think about future. Actually, this is what I observed here in this venue. We have a lot of students here. Mm. This is really good. We are investing in the future. They will be the future, masters of finance and entrepreneurs. We need them, and we must create the infrastructure to allow them to build the economy.
Thank you. Professor?
Yeah, thank you. So based on what I said, I think we need to assess our own problems, right? We have to understand what's specific about Eastern Europe, and we have to come up with answers to these specific East European problems and articulate it at the EU level and try to influence EU regulatory regimes that are responsive to our development problems as well.
Mr. Vladimirescu?
I say going digital, full-fledged. I mean, the amount of time, money that we can save by going digital it's amazing. I just had a conversation this morning with the new mayor of the 1st district, and he was telling me, listen, I would love to do so many things, but I've looked just into how much time would I need to spend to sign all the paperwork needed to disburse the child allowance in the 1st district. Put together, it takes me 40 days a year, signing 8 hours a day to go only through this. Right? We have to go digital.
Mr. Kara?
I think until we will have perfectly functioning capital markets in this region, and thank you, Professor Piroska, for the excellent radiography. Indeed, there is a huge gap which needs to be filled with investment from banks such as the EIB, from the government, and investment down to the root, down to the entrepreneurs who need the backing to put up their innovative ideas in the air.
And it's all flashing red here, so I will just say a growth mindset. We see it in teams of entrepreneurs. We see it in the society in general. If we have a growth mindset and cooperation, I think we can achieve a lot.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. This was an excellent panel, maybe one of the best I've attended in the Bucharest Forum over these many years. But I'm very subjective, but I do thank you so much for everything. A big round of applause to our excellent speakers. And very time conscious. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us, and I would like to especially thank our audience as well, watching us on our Facebook and LinkedIn accounts of the Aspen Institute Romania, as well as the audience on our YouTube channel at the German Marshall Fund. For the next panel session, I am delighted to invite on stage Ms. Roxana Voicu-Dorobanțu, who is an associate professor at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies and also an Aspen Fellow. I'm sure the next panel is going to be in very energetic and good hands. Welcome, Roxana.
Thank you so much. You know, it's always hard to have a panel that's mid-afternoon because it's right after a very powerful panel, as my colleague Clara has mentioned. But that just proves that this one has to do better, right? To give you a little bit of insight into what Mirela called a very energetic panel, and because I'm a firm believer in democracy and values-based leadership, I also believe in giving a floor to the audience. So get your questions ready. We will discuss today about boosting European competitiveness. And if that sounds like a very general topic, we have narrowed it out a little bit, but just a little bit, because we focus on what future for the IMEC economic corridor. And in order to discuss properly about the India-Middle East corridor, joining me in this conversation will be Ms. Indrani Bagchi, CEO from Ananta Center in India. I mean, it makes sense, right? Tim Peter, who's the policy advisor for the competitiveness of Europe from Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Berlin. And definitely not least, Minister Florin Spătaru, who's the state councillor with the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Romania. I always have issues with knowing when to clap and when not to, but feel free to do as you feel the need. Now, this conversation starts from a different part of the world. And it's kind of strange to position it as boosting European competitiveness, but we start from India. However, I would start with a quote from Jan Bremer, who tweeted it, or X'd it, however you call it, last night, that the main takeaway of the BRICS summit is that India is the most important geopolitical country at this moment. So, Indrani, the floor is yours as the representative of the most important geopolitical country in the world.
Well, thank you, Roxana, and thank you, Aspen, Romania, for inviting me. This is my first visit to Bucharest, and I hope not my last. So the IMEC agreement was, I think, signed on the 10th of September of 2023. This is the conclusion of the Indian presidency of the G20. The partners, the initial partners, were Saudi Arabia, with whom it was signed, the UAE, the US. At the time, it was still Israel because 7th October had not happened. And so the idea, there are a couple of ideas that sort of underlay this. First, it was to go back to what you just said, India being in a sort of geopolitical sweet spot. In a sense, India is also reclaiming a part of its history because in ancient times, it was actually the trade was between India and Europe. That was the trade, the old trade route. So in a sense, it was a reclamation. Second, the IMEC actually sat on top of a new, what I call the new Quad, which is known as the I2U2. That is, it was signed in 2021, and it was India, UAE, Israel, and the US. The concept of the I2U2 was to provide a connectivity between India, the Middle East, moving on to the Mediterranean and to Europe. This would be a technology corridor, an economic corridor, and a geopolitical corridor. The I2U2 itself came about because of the geopolitical space that was given to the region as a result of the Abraham Accords. I have to say that all of that is now no longer there. The conflict in the Middle East means that that particular, if you can imagine the map, that particular space of the Middle East, which links the Gulf, the Levant, and Europe, Southern Europe certainly, it doesn't exist. I mean, the original idea was for the connectivity corridor to end at the Piraeus port in Greece. The Italians actually came in later and said, no, can we please have it at the port of Trieste? So the map kept increasing because the promise of the corridor became more and more evident. As a result of the 7th October attacks and as a result of the conflict in the Middle East at this point, what we do have is will be a fragmented IMEC. The India-Middle East, India-Gulf part of IMEC will work just fine. And in fact, it will deepen. That crucial link between the Levant and Europe, that will struggle. The way to look at it for the competitiveness of Europe, actually, is for somebody to think about linking the 3 Cs initiative of the 12 countries in the east of Europe. The 3 Cs initiative, I think, is about over a decade old. The idea of the 3 Cs of the Black Sea, the Adriatic Sea, and the Aegean Sea to IMEC. That would then make Romania a very interesting port, entry port for this part of Europe. For all of this to work, somebody has to bring peace to the Middle East. But I'll stop here right now and
I will follow the geographic route and give the floor to Minister Spătaru, because we don't have a Middle Eastern partner in this conversation, and ask, with that missing link or struggling link, to take in Rani's words, is Romania ready to be that port?
I don't think that we have now a plan to be part of this IMEC concept. But what I can tell you is that Romania was prepared to be the focal point, the entry gate for the middle corridor. That middle corridor has been heavily promoted by European Union. We said that we want to be part of it, and we see that all the Central Asian countries, they are considering the harbor of Constanța as being the option, not one of the options, but the option for, let's say, for this middle corridor. Of course, the middle corridor does not mean only transport of goods. And that was very clear, very clearly stated, that middle corridor also goes with energy and also goes with the digital. The new concept of IMEC, I would say that is having a pretty favorable situation. Why? Because I know, I have been in Dubai, and I know that the harbor for UAE, India is the most important partner. And it happened that I was there when Prime Minister Modi was visiting them, and it was clear, let's say, what is the impact of the trade between India and UAE. Romania is having the largest harbor, container harbor in Constanța of Dubai dry docks, of DP World. Yeah? And that means that by nature, this connection can be done. So there is an advantage. It's a very interesting point what you have raised by linking IMEC and the 3 Cs initiatives. Of course, the 3 Cs initiatives is defining, let's say, the transnational projects which are going to be funded through other channels than the European Union funds or other sources, and might be a very good topic to be put on the agenda on the next 3 Cs initiatives, because we have seen that the 3 Cs initiatives is going beyond the countries which are at the border of those of the 3 Cs, and that means that there is a lot of interest from countries. Germany is joining, Greece was also joining recently, and that can, let's say, give an alternative possibility for this concept. Of course, we all want that the peace to be established in the Middle East and also at our borders with Ukraine. But what we saw in the last period, peace is necessary, but sometimes there are also other barriers which might give the opportunity to these, let's say, alternative corridors to be effective. And yes, Europe needs to be competitive. And yes, we said it, that if we don't get our independence in terms of energy, raw materials, and technology, Europe will lose the battle with the, let's say, in competitiveness. And the partnership and these kind of initiatives, they are extremely important for the European future.
Tim, I think that the question that follows is quite obvious based on what Mr. Spataru was mentioning. Are we aware of the fact that we need to tackle all these 3 elements, technology, energy, resources, and how is Europe being currently acknowledging the fact that there are alternatives, such as the IMEC?
I totally agree that the big advantage of IMEC is that it's a corridor that encompasses more than trade. So it's also about energy, it's also about clean hydrogen, it's also about pipelines, it's also about data. But I also totally agree that right now it's fragmented. So for Europe, IMEC currently ends at the Port of Piraeus. And if you want to be a little bit mean, you might say, okay, Port of Piraeus, it's currently owned by COSCO, as a majority stakeholder, so we might even say Europe doesn't have full capacity for using IMEC as a diversification tool currently. However, I think in the long run, IMEC is a great opportunity to think about the signing of this memorandum of understanding. I remember Mr. Modi using very historic terms, calling it, I think it's something like the project of the century or of centuries even, and also Ursula von der Leyen also said it's historic. So even though currently we are facing quite big a challenge for this project with the war in the Middle East, which I think in long-term strategies. And I'd like to add 2 remarks on this. First of all, we shouldn't think about IMEC as a line, but more as a network. So this also doesn't only include Greece, of course, but also Romania. And we also shouldn't forget about, for example, Turkey and include them into this project, or at least to be open to that, also to prevent opposition. So it should be an open project to boost infrastructure and connectiveness in this region. And the second remark I have is regarding the India and EU trade. Usually these big projects, they follow the demand. And you already mentioned that the UAE are a big trading partner for India, but I would say Europe and India, they still have potential. And we both know that trade talks about trade liberalization are very difficult. We are basically stuck again. But maybe you should take the small steps first. What about standard setting? So maybe start with small steps to also create the demand for the infrastructure we are about to build.
Before giving the floor to Indrani, I have a follow-up question to that. One of the main criticisms of the European Union is that focusing on those small steps and pushing towards regulation actually takes a lot of time due to the mechanisms of decision-making in the EU. And that actually might make us lose some opportunities, because the corridor that you were mentioning will not wait until we decide, what's the standard and so on and so forth. And the follow-up question to you, Tim, and then I'll give the floor to Indrani, is can we afford to take baby steps on such huge projects? Or should we rather, have a more entrepreneurial approach to these alternatives and then see what works or what not?
It's of course the second best. So I think a deeper trade integration would profit both, but we are seeing that we haven't made much progress during the last years. So if you could at least take some steps, maybe to facilitate bigger steps, maybe on standardization, just to looking at all these non-tariff barriers, we could already create the demand for IMEC.
Indrani?
Well, the trade talks, the free trade agreement between India and EU is sort of floundering, as Tim correctly said. Trade, however, is not. Trade is doing really well. In fact, the EU is actually our largest trading partner, both in goods and services. And the IMEC, you should not look at IMEC as mainly a terrestrial thing. We look at it as a terrestrial thing, and which actually at this point is important given the attacks on ships in the Red Sea and the Suez and the choke points over there. So a terrestrial alternative corridor makes a lot of sense. It's not only this part, which is, if you look at it also, the way it was designed, that it was less government, much more private sector led. One of India's biggest companies actually owns part of the Haifa port in Israel. Of course, as you said, it's a Chinese company that owns most of the Piraeus port, which is, I think, one of the reasons why they were considering the Trieste port, which became more attractive after Italy quit the Belt and Road Initiative. It's the only European country to be part of the Belt and Road Initiative. But if you look at the points, the idea is not only moving goods, because you can move goods. There are other competing sort of corridors moving goods. It is the movement of services, it is the movement of technology, and as Tim said, it's the movement of data. The reason for IMEC is also something that we hear a lot in Indian foreign policy these days, which is trusted partners. Trusted partners, trusted data, trusted networks. And the reason for this, again, is that geopolitics is becoming so polarized and so sharp that your economic and technology choices are influenced very heavily by your geopolitical choices. So you would have to imagine the corridor as being a lot different from just container ships moving up and down.
Which leads back to Mr. Spataru. This network that Tim was mentioning, the fact that it's not just one line that we draw on the map, that we need to fit into a whole ecosystem, if you might allow me, of partnerships, leads the opportunity for Romania to be that turning plate in this area. Because, like you have mentioned, Piraeus is owned by the Chinese, Haifa is half owned by Indian, Constanța is not.
No, it's not. That's true.
Some might say yet. But the question is, what do we need as a country to have the higher speed in this development? And to acknowledge that we need to position on the elements that you have mentioned, on a network of channels, on goods, which are important, but also on data, on technology, on services, on standards, on human capital, and so on and so forth.
You know, the latest crisis we are facing right now revealed the fact that on the planet there is a Black Sea. Most of the countries, they didn't know that the Black Sea, it's let's say, it's such an important place for let's say, for trading and for doing business. Now Constanța is following up, and we are allocating a lot of money in order to develop the infrastructure and making sure that this is going to happen. I just can tell you that we have just launched a couple of months ago a container line between a harbor in Turkey and Constanța, and now there are 15 container vessels waiting to load and unload in the harbor of Constanța. What we need to do is to create, but also in the context of the European agreements, to create the framework in order to attract this this initiative, and moreover to continue the investments in the infrastructure, because we cannot do that. We cannot say that we might be the hub for this type of project. And I agree with you. It's not only the container; it's also services and technologies. But we cannot do that when the speed of the railway at this moment in Romania, it's something like 40 kilometers an hour. Of course, now there are a lot of money which are allocated. There is a lot of money for the infrastructure in the harbor of Constanța. We are going to have 2 more piers there, so we are going to develop. But that should be put, I mean, to be a little bit realistic and to not promise something which cannot be followed. But I know also something else. If there is a wish, there is a will. And the wish is there. We have to make the connection to get, let's say, not only on the giving to the entrepreneurship, because the entrepreneurs, they will find their way, that's for sure. But I also know that also you, at the political level, you also have to give a sign that there is a wish, and then to start working on that, which is not simple. I mean, it's not one-day work. It's just something which needs to be developed, find the ways how to move forward. And yes, maybe it was easier for Piraeus Harbor or easier for Trieste, but I can tell you that Constanța Harbor, it's also now is becoming extremely important, and all this connectivity in connection with the 3Cs initiatives, because it's also development of the infrastructure is also part of that. That is, let's say, an alternative which I can tell you that not many countries can offer, and Romania can.
That is quite an interesting point, but while you were speaking, I had the thought in mind. And I will turn to the audience a bit and ask, how do you find Romania on the map? I've asked the same question to children. And they said that when they have a map in front of them, they locate the Black Sea, because it's blue and blue, usually, on a map, and then they just look left. And what you were mentioning is actually that we forgot this, that Romania is an adjacent and intrinsic part of the Black Sea ecosystem. And it took a war for us to re-acknowledge this, which is something that, 5-year-olds would know. I have one final question before opening the floor to questions from the audience. Is what if the IMEC fails? Because it's fragmented, because we can't have within a near future peace as we want it in the Middle East. I'm a risk manager, so what if scenarios are right down my alley. So what if that fails? What's the alternative? And please don't say the Belt and Road Initiative.
Oh, no, I never will. The thing is, I'm just going to look at it a little differently. About 40 years ago, there was a road, corridor that was built, imagined, called the INSTC, which is the North-South Corridor, also known as the North-South Corridor, which would go from India via Iran through the Central Asian republics all the way up to Russia. This was when Russia was still Soviet Union. Just let me tell you, it is still being made. So let us not lose hope. And even if the entire corridor, IMEC corridor, doesn't get built, because geopolitical events, as we are seeing right now, will impact. There are other ways of going around it. There are other corridors that will happen. If there is demand, there will be a way. People will find a way. Right now, ships are taking an extraordinary cost by going around the Cape of Good Hope because the Red Sea is in danger. Tomorrow those same ships will find drone technology that deters those missiles, the drone missiles that the Houthis are lobbing at them. And then the Red Sea will become safe again until it isn't. So, I mean, I don't mean to say, I think that because we are all going to be here. So sooner or later, we'll find a way around this place.
Tim?
If we don't find a lasting peace in the Middle East, it will not be India, Middle East, Europe corridor, but the India, Middle East corridor. And I think it's still pretty well for you. It's also like a countermeasure for India to the China-Pakistan corridor, of course. and in general, just to be clear about what IMEC might mean for Europe if it's implemented, it would be complementation, of course, to the Suez Channel. Like, we cannot take all of the traffic and just put it on rails, of course. This would be impossible. But it's a way of connecting and also looking at more than just goods traffic. So still a great opportunity, and but it depends a lot on the developments in the Middle East.
I know something, that Europe needs to remain competitive.
Mhm.
That Europe needs to create partnerships with countries, with the regions, following the same principles. And whether an IMEC would not exist or cannot be implemented, it has to be another way of doing that. Why? Because that would be our, let's say, commitment towards the European citizens. And yes, there are alternatives, might be alternatives, maybe sometimes more expensive or taking more time, but it has to be made. But what is my wish? My wish is that all these things will stop. We'll never come back to the, let's say, to this idea of freedom of trading as it used to be before the pandemic. That is absolutely clear. There are a lot of things happening in the meantime, but we have to continue on creating partnerships, especially from Europe and also from Romania, keeping in mind that that's the only way to get our independence and to get our competitiveness. And we have to follow all these principles, environment, labor, all these items which we are standing on. And I would say that all these agreements should follow the same principles.
Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes left, according to a big green clock in front of me. And for questions, we have a mic in front of the room. So we would ask those of you that would like to address a question to the panelists to come right in front, just state your name and, you know, throw whatever attack you want to the conversation that we have had. Whoa. Oh, thank you. I was wondering if we were so terribly either dull or extremely clear that nobody had a question.
Yeah, if you need a party pooper, I can be the guy. So, yeah, of course, like obvious question, how does importing stuff increases European competitiveness? But my question would be that Europe actually imports closer to 3 trillion euros goods from China and Russia, and I'm not counting even on India and other kind of countries. It actually creates a huge impact on environment, just simply bringing those goods to Europe. But why don't we talk about competitiveness and European autonomy by talking about nearshoring and actually bringing those factories closer to Europe and locating them closer to Europe? Why don't we invest all this money dedicated to this hydrogen explosive idea, just to invest it into preparedness of Romania, of Bulgaria, of Ukraine to host those factories coming from the Asian market, because geopolitically it's a big threat. Imagine like China invades Taiwan. What will happen then? So this is my question about competitiveness.
And it's for which of the panelists, or is it for all of them?
I think that every panelist works with this corridor because of its reasons, so maybe they thought of it and everyone can add its own vision.
Okay, thank you so much. So, nearshoring or friendshoring?
Well, you know, both nearshoring, friendshoring, and onshoring have become fashionable after after the world discovered that China was not so great, and B, after the pandemic. Because the pandemic in many different ways was used by countries to weaponize their exports. So yes, nearshoring is it. the US has done it for the last few years by their IRA. The US has also done it by their Chips and Science Act. In many ways, India is doing it, as are other countries, particularly in the Quad. We have what is called the Supply Chains Resilience Initiative. Building the whole idea is obviously you cannot possibly bring all the factories back because competitive advantages have built up over time. That then brings the concept of trusted partners. And that's what the entire nearshoring question is all about. So if you look at something called the Quad, which is the US, India, Japan, and Australia, that's literally the core of the Quad, is to build the resilience to be able to deal with another supply chain shock that we found during the pandemic. So I don't think it would be proper to substitute what you buy from China. You cannot possibly replicate China's manufacturing capability. I don't think Europe should even try. I don't think you have it. But what we can do is to look at what we do, which is a China plus one strategy. And that is being done across, certainly by private sector and a lot by public sector entities as well.
Mr. Spatar.
Yeah, in 19th century, in Romania, it was created a concept of a society, a closed society, who can produce and consume everything they need to have. Theodor Diamant, it was at that moment who made that society, which was called a utopia society, but it didn't last long. So this means that, yes, it's a great concept of friendshoring and nearshoring, but for what purpose? Just to prevent that it will be a disruption in all our trading needs. What needs to happen, and of course Europe is trying now to organize that and to make sure that it gets its own independence in case of a crisis. And I can give you two examples. European Chips Act, where we have created the critical infrastructure for the chips in such a way that in a sort of a crisis, we can have the mechanism to do that, and the Raw Materials Act. But what we need to promote that all our trading agreements will follow the same rules, that we don't see a disruption, not only in trading and communication between the countries, but also we don't see a disruption in terms of fairness of trading with the partners. And for that reason, Europe is working on that and trying to make sure that we have the same agreements. IRA, it's an action of US which seems to be very well received by the companies, also by the European companies, by the way. And but for that reason, we have to make our major agreements with the partners. And of course, nearshoring or friendshoring possible, but I think it's more important to make sure that we are following the same rules and principles. Why? Because if you take out the business and the economy from one place and move it in another, to my experience, I think you create a possibility of another conflict. This is something that we don't need.
Just very quickly, because I see that the time is up. You don't do nearshoring for economic reasons. You do it for security reasons, because it always costs a lot of money to build up new production sites, to lose these comparative advantages. So the best way would be diversification, of course, and in some very specific aspects where you see, for example, critical raw materials or some active pharmaceutical ingredients like antibiotics, and they can do that. They can think about building own production sites, but it costs a lot of money, and this is why you have to be very precise about which sector you're looking at and about which products.
I would take as ideas from this very interesting conversation 2 words that existed in international trade ever since the beginning of international trade, which is trust and fairness. And even 7 years from now, to take what Mirela was mentioning and what Clara was mentioning in the previous panel, if we were to come back in this conversation, maybe with the IMEC, definitely, hopefully with peace, we will still roll back to trust and fairness and how to build those. So looking forward to meeting you again in the same format, not 7 years from now, but soon back in the Bucharest Forum. Please join me in thanking my panelists for this lovely conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it's been an intense programming throughout the first day of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, so I couldn't be happier to see you still in the room and hopefully online as well, because we are preparing for the final conversation of today's agenda. I'm delighted to announce that the conversation will be followed by a cocktail reception towards which you are all invited, that will be hosted in the lobby area of the venue. But before that, I'm pleased to invite on stage Mr. Cosmin Stan, news anchor for ProTV, also a media partner of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. Thank you, Cosmin.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. It's an honor again to be here with you today. And please just have patience for 30 more minutes and you already got the prize. It has been announced you're going to have access to this nice cocktail afterwards. But welcome to today's conversation on digital divide, ensuring nobody is left behind by the digital revolution. That's our topic for today. As technology continues to reshape the way we work, live, and connect to each other, access to digital tools and infrastructure has become a critical element of modern life, and we all know that. However, millions across the globe still face significant barriers to digital inclusion, and this divide risks deepening existing inequalities. Today, we are fortunate to have 2 distinguished panelists who will help us explore how we can bridge this gap. Selena Sua, she's the co-founder and CEO of Revolutionaire and also a board member of Aspen Institute, France. Hello, Selena, please. She will provide insights on the role of private sector initiatives, have a seat, in driving digital accessibility. While Dr. Rusbeh Aliabadi, who is the co-founder and CEO of Ready AI, please, Rose, he will share his expertise on international cooperation and also artificial intelligence, of course, and public policy solutions to promote digital equity. Together, we will explore strategies to ensure that all communities, regardless of geography, socio-economic status, or demographics, can fully participate in the digital age. Thank you for being here tonight. First of all, please introduce yourself briefly so everybody knows who we are talking to.
Thank you, Cosmin. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Selena Sua. I'm 35 years old. I'm coming from France and originally from Gabon. It's a little country in Central Africa. I was born there, and I arrived in France when I was 10 years old for all my studies. So I'm a French Gabonese entrepreneur. I created a telecom operator in Rwanda, East Africa, and I create also an app in France called Rich Card. And beside this, I'm also board member of Aspen Institute France, and I'm member of Women in Tech Global Movement.
Ruz? Thank you so much for the invitation. Thanks, everyone. My name is Ruz Baliabadi, born in Iran, Iranian-American, recently European, as of 2 years ago. My career started in Joint Special Operations Commands of the United States Army, and then investment banking, and in the past 8 to 9 years in the AI education, co-founded the first AI education company in the world, focusing just on AI education from Carnegie Mellon University, and also the World Artificial Intelligence Competition for Youth. And now we're in about 156 countries with an amazing team in the US, in Europe, and also in China. Glad to be here.
So we have the right persons to be talking to tonight. And Selena, I will start off with you. Given your work in Rwanda and your leadership with Revolutionaire, how do you see the digital divide manifesting differently in Africa compared to other regions in the world?
Thank you, Cosmin. Because of all my activities, I'm traveling a lot, and I've observed many changes regarding the democratization of internet, which breaks many barriers, cultural, geopolitics. Yes, access to internet is not everywhere and not at the same price everywhere. Let me give you some data about connectivity rate. The access of internet in the 27 countries of Europe, European Union, sorry, it's 93.1%. In the US, 97%. In South Asia is 39%, and in Africa only 36%. Of course, Africa faces many important challenges, such as infrastructure are very insufficient. 50% of the population in Africa doesn't have access to electricity. Internet speed is very low, the cost is high, and only 16% of Africans in rural areas are connected to internet. However, internet is now revolutionizing the uses in Africa, and it's also creating jobs. So don't forget that Africa is the continent of the next billion users. It's a blooming market.
With this situation here, Ruz, what do you think are the unique challenges and opportunities these days?
I agree. I think, first of all, Africa is going to be, in terms of its demographic trends, where we should be focusing on, particularly when it comes to youth. So it is the youngest continent, and I think it's very, very important. But I think one of the challenges that we see today, and to some extent, I see some of the speakers, they talked about it today, but when it comes to cybersecurity and other things, in the age of generative AI, we're seeing large language models, and there's a race. On one aspect, we have data. Different countries, different regions have different regulations. Here in Europe, GDPR plus EU AI Act. And I think Europeans are ahead of the Americans and rest of the world when it comes down to protection of data, or even their attitude towards data. The second portion of it is, I would argue, algorithm. We see a number of multinationals, Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, others, are focusing on these algorithms. And the third element of it is going to be processing power. And I think if I divide the processing power into two segments of hardware and software, and I think there's a huge competition. Why is this important in terms of the divide? Not only we're having a divide between the peoples that have it and don't have it, meaning access, and by that constant access, I think we're also going to see nation states that are going to be in conflict about the type of access. So we are seeing two types of parameters being built around large language models. The one that is dictated by Beijing, replicated in Moscow, replicated in Tehran, and in Pyongyang, and the rest of the world. That means we will have two generations of people that are going to have access to two different types of models with different parameters. So furthermore than digital divide, we're going to have, in a way, a huge gap between, for lack of a better term, Eastern versus Western type of approach to large language.
Is it started already?
Very much so. I think it's very hot. For example, let me give you an example. We run this competition for children. This is for children. And the large language models that are being used by kids in Beijing, in Dalian, in St. Petersburg, are large language models that have parameters that censor certain keys. For example, you cannot be talking about certain politicians when you're using a Russian version of it. When you cannot talk about even certain characters. I am talking about cartoon characters. Winnie the Pooh when you are in China. So this is a huge, huge issue. And obviously we're not seeing it so far with the large language models that we have here in the West, such as ChatGPT, Llama, and other things.
We'll get back to this later, but until then, Selena, Revolutionary focuses on connectivity and digital access in underprivileged areas. Can you share a success story where improving access to digital tools has significantly impacted a community?
Yes. I think one of the best examples that I can give, it's about where I created my company. It's in Rwanda. During the pandemic, COVID-19, Rwanda was able to innovate and react really quickly. And at this time, I was traveling between Paris and Kigali. For example, Rwanda was able to relying on new technologies with humanoid robots on the street. There were also automatic gel dispensers in the street. There were drones of medicine that they were bringing medicines to rural areas, and also they create many applications for e-health. So it was really helpful, and not a lot of people were having the COVID because of all those technologies. And also, internet creates a lot of jobs. For example, in my clients, I have some people, they create their business around my internet because I'm cutting the price of the market. Before I arrived to Rwanda, the first offer was $70 per month. My offer now is $15, and the competitor now is $20. So I really cut the price of the market. And to give you some numbers, in 2022, in the tech industry was generating 2 million of jobs and contributed to 8.5% of GDP, according to GSMA. And also with all the internet, we have e-health consultations, mobile payment solutions. We can get access also for agri-tech and also e-learning, because in rural areas we really have a problem. I set up a business in education before being in datas, and it was hard for the teachers to move in rural areas. So thanks to internet, we can develop education as well.
Nice, you're filling up the gap, but how difficult is it to replicate this model to other communities?
Yes, I mean, we need to have, like in Africa, 70% of the population doesn't have internet. So without internet, it's impossible. So that's why I made this challenge. I set up this telecom operator. I was 29 years old. Everybody thought that I was an alien, but I cannot imagine that in 2020, you still have people, they don't have access to internet. Internet is information.
Ruz, how do you see artificial intelligence playing a role in bridging the digital divide?
It could bridge, and it could also further divide us, because I think AI and algorithm today I go back to large language models, not because it's the latest and hottest thing in the market, because it's really impacting us. So today, if you are a user of one of these models, let's say ChatGPT, you are beginning to, by interacting with this agent, so the domain of interest for us is the domain of human-agent interaction. By agent, I'm referring to these artificial agents. So the problem with this is the more you interact with it, these interactions are going to give parameters to models, and again, you're helping it fine-tune these models for what you're interested in. Let me give you an example. For example, let's say I am talking to an agent and I'm trying to come up with something and I'm trying to get some recipes. But I know, for example, I am allergic to eggs. I am not, but let's assume I am. So I keep saying it to the model. The model is going to take out eggs from all the conversation, be it about recipes, be it about food production, be it about anything. That is a problem, because then I become what I call a single human island. So one part of it is these models are dividing us, because they're creating a one-time interaction between us and the models that are extremely dangerous. We saw that initially with, I call it Twitter islands. So for example, if in your Twitter, or X as we know it today, you tend to see, if you're a Republican from Kentucky, you tend to see user-based interactions that is representing Republicans in Kentucky, or Republicans in Georgia, or conspiracy theory, right? But if you're a Democrat and living in New York, you're probably going to hear about Bidenomics, Vice President Harris, in the manner that you thought it's right. So these are the islands that, unfortunately, generative AI is creating. On the other hand, it is also helping us to also augment our abilities, which is connecting us a bit further. What do I mean by that? Today, education, thanks to Selena's company and the ones that are like her, can bring what I call it customized education to individual person. Folks, I am horrible at algebra. The way I learn algebra is probably very different from somebody else who's probably learning algebra much better. So it is customizing education for me. That means the outcome of it would be I would learn quadratic equation very differently than probably Selena will learn it, or Cosme, you will learn it. So the outcome causes me to connect to others more because we are gaining the same type of skills. A very good example is Khan Academy with Khan Migo. Khan Migo today is really individualizing education, which is bridging the gap. Last point on this, in order for us to do this, we don't just need to reduce the cost of infrastructure. We need to provide what I call it constant high bandwidth access to internet, because this is exactly what generative AI needs. My guess is by the end of 2025, Qatar Airways, as you probably all seen it, has been reaching a deal with Starlink to provide high-band internet to the first airline in the world in that manner. If that can be replicated, not just with airlines, but across the region to different areas, I think we're going to see a fundamentally different way that we are interacting with these agents.
Until then, Selena, based on your experience in Rwanda that you were talking about earlier, how important is the collaboration between governments, private companies, civil society in bridging this digital divide?
Yes. For the moment, I'm going to talk about the US and the European countries. For the moment, many European and US initiatives are now in the African continent. Let's take the example of Germany. Germany with the GIZ, they designate Tunisia, for example, as the turning point regarding the training session in tech in Africa. Let's take the example of France with Expertise France, that they're increasing the skill transfer, which is really important. And 3 years ago, the United States and European Union, they signed a partnership to promote trade and bilateral investment in Africa. So private sector and public policy, they really need to work hand in hand. Let's take the example of Starlink, for example, that promise connectivity to everyone in Africa also, but alone Starlink cannot make anything. And leaving some people without connectivity is creating frustration, is creating insecurity, is creating immigration as well, which is weird because normally technology and internet is supposed to fix the population. So for me, Europe and United States, they need to count on the entrepreneur. It's the entrepreneur who's going to take up the challenge of the connectivity.
Before we go any further, I just want to tell you that you may ask questions in about 5 minutes. So if you have anything in mind, just get ready to come to this microphone over here and address these questions to our guests today. Ruz, you were talking earlier about this divide between East and West. What role do you see international cooperation playing in overcoming global disparities in digital access, if possible?
Very important question. Disclaimer, I have zero answer. I have some thoughts. I think regulation is very important. We talk about regulation and transparency. Once again, here in Europe, you're doing a fantastic job, relatively to other places we have in the world. But the other thing that's very important is, unfortunately, I'm going to use an example that I'm not very fond of, but it works. In the United States, back right before COVID, under the Secretary for Defense for Technology, Bob Ward, and Eric Schmidt of Schmidt Futures, and also former chairman of Google, they worked on a commission which was mandated by the United States Congress. It's called the National Security Strategy of the United States on Artificial Intelligence. We work with them on development of the workforce. Development of the workforce was an area, although it was mandated by the government, the Pentagon, first largest administrative building in the world, and second one is here, I just learned that. So it's very important to know that there's a power of the US defense and government behind this initiative. Now, we also had private partnerships, companies like Google, Microsoft, and others. They came and they said, what are we going to do about changing and preparing ourselves for this AI-ready workforce that we need? The partnership has been fantastic. It has been working. The United States created over 420,000 generative AI cyber jobs that are being fulfilled today by our education institutions. So it is going that direction. The problem that we have is the United States' attitude towards AI, towards, in general, development of AI is very different from the Europeans. I have yet to find, except academic institutions, that we have somewhere that we have a joint body, not single islands, not trustworthy AI, not AI ethics, that is helping putting this together as a coherent way for us to address it. There are a lot of initiatives, separate initiatives. You have the UN, you have the European Unions, you have the American government, but we're not really addressing it concretely at this time. And the danger would be, we will pass down this type of decision-making to just our private companies. And that would really hinder our ability to control what we want our stakeholders to have in the coming decades. So, a good example of the public-private partnership which initiated in the United States, I think it's a very good example, but I think we need to do far more. In terms of what the Europeans can bring to the table, and I think I love this forum because I think it brings people from the government, from the private sector together, is also thinking about how are we reskilling and upskilling our future workforce. Last but not least, a very touchy subject in my home country of the United States, immigration. If Europe and the United States close their gates on STEM students, this talent will be shifted, gravitated more towards China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, elsewhere. In the long term, this is not to our benefit. Last but not least, we need to broaden the AI education and digital education by empowering more women. It is a catastrophe that in the United States, among our top AI universities, MIT, Stanford, Caltech, Carnegie Mellon, 72% are male, and that is a boys' club. That needs to change. It can start early on in K-12 education.
And back to governments, Selena, what role should governments play in ensuring no one is left behind in the digital revolution?
Yes, for me, the entrepreneur, they're really important actor. And, but they need strong support from public authorities, especially to face the global competition. If I choose Rwanda, for example, it's because of its regulatory environment and tax incentive. But still, we're waiting for government to soften the condition. We're waiting for national bank or regional banks to soften the condition. Let's take the example of my telecom operator. I invested 2 million in private equity capital to help to reduce the gap. And I didn't have any help because of my profile, because they couldn't imagine that a woman, say like a woman of 30 years old, she had this ambition to create an operator telecom. So government really have to work hand in hand as well with entrepreneur, because those are the one who is going to create multilateralism relations.
But the question is if the governments really want that, after all, Rose, to work hand in hand with the entrepreneur.
They should want that, because I would argue to any Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Technology, Minister, or President or Vice President, it is a matter of your national security to build your economy, rebuild your economy. And it is indeed the small, medium-sized enterprises. It is indeed this entrepreneurial spirit. This is very, very important that we have to promote. We do not want to have a world that our entrepreneurs in AI are just men, because we will have what I call it a seatbelt problem. The seatbelt was designed by men for men, and that is the problem we have. We cannot afford to have the same thing when we're developing our AI systems, when we're developing our AI ecosystems. That is not going to serve our societies well. So naturally, this should be the top priority of governments, and I think it is becoming that way.
So we still have a few minutes left. Let's see if we have any questions from our audience. Please, there's the microphone here.
Thank you. My name is Denis Poltovets. I'm from Aspen, Kiev. And my question is about the, let's say, another division, which I also kind of suspecting that it should exist probably. And it is related to the concept of aligned versus non-aligned artificial intelligence. What do I mean? That it is clear that there are some people who have access to, let's say, non-censored versions of AI in different countries, in China, in the United States, elsewhere. So what do you think, is it a real problem? Because, you know, if somebody with a, let's say, bad will can use that kind of tool for, you know, harming others, and others are not aware of this and even cannot model the situation because they have access to the limited version or censored versions. Might this be a problem now or in the future? Thank you.
I think it's for you, Rose.
Very good question. First, on alignment, let me also talk about alignment. I think we do have an alignment issue when it comes down to AI. So the question is, are our objectives are aligned with the agents that we're creating or not? I think censorship will become a huge issue, but I would not pose it as censorship. I would call it as prefabricated parameters. We're building AI around models. I think that is a major, major issue. And also, I think that is an issue that not only we have to look between geographies, but we have to be looking within geographies. Let me give you an example. What is the parameters that is being used for, let's assume they're even not censored in the term of censorship. Let's assume we have a Llama, we have Gemini, and we have ChatGPT. Could the parameters be designed prefabricated for, in a way, profit orientation. That is also the problem. I think this is a huge problem. I don't think we know the solutions. I don't know the solutions to it. I just think we need to talk about transparency when it comes to parameters. And that's something what government can make our companies accountable for. That's what us as citizens can make our public officials accountable as well.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. If I may, a question of a transatlantic nature about the relationship between the citizen and a state. It's about the iOS operating system. Probably next year or this year, the new version will lock the AI capabilities and it will be forcefully open to other third-party software. I, as a user, don't like it because it takes two main advantages, security and this AI-empowered device. Can I be, as a citizen, protected by my governments or by the European regulatory framework against my will?
Thank you.
Short answer is no. Because our regulations, our legislative body is far behind, be it the use of AI, APIs, or in a way, what you just described. I think we're very much behind in terms of regulation. Unfortunately, my answer is not anytime soon.
Do you have anything to add to that, Selena? We are kind of out of time, so to wrap up, please, as we look to the future, what are the most promising developments on the horizon that could significantly reduce the digital divide? You go ahead, please.
The goal of Revolutionary is, like I said, to cut off the price of the market, and to find a solution affordable. My technology is coming from East European country, in Slovenia. So I come from Gabon, I live in Paris, my company is in Rwanda, my technology from Slovenia. So for me, multilateralism is really the answer about this. Alliance are evaluating and partnership between global South countries is getting huge. US and European Union need to reinforce their position in Global South. But what is Global South? Global South is more around 7 billion people structured around the BRICS. The BRICS is getting larger with Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Arab Saudi, and the Emirates. The GDP of the BRICS are higher than the G7 countries. And in 2022, the GDP of the BRICS represented the 1/3 of the global GDP. 5 of the most powerful banks, 4 of them, they're coming from Global South countries. They're Chinese. And we don't forget that who is owning digital infrastructure is able to orientate or block the economy of a countries. And so now we have 2 blocks. We have the US and we have China. Months ago, Wall Street newspaper, they did a paration saying that Chinese directive wants to replace American technology by 100% Chinese solution. So what choice do you think global countries, they will make? Yes, investing in Africa is risky, it's expensive. Yes, I agree. But in September, you had a summit, China-Africa, and Peking promised $50 billion to African countries in those 3 years. And this summit was made after the digital partnership between China and 26 countries in Africa. So I think US and European countries, they need to count on the diaspora. Diaspora, that means the people that they're coming from this global south and living in those countries.
What about you, Ruz? How optimistic are you about the next decade in this regard?
Typically, I'm not optimistic, but I work with kids. When I talk to kids, that makes me optimistic because I think, for me, the most important thing, I don't know how we're going to really, fill the gap of this digital divide, but hopefully we can make it a little bit narrower, the gap. And I think my hope is we focus on building a next generation that are active participants in a conversation when it comes to technology, when it comes to AI, not just passive spectators. That's very important. But the fundamental question for me to help narrowing the gap is really, what does it mean to be a human being in the age of AI? What do we want it to be as citizens, as participants? And I think that fundamental human premium, for lack of a better term, will get us closer to understanding each other, understanding our needs, and I frankly think it would help us narrow our gap as humans that are interacting with these agents. So I would focus on the next generation. I would focus on trying to build a better world for humans, and as messy, as complex as our democracies in the West are, but I am very hopeful that this system will foster those types of conversations.
Thank you so much, Selena and Ruth, for such insightful contributions. And obviously, today's conversation has highlighted, I hope, the complexity of bridging the digital divide. Thank you to our audience for your engagement, of course. And I look forward to seeing the progress that we can achieve together. And don't forget, the cocktail is coming up next. Thank you so much. Thank you. Such a pleasure talking to you. Thanks.